Chapter 7. Playing with Fire. With the sun barely above the horizon the next morning, Egwene presented herself at the doors to Rand's chambers, followed by a foot-dragging Elaine. The daughter heir wore a long-sleeved dress of pale blue silk, cut in the Tyran fashion and pulled low after some little discussion. A necklace of sapphires like a deep morning sky, and another strand woven into her red-gold curls, showed up the blue of her eyes. Despite the damp warmth, Egwene wore a plain, deep-red scarf, as large as a shawl around her shoulders. Avienda had supplied the scarf and the sapphires, too. Surprisingly, the Aiel woman had a tidy store of such things somehow. For all she had known they were there, Egwene gave a start when the Aiel guards glided to their feet with startling suddenness. Elaine let out a small gasp, but quickly eyed them with that regal bearing she managed so well. It seemed to have no effect on these sun-dark men. The 6 were Shayin Matal, stone dogs, and appeared relaxed for Aiel, meaning they seemed to be looking everywhere, seemed ready to move in any direction. Egwene drew herself up in imitation of Elaine. She did wish she could do that as well as the daughter heir, and announced, We want to see how the Lord Dragon's wounds are." Her remark was plainly foolish, if they knew much about healing, but that likelihood was small. Few people did, and Aiel probably less than most. She had not intended to give any reason for being there. It was enough that they thought her Aes Sedai. But when the Aiel appeared almost to spring out of the black marble floor, it suddenly seemed a good idea. Not that they were making any move to stop Elaine and her, of course, but these men were all so tall, so stone-faced, and they carried those short spears and horn bows as if using them would be as natural as breathing and as easy. With those light-colored eyes regarding her so intently, it was all too easy to remember stories of black-veiled Aiel without mercy or pity, of the Aiel War and the men like these who had destroyed every army sent against them until the last, who had only turned back to the waste after fighting the allied nations to a standstill during 3 blood-soaked days and nights before Tar Valon itself. She very nearly embraced Saidar. Gaul, the Stone Dog's leader, nodded, looking down at Elaine and her with a touch of respect. He was a handsome man, in a rugged way, a little older than Nynaeve, with eyes as green and clear as polished gems, and long eyelashes so dark they seemed to outline his eyes in black. "They may be troubling him. He is in a foul mood this morning." Gaul grinned, just a quick flash of white teeth, in understanding of a temper when wounded. "He has chased off a group of these high lords already, and threw one of them out himself. What was his name?" "Turian," another even taller man replied. He had an arrow nocked, the short curved bow held almost casually. His gray eyes rested on the 2 women for an instant, then went back to searching among the anteroom's columns. "Turian," Gaul agreed. "I thought he would slide as far as those pretty carvings." He pointed a spear to the ring of stiff-standing defenders. "But he came short by 3 paces. I lost a good Tyran hanging, all hawks in gold thread, to Mangin." The taller man gave a brief, contented smile. Egwene blinked at the image of Rand physically pitching a High Lord across the floor. He had never been violent, far from it. How much had he changed? She had been too busy with Joya and Amico, and he too busy with Moiraine or Lan or the High Lords, to do more than speak in passing. A few words about home here and there, about how the Beltane festival might have gone this year, and what Sunday would be like. It had all been so brief. How much had he changed? "We have to see him," Elaine said, a slight tremor in her voice. Gaul made a bow, grounding the point of one spear on the black marble. "Of course, Aes Sedai." It was with some trepidation that Egwene entered Rand's chambers, and Elaine's face spoke volumes of the effort those few steps took. No evidence of last night's horror remained, unless it was the absence of mirrors. Lighter patches marked the wall panels where those hanging there had been taken away. Not that the room came anywhere near neatness, Books lay everywhere, on everything, some lying open as if abandoned in the middle of a page, and the bed was still unmade. The crimson draperies were pulled open on all the windows, facing westward toward the river that was Tyr's heart vein, and Callandor sparkled like polished crystal on a huge gilded stand of surprising gaudiness. Egwene thought the stand the ugliest thing she had ever seen decorating a room, until she glimpsed the silver wolves savaging a golden stag on the mantel above the fireplace. Scant breezes off the river kept the room surprisingly cool compared to the rest of the stone. Rand sat in his shirt-sleeves, sprawled in a chair with one leg over the arm and a leather-bound book propped against his knee. At the sound of their footsteps, he snapped the book shut and dropped it among the others on the scroll-worked carpet, bounding to his feet ready to fight. The scowl on his face faded as he took in who they were. For the first time in the stone, Egwene looked for changes in him and found them. How many months before then since she had seen him last? Enough for his face to have grown harder, for the openness that had once been there to fade. He moved differently, too, a little like Lan, a little like the Aiel. With his height and his reddish hair, and eyes that seemed now blue, now gray as the light took them, he looked all too much like an Aiel man, too much for comfort. But had he changed inside? "I thought you were someone else," he mumbled, sharing out embarrassed glances between them. That was the Rand she knew, even to the flush that rose in his cheeks every time he looked at her or Elaine, either one. "Some people want things I can't give, things I will not give." Suspicion grew on his face with shocking suddenness, and his tone hardened. "What do you want? Did Moiraine send you? Are you supposed to convince me to do what she wants?" "Don't be a goose," Egwene said sharply before she thought. "I do not want you to start a war." Elaine added in pleading tones, "We came to help you, if we can." That was one of their reasons, and the easiest to bring up, they had decided over breakfast. "You know about her plans for—" he began roughly, then made a sudden shift. "Help me? How? That is what Moiraine says." Egwene sternly folded her arms beneath her breasts, holding the scarf tight, in the way Nynaeve used to address the village council when she meant to have her way no matter how stubborn they were. It was too late to start over. The only thing was to go on as she had begun. "I told you not to be a fool, Rand al'Thor. You may have Tyrans bowing to your boots, but I remember when Nynaeve switched your bottom for letting Matt talk you into stealing a jar of apple brandy." Elaine kept her face carefully composed. Too carefully. It was plain to Egwene that she wanted to laugh out loud. Rand did not notice, of course. Men never did. He grinned at Egwene, close to laughing himself. "We had just turned 13. She found us asleep behind your father's stable, and our heads hurt so much we didn't even feel her switch." That was not at all the way Egwene recalled it. "Not like when you threw that bowl at her head. Remember? She dosed you with dogwood tea because you'd been moping about for a week, and as soon as you tasted it, you hit her with her best bowl. Light, did you squeal? When was that? 2 years ago, come this—" "We are not here to talk over old times," Egwene said, shifting the scarf irritably. It was thin wool, but still far too hot. Really, he did have the habit of remembering the most unfortunate things. He grinned as if he knew what she was thinking, and went on in better humor. "You are here to help me, you say. With what? I don't suppose you know how to make a High Lord keep his word when I'm not staring over his shoulder, or how to stop unwanted dreams. I could surely use help with—" Eyes darting to Elaine and back to her, he made another abrupt shift. "What about the old tongue? Did you learn any of that in the White Tower?" Without waiting for an answer, he began rooting through the volumes scattered across the carpet. There were more on the chairs, among the tumbled bedclothes. "I have a copy here, somewhere, of—" "Rand!" Egwene raised her voice. "Rand! I cannot read the old tongue." She shot a look at Elaine, warning her not to admit to any such knowledge. They had not come to translate the prophecies of the dragon for him. The sapphires in the daughter heir's hair swayed as she nodded agreement. We had other things to learn. He straightened from the books with a sigh. It was too much to hope. For a moment he seemed on the point of saying more, but stared at his boots. Egwene wondered how he managed to deal with the High Lords in all their arrogance, if she and Elaine put him so out of countenance. "We came to help you with channeling," she told him, "with the power." What Moiraine claimed was supposed to be true. A woman could not teach a man to channel any more than she could teach him how to bear a child. Egwene was not so sure. She had felt something woven from Saidin once, or rather, she had felt nothing, something blocking her own flows as surely as stone dammed water. But she had learned as much outside the tower as within. Surely in her knowledge there was something she could teach him, some guidance she could offer. "If we can," Elaine added. Suspicion flashed across his face again. It was unnerving how his mood changed so quickly. "I have more chance of reading the old tongue than you do of—" "Are you sure this isn't Moiraine's doing? Did she send you here? Thinks she can convince me by some roundabout way, does she? Some twisty Aes Sedai plot I'll not see the point of until I am mired in it?" He grunted sourly and pulled a dark green coat from the floor behind one of the chairs, shrugging into it hastily. "I agreed to meet some more of the High Lords this morning. If I don't keep an eye on them, they just find ways to get around what I want. They'll learn sooner or later. I rule Tyr now. Me, the Dragon Reborn. I will teach them. You will have to excuse me." Egwene wanted to shake him. He ruled Tyr? Well, perhaps he did if it came to that, but she remembered a boy with a lamb nestled inside his coat, proud as a rooster because he had driven off the wolf that tried to take it. He was a shepherd, not a king, and even if he had called to give himself airs, it was no good to him that he did. She was about to tell him as much, but before she could, Elaine spoke up fiercely. "No one sent us. No one. We came because we care for you. Perhaps it will not work, but you can try. If we care enough to try, you can try too. Is it so unimportant to you that you cannot spare us an hour? For your life?" He stopped buttoning up his coat, staring at the daughter heir so intently that for a moment Egwene thought he had forgotten she was there. With a shiver he pulled his eyes away. Glancing at Egwene, he shifted his feet and frowned at the floor. "I will try," he muttered. "It'll do no good, but I will. What do you want me to do?" Egwene drew a deep breath. She had not thought convincing him would be this easy. He had always been like a boulder buried in mud when he decided to dig his heels in, which he did far too often. "Look at me," she said, embracing Saidar. She let the power fill her as completely as it ever had, more completely, accepting every drop she could hold. It was as if light suffused every particle of her, as if the light itself filled every cranny. Life seemed to burst inside her like fireworks. She had never before let this much in. It was a shock to realize she was not quivering. Surely she could not bear this glorious sweetness. She wanted to revel in it, to dance and sing, to simply lie back and let it roll through her, over her. She made herself speak. "What do you see? What do you feel? Look at me, Rand." He lifted his head slowly, still frowning. "I see you. What am I supposed to see? Are you touching the source? Egwene Moiraine has channeled around me 100 times, and I never saw anything except what she did. It doesn't work that way. Even I know that much." "I am stronger than Moiraine," she told him firmly. "She would be whimpering on the floor or insensible if she tried to hold as much as I hold now." It was true, though she had never before rated the Aes Sedai's ability so closely. It cried out to be used, this power pulsing through her stronger than heart blood. With this much she could do things Moiraine could not dream of doing. The wound in Rand's side that Moiraine could never heal completely. She did not know healing. It was considerably more complex than anything she had ever done, but she had watched Nynaeve heal, and perhaps with this great pool of the power filling her, she could see something of how that could be healed. Not to do it, of course, only to see. Carefully she spun out hair-fine flows of air and water and spirit, the powers used for healing, and felt for his old injury. One touch, and she recoiled, shivering, snatching back her weaving. Her stomach churned as if every meal she had ever eaten wanted to come up. It seemed that all the darkness in the world rested there in Rand's side, all the world's evil in a festering sore only lightly covered by tender scar tissue. A thing like that would soak up healing flows like drops of water on dry sand. How could he bear the pain? Why was he not weeping? From first thought to action had taken only a moment. Shaken and desperately hiding it, she went on without a pause. "You are as strong as I know it. You must be. Feel, Rand. What do you feel?" "Light. What can heal that? Can anything?" "I don't feel anything," he muttered, shifting his feet. "Goosebumps, and no wonder. It's not that I don't trust you, Egwene, but I cannot help being nervous when a woman is channeling around me. I am sorry." She did not bother explaining to him the difference between channeling and merely embracing the true source. There was so much he did not know, even compared to her own scant knowledge. He was a blind man trying to work a loom by touch, with no idea of colors or what the threads or even the loom looked like. With an effort she released Saidar, and it was an effort. Part of her wanted to cry at the loss. "I am not touching the source now, Rand." She stepped closer and peered up at him. "Do you still feel goosebumps?" "No, but that's just because you told me." He gave an abrupt shrug of his shoulders. "You see, I started thinking about it, and I have them again." Egwene smiled triumphantly. She did not need to look around at Elaine to confirm what she had already sensed, what they had agreed upon earlier for this point. "You can sense a woman embracing the source, Rand. Elaine is doing just that right now." He squinted at the daughter heir. "It doesn't matter what you see or don't see. You felt it. We have that much. Let's see what else we can find. Rand, embrace the source. Embrace Saidin." The words came out hoarsely. They had agreed on this too, she and Elaine. He was Rand, not a monster from the stories, and they had agreed on it, but still, asking a man to... The wonder was that she had gotten the words out at all. "Do you see anything?" she asked Elaine. "Or feel anything?" Rand still doled out glances between them, in between staring at the floor and sometimes blushing. Why was he so out of countenance? Studying him fixedly, the daughter heir shook her head. "He could just be standing there for all I can tell. Are you sure he is doing anything?" "He can be stubborn, but he isn't foolish. At least he isn't foolish most of the time." "Well, stubborn or foolish or something else, I feel nothing at all." Egwene frowned at him. "You said you would do as we asked, Rand. Are you? If you felt something, so should I, and I do not—" She broke off with a stifled yelp. Something had pinched her bottom. Rand's lips twitched, clearly fighting a grin. That, she told him crisply, was not nice. He tried to keep his face innocent, but the grin slipped. "You said you wanted to feel something, and I just thought—" His sudden roar made Egwene jump. Clapping a hand to his left buttock, he hobbled in a pained circle. "Blood and ashes, Egwene! There was no need to—" He fell off into deeper, inaudible mutters. Egwene was just as glad she did not understand. She took the opportunity to flap the scarf for a little air, and shared a small smile with Elaine. The glow faded around the daughter heir. They both came close to giggling as they rubbed themselves surreptitiously. That should show him. About 100 for one, Egwene estimated. Turning back to Rand, she put on her sternest face. "I would have expected something like that from Matt. I thought you, at least, had grown up. We came here to help you if we can. Try to cooperate. Do something with the power, something that isn't childish. Perhaps we will be able to sense that." Hunched, he glared at them. "Do something," he muttered. "You had no call to— I'll limp for— You want me to do something?" Suddenly she lifted into the air, and Elaine too. They stared at each other wide-eyed as they floated a pace above the carpet. There was nothing holding them, no flows Egwene could feel or see. Nothing. Her mouth tightened. He had no right to do this, no right at all, and it was time he learned it. The same sort of shield of spirit that cut Joya off from the source would stop him too. Aes Sedai used it on the rare men they found who could channel. She opened herself to Saidar, and her stomach sank. Saidar was there, she could feel its warmth and light, but between her and the true source stood something, nothing, an absence that shut her away from the source like a stone wall. She felt hollow inside until panic welled up to fill her. A man was channeling and she was caught in it. He was Rand, of course, but dangling there like a basket, helpless, all she could think of was a man channeling and the taint on saidin. She tried to shout at him, but all that came out was a croak. "You want me to do something?" Rand growled. A pair of small tables flexed their legs awkwardly, the wood creaking, and began to stumble about in a stiff parody of dance, gilt flaking off and falling. "Do you like this?" Fire flared up in the fireplace, filling the hearth from side to side, burning on stone bare of ashes. "Or this?" The tall stag and wolves above the fireplace began to soften and slump. Thin streams of gold and silver flowed out from the mass, fining down to shining threads, snaking, weaving themselves into a narrow sheet of metallic cloth. The length of glittering fabric hung in the air as it grew, its far end still linked to the slowly melting statuette on the stone mantel. "Do something," Rand said. "Do something. Do you have any idea what it is like to touch saidin, to hold it? Do you? I can feel the madness waiting, seeping into me." Abruptly the capering tables burst into flame like torches, dancing still. Books spun in the air, pages fluttering. The mattress on the bed erupted, showering feathers across the room like snow. Feathers falling onto the burning tables filled the room with their sharp, sooty stink. For a moment Rand stared wildly at the blazing tables. Then whatever was holding Egwene and Elaine vanished, along with the shield. Their heels thumped onto the carpet in the same instant the flames went out, as if sucked into the wood they had been consuming. The blaze in the fireplace winked out as well, and the books fell to the floor in a worse jumble than before. The length of gold and silver cloth dropped too, along with strands of rough-melted metal, no longer liquid or even hot. Only 3 largish lumps, 2 silver and 1 gold, remained on the mantel, cold and unrecognizable. Egwene had staggered into Elaine as they landed. They clutched each other for support, but Egwene felt the other woman doing exactly what she was doing, embracing Saidar as quickly as she could. In moments she had a shield ready to throw around Rand if he even appeared to be channeling, but he stood stunned, staring at the charred tables with feathers still drifting down around him, flecking his coat. He did not seem to be a danger now, but the room was certainly a mess. She wove tiny flows of air to pull all the floating feathers together, and those already on the carpet as well. As an afterthought, she added those on his coat. The rest of it he could have the Majira straighten, or see to himself. Rand flinched as the feathers floated past him to alight on the tattered ruins of the mattress. It did nothing for the smell, burned feathers and burned wood, but at least the room was neater, and the open windows and faint breezes were already lessening the stench. "The Majira may not want to give me another," he said with a strained laugh. "A mattress a day is probably more than she is willing to—" He avoided looking at her or Elaine. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to— Sometimes it runs wild. Sometimes there's nothing there when I reach for it, and sometimes it does things I don't— I'm sorry. Perhaps you had better go. I seem to say that a lot." He blushed again and cleared his throat. "I am not touching the source, but maybe you had best go." "We are not done yet," Egwene said gently. More gently than she felt, she wanted to box his ears. The idea of picking her up like that, shielding her and Elaine. But he was on the ragged edge. Of what, she did not know, and she did not want to find out. Not now. Not here. With so many exclaiming over their strength, everyone said she and Elaine would be among the strongest Aes Sedai, if not the strongest, in 1,000 years or more. She had assumed they were as strong as he. Near to it, at least. She had just been rudely disabused. Perhaps Nynaeve could come close if she was angry enough, but Egwene knew she herself could never have done what he just had, split her flows that many ways, worked that many things at once. Working 2 flows at once was far more than twice as hard as working 1 of the same magnitude, and working 3 much more than twice again working 2. He had to have been weaving a dozen. He did not even look tired, yet exertion with the power took energy. She very much feared he could handle her and Elaine both like kittens. Kittens he might decide to drown if he went mad. But she could not just walk away. That would be the same as quitting, and she was not made that way. She meant to do what she had come there for, all of it, and he was not going to chase her off short of it. Not him or anything else. Elaine's blue eyes were filled with determination, and the moment Egwene fell silent, she added in a much firmer voice, "And we will not go until we are. You said you would try. You must try." "I did say that, didn't I?" he murmured after a time. "At least we can sit down." Not looking at the blackened tables or the band of metallic cloth lying crumpled on the carpet, he led them, limping slightly, to high-backed chairs near the windows. They had to move books from the red silk cushions in order to sit. Egwene's chair held volume 12 of The Treasures of the Stone of Tyr, a dusty, wood-bound book entitled Travels in the Aiel Waste with Various Observations on the Savage Inhabitants, and a thick, tattered leather volume called Dealings with the Territory of Mayene, 500 to 750 of the New Era. Elaine had a bigger stack to move, but Rand hurriedly took them from her along with those from his chair and put them all on the floor, where the pile promptly fell over. Egwene laid hers neatly beside them. "What do you want me to do now?" He sat on the edge of his seat, hands on his knees. "I promise I won't do anything but what you ask this time." Egwene bit her tongue to keep from telling him that promise came a bit late. Perhaps she had been a little vague in what she had asked for, but that was no excuse. Still, that was something to be dealt with another time. She realized she was thinking of him as just Rand again, but he looked as if he had just splashed mud on her best dress and was worried she would not believe it an accident. Yet she had not let go of Saidar, and neither had Elaine. There was no need to be foolish. "This time," she said, "we just want you to talk. How do you embrace the source? Just tell us. Take it step by step, slowly." "More like wrestling than embracing," he grunted. "Step by step? Well, first I imagine a flame, and then I push everything into it. Hate, fear, nervousness, everything. When they're all consumed, there's an emptiness, a void inside my head. I'm in the middle of it, but I'm a part of whatever I am concentrating on, too." "That sounds familiar," Egwene said. "I've heard your father talk about a trick of concentration he uses to win the archery competitions, what he calls the flame and the void." Rand nodded. Sadly, it seemed. She thought he must be missing home, and his father. "Tam taught it to me first, and Lan uses it too with the sword. Selena, someone I met once, called it the oneness. A good many people seem to know about it, whatever they call it. But I found out for myself that when I was inside the void, I could feel Saidin, like a light just beyond the corner of my eye in the emptiness. There's nothing but me and that light. Emotion, even thought, is outside. I used to have to take it bit by bit, but it all comes at once now. Most of it does, anyway. Most of the time." "Emptiness," Elaine said with a shiver. "No emotion. That doesn't sound very much like what we do." "Yes, it does," Egwene insisted eagerly. "Rand, we just do it a little differently, that's all. I imagine myself to be a flower, a rosebud. Imagine it until I am the rosebud. That is like your void in a way. The rosebud's petals open out to the light of Saidar, and I let it fill me, all light and warmth and life and wonder. I surrender to it, and by surrendering I control it. That was the hardest part to learn, really. how to master Saidar by submitting, but it seems so natural now that I do not even think about it. That is the key to it, Rand, I am sure. You must learn to surrender. He was shaking his head vigorously. That's nothing like what I do, he protested. Let it fill me? I have to reach out and take hold of Saidin. Sometimes there's still nothing there when I do, nothing I can touch. But if I didn't reach for it, I could stand there forever and nothing would happen. It fills me all right once I take hold, but surrender to it. He raked his fingers through his hair. Egwene, if I surrendered, even for a minute, Saidin would consume me. It's like a river of molten metal, an ocean of fire, all the light of the sun gathered in one spot. I must fight it to make it do what I want, fight it to keep from being eaten up. He sighed. I know what you mean about life filling you, though, even with the taint turning my stomach. Colors are sharper, smells clearer. Everything is more real somehow. I don't want to let go once I have it, even while it's trying to swallow me. But the rest... Face the facts, Egwene. The Tower is right about this. Accept it for the truth because it is. She shook her head. I will accept it when it is proved to me. She did not sound as sure as she wanted to, not as sure as she had been. What he told sounded like some twisted half-reflection of what she did, similarities only emphasizing differences. Yet there were similarities. She would not give up. Can you tell the flows apart? Air, water, spirit, earth, fire? Sometimes, he said slowly. Not usually. I just take what I need to do what I want. Fumble for it mostly. It's very strange. Sometimes I need to do a thing and I do it, but only afterward do I know what it was I did or how. It's almost like remembering something I've forgotten. But I can remember how to do it again, most of the time. Yet you do remember how, she insisted. How did you set fire to those tables? She wanted to ask him how he had made them dance. She thought she saw a way with air and water, but she wanted to start with something simple, lighting a candle and putting it out were things a novice could do. Rand's face took on a pained expression. I don't know. He sounded embarrassed. When I want fire for a lamp or a fireplace, I just make it, but I do not know how. I don't really need to think to do things with fire. That almost stood to reason. Of the 5 powers, fire and earth had been strongest in men in the age of legends, and air and water in women. Spirit had been shared equally. Egwene hardly had to think to use air or water once she had learned to do a thing in the first place, but the thought did not further their purpose. This time it was Elaine who pressed him. Do you know how you extinguished them? You seemed to think before they went out. That I do remember because I don't believe I've ever done it before. I took in the heat from the tables and spread it into the stone of the fireplace. A fireplace wouldn't even notice that much heat. Elaine gasped, unconsciously cradling her left arm for a moment, and Egwene winced in sympathy. She remembered when that arm had been a mass of blisters because the daughter heir had done what Rand had just described, and with just the lamp in her room. Shiriam had threatened to let the blisters heal by themselves. She had not done it, but she had threatened. It was one of the warnings novices were given. Never draw heat in. A flame could be extinguished using air or water, but using fire to pull the heat away meant disaster with a flame of any size. It was not a matter of strength, so Shiriam had said. Heat once taken in could not be gotten rid of, not by the strongest woman ever to come out of the White Tower. Women had actually burst into flame themselves that way. Women had burst into flame. Egwene drew a ragged breath. What's the matter? Rand asked. I think you just proved the difference to me, she sighed. Oh, does that mean you're ready to give up? No. She tried to make her voice softer. She was not angry with him. Exactly. She was not sure who she was angry with. Maybe my teachers were right, but there has to be a way. Some way. Only I cannot think of one right now. You tried, he said simply. I thank you for that. It is not your fault it did not work. There must be a way, Egwene muttered, and Elaine murmured, We will find it. We will. Of course you will, he said with a forced cheerfulness. But not today. He hesitated. "I suppose you'll be going, then?" He sounded half regretful, half glad. "I do need to tell the High Lords a few things about taxes this morning. They seem to think they can take as much from a farmer in a poor year as a good without beggaring him. And I suppose you have to get back to questioning those dark friends." He frowned. He had not said anything, but Egwene was sure he would like to keep them as far from the Black Ajah as possible. She was a little surprised he had not already tried to make them return to the tower. Perhaps he knew that she and Nynaeve would put a flea in his ear the size of a horse if he tried. "We do," she said firmly, "but not right away. Rand?" The time had come to bring up her second reason for being there, but it was even more difficult than she had expected. This was going to hurt him. Those sad, wary eyes convinced her it would, but it had to be done. She snugged the scarf around her. It enveloped her from shoulders to waist. "Rand, I cannot marry you." "I know," he said. She blinked. He was not taking it as hard as she expected. She told herself that was good. "I do not mean to hurt you. Really, I don't. But I do not want to marry you." "I understand, Egwene. I know what I am. No woman could—" "You wool-brained idiot," she snapped. "This had nothing to do with you channeling. I do not love you. At least, not in the way to want to marry you." Rand's jaw dropped. "You don't love me?" He sounded as surprised as he looked, and hurt, too. "Please, try to understand," she said in a gentler voice. "People change, Rand. Feelings change. When people are apart, sometimes they grow apart. I love you as I would a brother, perhaps more than a brother, but not to marry. Can you understand that?" He managed a rueful grin. "I really am a fool. I didn't really believe you might change, too. Egwene, I do not want to marry you either. I did not want to change. I didn't try to, but it happened. If you knew how much this means to me, not having to pretend, not being afraid I'll hurt you. I never wanted to do that, Egwene. Never to hurt you." She very nearly smiled. He was putting on such a brave face. He was actually quite close to convincing. "I'm glad you are taking it so well," she told him in a soft voice. "I did not want to hurt you either, and now I really must go." Rising from her chair, she bent to brush a kiss across his cheek. "You will find someone else." "Of course," he said, getting to his feet, the lie loud in his voice. "You will." She slipped out with a sense of satisfaction and hurried across the anteroom, letting Saidar go as she took the scarf from her shoulders. The thing was abominably hot. He was ready for Elaine to pick up like a lost puppy if she handled him the way they had discussed. She thought Elaine would manage him nicely, now and later. For as much later as they had, something had to be done about his control. She was willing to admit that what she had been told was right. No woman could teach him. Fish and birds. But that was not the same as giving up. Something had to be done, so a way had to be found. That horrible wound and the madness were problems for later, but they would be dealt with eventually, somehow. Everyone said Two Rivers men were stubborn, but they could not match Two Rivers women. Chapter 8. Hard Heads. Elaine was not certain Rand realized she was still in the room, the way he stared after Egwene with a half-bewildered expression. Now and again he shook his head as if arguing with himself, or trying to straighten his mind. She was content to wait him out. Anything that put off the moment a while longer. She concentrated on maintaining an outward composure, back straight and head high, hands folded in her lap, a calmness on her face that could have rivaled Moiraine's best. Butterflies the size of hedgehogs frolicked in her stomach. It was not fear of him channeling. She had let go of Saidar as soon as Egwene stood to leave. She wanted to trust him, and she had to. It was what she wanted to happen that had her trembling inside. She had to concentrate not to finger her necklace or fiddle with the strand of sapphires in her hair. Was her perfume too heavy? No. Egwene said he liked the smell of roses. the dress. She wanted to tug it up, but... He turned. The slight limp in his step tightened her lips thoughtfully, saw her sitting in her chair, and gave a start, eyes widening with what seemed very close to panic. She was glad to see it. The effort of keeping her own face serene had leaped tenfold as soon as his eyes touched her. Those eyes were blue now, like a misty morning sky. He recovered on the instant and made a quite unnecessary bow, wiping his hands once nervously on his coat. "I did not realize you were still—" Flushing, he cut off, forgetting her presence might be taken as an insult. "I mean, I didn't— that is, He took a deep breath and began again. "I am not as much of a fool as I sound, my lady. It isn't every day someone tells you they don't love you, my lady." She put on a tone of mock severity. "If you call me that again, I shall call you my Lord Dragon, and curtsy. Even the Queen of Andor might curtsy to you, and I'm only daughter heir." "Light, don't do that." He seemed uneasy out of all proportion to the threat. "I will not, Rand," she said in a more serious voice. "If you call me by my name, Elaine, say it." "Elaine." He spoke awkwardly, yet delightfully, as if he were savoring the name too. Good. It was absurd to be so pleased. All he had done was say her name, after all. There was something she had to know before she could go on. "Did it hurt you very much?" That could be taken two ways, she realized. "What Egwene told you, I mean." "No. Yes. Some. I don't know. Fair is fair, after all." His small grin took some of the edge off of his wariness. "I sound a fool again, don't I?" "No, not to me." I told her the pure truth, but I don't think she believed me. I suppose I did not want to believe it of her either. Not really. If that isn't foolish, I don't know what is. If you tell me one more time that you are a fool, I may begin to believe it. He won't try to hold on to her. I won't have to deal with that. Her voice was calm, with a light enough tone to let him know she did not really mean what she said. "I saw a Kyrianan lord's fool once, a man in a funny striped coat, too big for him and sewn with bells. You would look silly wearing bells." "I suppose I would," he said ruefully. "I will remember that." His slow grin was wider this time, warming his whole face. The butterfly's wings flogged her for haste, but she occupied herself with straightening her skirts. She had to go slowly, carefully. If I don't, he'll think I am just a foolish girl, and he will be right. The butterflies in her belly were beating kettle drums now. "Would you like a flower?" he asked suddenly, and she blinked in confusion. "A flower?" "Yes." Striding to the bed, he scooped up a double handful of feathers from the tattered mattress and held them out to her. "I made one for the Majira last night. You'd have thought I had given her the stone. But yours will be much prettier," he added hastily. "Much prettier, I promise. Rand, I will be careful. It takes only a trickle of the power, just a thread, and I will be very careful." Trust. She had to trust him. It was a small surprise to realize that she did. "I would like that, Rand." For long moments he stared at the fluffy mound in his hands, a slow frown on his face. Abruptly he let the feathers fall, dusting his hands. "Flowers," he said. "That's no fit gift for you." Her heart went out to him. Clearly he had tried to embrace Saidin and failed. Masking disappointment in action, he limped hurriedly to the metallic cloth and began gathering it over his arm. "Now this is a proper gift for the daughter heir of Andor. You could have a seamstress make—" He floundered over what a seamstress might make from a 4-pace length of gold and silver cloth, less than 2 feet wide. "I am sure a seamstress will have many ideas," she told him diplomatically. Pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve, she knelt for a moment to collect the feathers he had dropped into the square of pale blue silk. "The maids will take care of that," he said as she tucked the small bundle securely into her belt pouch. "Well, this bit is done." How could he understand that she would keep the feathers because he had wanted them to be a flower? He shifted his feet, holding the glittering folds as if he did not know what to do with them. "The Majira must have seamstresses," she told him. "I will give that to one of them." He brightened, smiling. She saw no reason to tell him she meant it as a gift. Those thundering butterflies would not let her hold back any longer. "Rand, do you like me?" "Like you?" He frowned. "Of course I like you. I like you very much." Did he have to look as if he did not understand at all? "I am fond of you, Rand." She was startled that she said it so calmly. Her stomach seemed to be trying to writhe up into her throat, and her hands and feet felt like ice. More than fond. That was enough. She was not going to make a fool of herself. He has to say more than like first. She almost giggled hysterically. "I will keep control of myself. I will not let him see me behave like a moon-eyed girl. I will not." "I am fond of you," he said slowly. "I am not usually so forward." No, that might make him think of Berylane. There was red in his cheeks. He was thinking of Berylane. Burn him. Her voice came as smooth as silk. "Soon I will have to go, Rand, to leave Tyr. I may not see you again for months." "Or ever," a tiny voice cried in her head. She refused to listen. "I could not go without letting you know how I feel. And I am very fond of you." "Elaine, I am fond of you. I want—" The scarlet spots on his cheeks grew. "Elaine, I don't know what to say, how to—" Suddenly it was her face that was flaming. He must think she was trying to force him into saying more. "Aren't you?" the small voice mocked, which only made her cheeks hotter. "Rand, I'm not asking for light, how to say it. I only wanted you to know how I feel. That is all." Berylane would not have let it go at that. Berylane would have been wrapped around him by now. Telling herself she would not let that half-dressed snip better her, she moved closer to him, took the glittering cloth from his arm, and dropped it on the carpet. For some reason he seemed taller than he ever had before. Rand, I want you to kiss me." There! It was out. "Kiss you?" he said, as if he had never heard of kissing before. "Elaine, I don't want to promise more than... I mean, it isn't as if we were betrothed. Not that I'm suggesting we should be. It's just that I am fond of you, Elaine. More than fond. I just do not want you to think I—" She had to laugh at him, with all his confused earnestness. "I do not know how things are done in the Two Rivers, but in Camelin you don't wait until you are betrothed before kissing a girl. And it does not mean you must become betrothed either. But perhaps you do not know how." His arms went around her almost roughly, and his lips came down on hers. Her head spun, her toes tried to curl up in her slippers. Some time later, she was not certain how long, she realized she was leaning against his chest, knees trembling, trying to gulp air. "Forgive me for interrupting you," he said. She was glad to hear a touch of breathlessness in his voice. "I am just a backward shepherd from the Two Rivers." "You are uncouth," she murmured against his shirt. "And you did not shave this morning, but I would not say you are backward." "Elaine, She put a hand over his mouth. "I do not want to hear anything from you that you do not mean with your whole heart," she said firmly. "Not now or ever." He nodded, not as if he understood why, but at least as if he understood that she meant what she said. Straightening her hair, the strand of sapphires was tangled beyond mending without a mirror. She stepped out of his encircling arms, not without reluctance. It would be all too easy to remain there, and she had already been more forward than she had ever dreamed of before. Speaking up like that, asking for a kiss. Asking! She was not Berylane. Berylane. Perhaps Min had had a viewing. What Min saw happened, but she would not share him with Berylane. Perhaps she needed to do a bit more plain speaking. Obliquely plain, at least. I expect you will not lack for company after I go. Just remember that some women see a man with their hearts, while others see no more than a bauble to wear, no different than a necklace or a bracelet. Remember that I will come back, and I am one who sees with her heart. He looked confused at first, then a little alarmed. She had said too much too fast. She had to divert him. Do you know what you have not said to me? You have not tried to frighten me away by telling me how dangerous you are. Don't try now. It is too late. I did not think of it. Another thought came to him, though, and his eyes crinkled with suspicion. Did you and Egwene scheme this up between you? She managed to combine wide-eyed innocence with mild outrage. How could you even consider such a thing? Do you imagine we would hand you around between us like a package? You think a good deal of yourself. There is such a thing as being overproud. He did look confused now. Quite satisfactory. Are you sorry for what you did to us, Rand? I did not mean to frighten you, he said hesitantly. Egwene made me angry. She's always been able to without half trying. That's no excuse, I know. I said I was sorry, and I am. Look what it got me. Burned tables and another mattress ruined. And for the pinch? His face reddened again, but he faced her firmly even so. No, I am not sorry for that. The two of you talking over my head as if I were a lump of wood with no ears. You deserved as much, both of you, and I won't say different. For a moment she considered him. He rubbed his arms through his coat sleeves as she momentarily embraced Saidar. She did not know healing to any degree, but she had learned bits and pieces on the edge of it. Channeling, she soothed away the hurt she had given him for the pinch. His eyes widened in surprise, and he shifted on his feet as if testing the absence of pain. For being honest, she told him simply. There was a rap at the door, and Gaul looked in. At first the Aielman had his head down, but after a quick glance at them he raised it. Color flooded Elaine's face as she realized he had suspected that he might be interrupting something he should not see. She very nearly embraced Saidar again and taught him a lesson. The Tyrans are here, Gaul said. The High Lords you were expecting. I will go then, she told Rand. You must tell them about taxes, was it not? Think on what I have said. She did not say, think of me, but she was sure the effect would be the same. He reached out as if to stop her, but she slipped away from him. She had no intention of putting on a display in front of Gaul. The man was Aiel, but what must he think of her, wearing perfume and sapphires at that hour of the morning? It required real effort not to pull the neckline of her dress up higher. The High Lords entered as she reached the door, a cluster of graying men in pointed beards and colorful, ornate coats with puffy sleeves. They crowded out of her way with reluctant bows, their bland faces and polite murmurs not hiding their relief that she was leaving. She glanced back once from the doorway. A tall, broad-shouldered young man in a plain green coat among the High Lords in their silks and satin stripes. Rand looked like a stork among peacocks. Yet there was something about him, a presence that said he commanded there by right. The Tyrans recognized it, bending their stiff necks reluctantly. He thought probably they bowed just because he was the dragon reborn, and perhaps they thought so too. But she had seen men, like Gareth Bryn, the captain-commander of her mother's guards, who could have dominated a room in rags, with no title and no one knowing their name. Rand might not know it, but he was such a man. He had not been when she first saw him, but he was now. She pulled the door shut behind her. The Aiel around the entrance glanced at her, and the captain commanding the ring of defenders in the middle of the anteroom stared uneasily, but she barely noticed them. It was done. Or at least it was begun. 4 days she had before Joya and Amico were put on that ship. 4 days at most to twine herself so firmly into Rand's thoughts that he had no room for Berylane. Or if not that, firmly enough that she stayed inside his head until she had the chance to do more. She had never thought she might do a thing like this, stalk a man like a huntress stalking a wild boar. The butterflies were still gambolling in her stomach. At least she had not let him see how nervous she was, and it occurred to her that she had not once thought of what her mother would say. With that, the flutterings vanished. She did not care what her mother said. Morghese had to accept her daughter as a woman. That was all there was to it. The Aiel bowed as she moved away, and she acknowledged them with a gracious nod that would have done Morghese proud. Even the Tyran captain looked at her as if he could see her new serenity. She did not think she would be troubled by butterflies again. For the Black Adja, perhaps, but not for Rand.
Ignoring the High Lords in their anxious semicircle, Rand watched the door close behind Elaine with wonder in his eyes. Dreams coming true, even only this much, made him uneasy. A swim in the waterwood was one thing, but he would never have believed a dream where she came to him like this. She had been so cool and collected while he was tripping over his own tongue. And Egwene, giving his own thoughts back to him, and only concerned she might hurt him. Why was it women could go to pieces or fly into a rage at the smallest thing, yet never flicker an eyelash at what left you gaping? "My Lord Dragon," Sunaman murmured even more diffidently than usual. Word of this morning must have spread through the stone already. That first lot had nearly run on their way out, and it was doubtful Torian would show his face or his filthy suggestions anywhere Rand was. Sunaman essayed an ingratiating smile, then smothered it, dry-washing his plump hands when Rand only looked at him. The rest pretended they did not see the burned tables or the shattered mattress and scattered books or the half-melted lumps over the fireplace that had been the stag and wolves. High Lords were good at seeing only what they wanted to see. Carleon and Tedosian, false self-effacement in every line of their thick bodies, surely never realized there was anything suspicious in never looking at one another. But then, Rand might never have noticed, if not for Tom's note, found in the pocket of a coat just back from being brushed. "The Lord Dragon wished to see us," Sunaman managed. Could Egwene and Elaine have worked it up between them? Of course not. Women did not do things like that any more than men. Did they? It had to be coincidence. Elaine heard that he was free and decided to speak. That was it. "Taxes!" he barked. The Tyrants did not move, but they gave the impression of stepping back. How he hated dealing with these men. He wanted to dive back into the books. "It is a bad precedent, my Lord Dragon, lowering taxes," a lean, gray-haired man said in an oily voice. Mylon was tall for a Tyran, only a hand shorter than Rand, and hard as any defender. He held himself in a stoop in Rand's presence. His dark eyes showed how he hated it. But he had hated it when Rand told them to stop crouching around him, too. None of them straightened, but Mylon, especially, had not liked being reminded of what he did. "The peasants have always paid easily, but if we lower taxes when the day comes that we raise them back to where they are now, the fools will complain as bitterly as if we had doubled the present levy. There may well be riots when that day comes, my Lord Dragon." Rand strode across the room to stand before Callandor. The crystal sword glittered, outshining the gilt and gemstones surrounding it. A reminder of who he was, of the power he could wield. Egwene. It was foolish to feel hurt because she said she no longer loved him. Why should he expect her to have feelings for him that he did not have for her? Yet it did hurt. A relief, but not a pleasant one. "You will have riots if you drive men off their farms." 3 books stood in a stack almost by Mylon's feet. The Treasures of the Stone of Tyr, Travels in the Waste, and Dealings with the Territory of Mayenne. The keys lay in those and in the various translations of the Cariathon cycle, if he could only find them and fit them to the proper locks. He pushed his mind back to the High Lords. "Do you think they will watch their families starve and do nothing?" "The defenders of the stone have put down riots before, my Lord Dragon," Sunaman said soothingly. Our own guards can keep peace in the countryside. The peasants will not disturb you, I give you my assurance. There are too many farmers as it is. Carleon flinched at Rand's glare. It is the civil war in Cairhien, my lord dragon, he explained hurriedly. The Cairhienin can buy no grain, and the granaries are bursting. This year's harvest will go to waste as it is. And next year? Burn my soul, my lord dragon. But what we need is for some of those peasants to stop their eternal digging and planting. He seemed to realize he had said too much, though he clearly did not understand why. Rand wondered whether he had any idea how food got to his table. Did he see anything but gold and power? What will you do when Cairhien is buying grain again? Rand said coolly. For that matter, is Cairhien the only land that needs grain? Why had Elaine spoken up like that? What did she expect of him? Fond, she said. Women could play games with words like Aes Sedai. Did she mean she loved him? No, that was plain foolishness. Overproud to a degree. My lord dragon, Mylon said, half subservient, half as if explaining something to a child. If the civil wars stopped today, Cairhien still could not buy more than a few barge loads for 2, even 3 years. We have always sold our grain to Cairhien. Always. For the 20 years since the Aiel War. They were so bound up in what they had always done that they could not see what was so simple, or would not see it. When the cabbages sprouted like weeds around Emmons Field, it was a near certainty that bad rain or white worm had struck Devon Ride or Watch Hill. When Watch Hill had too many turnips, Emmons Field would have a shortage, or Devon Ride. Offer it in Ilion, he told them. What did Elaine expect? Or Altara. He did like her, but he liked Min as much, or thought he did. It was impossible to sort out his feelings for either of them. You have ships for the sea as well as river boats and barges, and if you don't have enough, hire them from Mayenne. He liked both women, but beyond that, he had spent very nearly his whole life mooning after Egwene. He was not about to dive into that again until he was sure. Sure of something. Sure. If dealings with the territory of Mayenne was to be believed, stop this, he told himself. Keep your mind on these weasels, or they'll find cracks to slip through and bite you on the way. Pay with grain. I'm sure the first will be amenable for a good price, and maybe a signed agreement, a treaty. That was a good word, the sort they used. Pledging to leave Mayenne alone in return for ships. He owed her that. We trade little with Ilion, my lord dragon. They are vultures and scum. Tadosian sounded scandalized, and so did Mylon when he said, We have always dealt with Mayenne from strength, my lord dragon, never with bent knee. Rand took a deep breath. The High Lords tensed. It always came to this. He always tried to reason with them, and it always failed. Tom said the High Lords had heads as hard as the stone, and he was right. What do I feel for her? Dreaming about her? She's certainly pretty. He was not sure if he meant Elaine or Min. Stop this. A kiss means no more than a kiss. Stop it. Putting women firmly out of his head, he set himself to telling these stone-brained fools what they were going to do. First, you will cut taxes on farmers by 3/4, and on everyone else by half. Don't argue. Just do it. Second, you go to Berelaine and ask her price for hiring. The High Lords listened with false smiles and grinding teeth, but they listened.
Egwene was considering Joya and Amico when Matt fell in beside her, just walking down the hallway as if he merely happened to be going the same way. He was frowning to himself, and his hair needed brushing, as if he had been scrubbing his fingers through it. Once or twice he glanced at her, but did not speak. The servants they passed bowed or curtsied, and so did the occasional high lords and ladies, if with markedly less enthusiasm. Matt's lip-curling stares at the nobles would have brought trouble if she had not been there, friend of the Lord Dragon or not. This silence was not like him, not like the Matt she knew. Except for his fine red coat, wrinkled as if he had slept in it, he seemed no different than the old Matt, yet they were surely all different now. His quiet was unsettling. "Is last night troubling you?" she asked at last. He missed a step. "You know about that? Well, you would, wouldn't you? Doesn't bother me. Wasn't much to it. Over and done with now, anyway." She pretended to believe him. "Nynaeve and I do not see much of you." That was a rank understatement. "I've been busy," he muttered with an uncomfortable shrug, looking everywhere but at her again. "Dicing?" she asked dismissively. "Cards." A plump maid, curtsying with her arms full of folded towels, glanced at Egwene, and apparently thinking she was not looking, winked at Matt. He grinned at her. "I've been busy playing cards." Egwene's eyebrows rose sharply. That woman had to be 10 years older than Nynaeve. "I see. It must use up a great deal of time, playing cards. Too much to spare a few moments for old friends." "The last time I spared you a moment, you and Nynaeve tied me up with the power like a pig for market, so you could rummage through my room. Friends don't steal from friends." He grimaced. "Besides, you're always with that Elaine with her nose in the air, or Moiraine. I do not like—" Clearing his throat, he shot her a sideways glance. "I don't like taking up your time. You are busy, from what I hear. Questioning dark friends. Doing all sorts of important things, I should imagine. You know these tyrants think you are Aes Sedai, don't you?" She shook her head ruefully. It was Aes Sedai he did not like. However much of the world Matt saw, nothing would ever change him. "It is not stealing to take back what was supposed to be a loan," she told him. "I don't remember you saying anything about a loan." What use do I have for a letter from the Amerlin? Just get me in trouble. You could have asked, though." She refrained from pointing out that they had asked. She wanted neither an argument nor a sulky departure. He would not call it that, of course. This time she would let him get away with his version. "Well, I'm glad you are still willing to talk to me. Was there a special reason for it today?" He shoved his fingers through his hair and muttered to himself. What he needed was his mother to haul him off by his ear for a long talking to. Egwene counseled herself to patience. She could be patient when she wanted to. She would not say a word before he did, if she burst for it. The corridor opened into a railed colonnade of white marble, looking down on one of the stone's few gardens. Large white blossoms covered a few small waxy-leafed trees and gave a scent even sweeter than the banks of red and yellow roses. A sullen breeze failed to stir the hangings on the inner wall, but it did cut the morning's growing damp warmth. Matt took a seat on the wide balustrade with his back against a column and one foot up in front of him. Peering down into the garden, he finally said, "I need some advice." He wanted advice from her? She goggled at him. "Whatever I can do to help," she said faintly. He turned his head to her, and she did her best to assume something like Aes Sedai calm. "What do you want advice about?" "I don't know." It was a 10-pace drop to the garden. Besides, there were men down there weeding among the roses. If she pushed him over, he might land on one. A gardener, not a rosebush. "How am I supposed to advise you, then?" she asked in a thin voice. "I am trying to decide what to do." He looked embarrassed. He had a right to, in her opinion. "I hope you are not thinking of trying to leave. You know how important you are. You cannot run away from it, Matt." "You think I don't know that? I don't think I could leave if Moiraine told me I could. Believe me, Egwene, I am not going anywhere. I just want to know what's going to happen." He gave a rough shake of his head, and his voice grew tighter. "What comes next? What's in these holes in my memory? There are chunks of my life that aren't even there. They don't exist, as if they never happened. Why do I find myself spouting gibberish? People say it's the old tongue, but it's goose gabble to me. I want to know, Egwene. I have to know before I go as crazy as Rand." "Rand is not crazy," she said automatically. So Matt was not trying to run away. That was a pleasant surprise. He had not seemed to believe in responsibility, but there was pain and worry in his voice. Matt never worried, or never let anyone see it if he did. "I do not know the answers, Matt," she said gently. "Perhaps Moiraine—" "No!" He was on his feet in a bound. "No, Aes Sedai. I mean, you're different. I know you, and you aren't... Didn't they teach you anything in the tower? Some trick or other, something that would serve?" "Oh, Matt, I am sorry. I am so sorry." His laugh reminded her of their childhood. Just so he had always laughed when his grandest expectations went astray. "Ah, well, I guess it does not matter. It'd still be the tower if it's second-hand. No offense to you." Just so he had moaned over a splinter in his finger and treated a broken leg as if it were nothing at all. "There might be a way," she said slowly. "If Moiraine says it is all right. She might." "Moiraine? Haven't you heard a word I said? The last thing I want is Moiraine meddling." "What way?" Matt had always been rash, but he wanted no more than she did to know. If only he showed a little sense and caution for once. A passing Tyran noblewoman with dark braids coiled about her head, shoulders bare above yellow linen, bent her knee slightly, looking at them with no expression. She walked on quickly, with a stiff back. Egwene watched her until she was well beyond earshot and they were alone. Unless the gardeners 30 feet below counted. Matt was staring at her expectantly. In the end, she told him of the ter'angreal, the twisted doorway that held answers on its other side. It was the dangers she emphasized, the consequences of foolish questions, or those touching the shadow, the dangers even Aes Sedai might not know. She was more than flattered that he had come to her, but he had to show a little sense. "You must remember this, Matt. Frivolous questions can get you killed, so if you do use it, you will have to be serious for a change. And you mustn't ask any questions that touch the shadow." He had listened with greater and greater incredulity. When she was done, he exclaimed, "3 questions? You go in like Billy, I suppose, spend a night and come out 10 years later with a purse that's always full of gold and a—" "For once in your life, Matrim Cawthon," she snapped, "do not talk like a fool. You know very well ter'angreal are not stories. It's the dangers you have to be aware of. Maybe the answers you seek are inside this one, but you must not try it before Moiraine says you can. You must promise me on that, or I promise you I will take you to her like a trout on a string. You know I can." He gave a loud snort. "I'd be a fool if I did try it, no matter what Moiraine says. Walk into a bloody ter'angreal? It's less I want to do with the bloody power, not more. You can blot it right out of your mind." "It is the only chance I know, Matt." "Not for me it isn't," he said firmly. "No chance at all is better than that." Despite his tone, she wanted to put an arm around him. Only he would likely make some joke at her expense and try to goose her. He had been incorrigible from the day he was born. But he had come to her for help. "I'm sorry, Matt. What will you do?" "Oh, play cards, I suppose. If anyone will play with me. Play stones with Tom, dice in the taverns. I can still go as far as the city at least." His gaze strayed toward a passing maidservant, a slender dark-eyed girl near his own age. "I'll find something to take up time." Her hand itched to slap him, but instead she said cautiously, "Matt, you really aren't thinking of leaving, are you?" "Would you tell Moiraine if I was?" He put up his hands to forestall her. "Well, there's no need. I told you I wouldn't. I'll not pretend I'd not like to, but I won't. Is that good enough for you?" A pensive frown crept onto his face. "Egwene, do you ever wish you were back home? That none of this had ever happened?" It was a startling question, coming from him, but she knew her answer. "No. Even with everything. No. Do you?" I would be a fool then, wouldn't I? He laughed. It's cities I like, and this one will do for now. This one will do. Egwene, you won't tell Moiraine about this, will you? About me asking for advice and all? Why shouldn't I? She asked suspiciously. He was Matt, after all. He gave an embarrassed hitch of his shoulders. I've been keeping wider of her than I have of... Anyway, I've been staying clear, especially when she wants to root around in my head. She might think I'm weakening. You won't tell her, will you? I won't, she said. If you promise me you will not go near that ter'angreal without asking her permission. I shouldn't even have told you about it. I promise, he grinned. I won't go near that thing unless my life depends upon it. I swear, he finished with mock solemnity. Egwene shook her head. However much everything else changed, Matt just never would.
Chapter 9. Decisions. 3 days passed with heat and damp that seemed to sap even the Tyrant's strength. The city slowed to a lethargic walk, the stone to a crawl. Servants worked nearly in their sleep, and the Majera tore her coiled braids in frustration. But even she could not find the energy to rap knuckles or flick ears with a hard finger. Defenders of the stone slumped at their posts like half-melted candles, and the officers showed more interest in chilled wine than in making their rounds. The High Lords kept largely to their apartments, sleeping through the hottest part of the day, and a few left the stone entirely for the relative cool of estates far to the east, on the slopes of the spine of the world. Oddly, only the Outlanders, who felt the heat worst of all, pushed on with their lives as hard as ever, if not harder. For them, the heavy heat did not weigh nearly as much as did the hours rushing by. Matt quickly discovered that he had been right about the young lords who saw the playing cards try to kill him. Not only did they avoid him, they spread the word among their friends, often garbled. No one in the stone who had 2 pieces of silver in hand would say more than hasty excuses while backing away. The rumors spread beyond the lordlings. More than one serving woman who had enjoyed a cuddle now declined too, and 2 said uneasily that they had heard it was dangerous to be alone with him. Perrin appeared all wrapped up in his own worries, and Tom seemed to vanish by sleight of hand. Matt had no idea what occupied the Gleeman, but he was seldom to be found, day or night. Moiraine, the one person Matt wished would ignore him, instead seemed to be there whenever he turned around. She was just passing by or crossing the corridor in the distance, but her eyes met his every last time, looking as if she knew what he was thinking and what he wanted, knew how she was going to make him do exactly what she wanted instead. None of it made any difference in one respect. He still managed to find excuses to put off leaving for another day. As he saw it, he had not promised Egwene he would stay, but he did. Once he carried a lamp down into the belly of the stone to the so-called Great Holding, as far as the dry-rotted door at the far end of the narrow hallway. A few minutes of peering into the shadowy interior at dim shapes covered with dusty canvas, roughly stacked crates and barrels, their flat ends used as shelves for jumbles of figurines and carvings and peculiar things of crystal and glass and metal. A few minutes of that, and he hurried away muttering, "I'd have to be the biggest bloody fool in the whole bloody world." Nothing kept him from going into the city, though, and there was no chance at all meeting Moiraine in the dockside taverns of the Mola, the port district, or the inns in the Chalm, where the warehouses were, dimly lit, cramped, often dirty, places of cheap wine, bad ale, occasional fights, and unending dice games. The stakes in the dice games were small compared to what he had grown used to, but that was not why he always found himself back in the stone after a few hours. He tried not to think about what always drew him back, near to Rand. Perrin sometimes saw Matt in the waterfront taverns, drinking too much cheap wine, dicing as if he did not care whether he won or lost, once flashing a knife when a burly shipman pressed him on how often he did win. It was not like Matt to be so irritable, but Perrin avoided him instead of trying to find out what was troubling him. Perrin was not there for wine or dice, and the men who thought of fighting changed their minds after a good look at his shoulders, and his eyes. He bought bad ale, though, for sailors in wide leather trousers, and for under-merchants, with thin silver chains across their coat fronts, for any man who looked to be from a distant land. It was rumor he hunted, word of something that might draw Fail away from Tyr, away from him. He was sure if he found an adventure for her, something that smacked of a chance at putting her name in the stories, she would go. She pretended to understand why he had to stay, but occasionally she still hinted that she wanted to leave and hoped he would go with her. He was certain the right bait would pull her, without him. Most rumors she would know for outdated twistings of the truth, just as he did. The war that burned along the Arath Ocean was said to be the work of a people no one had ever heard of before, called the Sawchin or something like it. He heard many variations from many tellers, a strange folk who might be Arthur Hawkwing's armies come back after 1,000 years. One fellow, a Tarabonner, in a round red hat and a mustache as thick as a bull's horns, solemnly informed him that Hawkwing himself led these people, his legendary sword Justice in hand. There were rumors that the fabled Horn of Valir, meant to call dead heroes from the grave to fight in the last battle, had been found. In Gildan, riots had broken out all over the country. Ilion was suffering from outbreaks of massive madness. In Cairien, famine was slowing the killing. Someplace in the borderlands, Trolloc raids were on the increase. Perrin could not send Fail into any of that, not even to get her away from Tyr. Reports of trouble in Saldaia seemed promising. Her own home must be attractive to her, and he had heard that Mazrim Taim, the false dragon, was safely in Aes Sedai hands. But no one knew what sort of trouble. Making something up would do no good. Whatever he found, she would surely ask her own questions before chasing after it. Besides, any turmoil in Saldaia might easily be as bad as the other things he heard. He could not tell her where he was spending his time, either, because she would inevitably ask why. She knew he was not Matt, to enjoy lolling about taverns. He had never been good at lying, so he put her off as best he could, and she began to give him long, silent, slanted looks. All he could do was redouble his efforts to find a tale to lure her away. He had to send her away from him before he got her killed. He had to.
Egwene and Nynaeve spent more hours with Joya and Amico to no avail. Their stories never wavered. Over Nynaeve's protests, Egwene even tried telling each of them what the other had said to see if anything joggled loose. Amico stared at them, whining that she had never heard any such plan. But it might be true, she added. It might. She sweated with eagerness to please. Joya coolly told them to go to Tanchico if they wished. "It is an uncomfortable city now, I hear," she said smoothly, raven eyes glittering. "The king holds little more than the city itself, and I understand the Panarch has ceased keeping civil order. Strong arms and quick knives rule Tanchico, but go, if it pleases you." No word came from Tar Valon, nothing to say if the Amyrlin was dealing with the possible threat of free Mazrim time. There had been plenty of time for a message to come, by quick riverboat or a man changing horses, since Moiraine had sent the pigeons, provided she had sent them. Egwene and Nynaeve argued about that. Nynaeve admitted the Aes Sedai could not lie, but she tried to find some twist in Moiraine's words. Moiraine did not seem to fret over the lack of response from the Amyrlin, though it was hard to tell through her crystal calm. Egwene did fret over it, and over whether Tanchico was a false trail or a real one or a trap. The Stone's library held books about Tarabon and Tanchico, but though she read until her eyes ached, she found no clue to anything dangerous to Rand. Heat and worry did nothing for her temper. She was sometimes as snappish as Nynaeve. Some things were going well, of course. Matt was still in the Stone. Obviously, he really was growing up and learning about responsibility. She regretted failing him, but she was not certain any woman in the tower could have done more. She understood his thirst to know because she thirsted too, although for other knowledge, for the things she could only learn in the tower, the things she might discover that no one else had known how to do before, the lost things she might relearn. Aviendha began to visit with Egwene, apparently of her own choice. If the woman was wary at first, Well, she was Aiel, after all, and she did think Egwene was full Aes Sedai. Still, her company was enjoyable, although Egwene sometimes thought she saw unasked questions in her eyes. If Aviendha kept her reserve, it soon became apparent that she had a quick wit and a sense of humor akin to Egwene's. They sometimes ended up giggling together like girls. Aiel ways were nothing Egwene was used to, though, such as Aviendha's discomfort at sitting in a chair, and her shock at finding Egwene in her bath, a silver-plated tub the Majira had brought up. Not shock at walking in on her naked. In fact, when she saw that Egwene was uncomfortable, she peeled off her own clothes and sat down on the floor to talk. But at seeing Egwene sitting chest-deep in water, it was dirtying so much water that made her eyes pop. For another thing, Aviendha refused to understand why she and Elaine had not done something drastic to Berelain, since they wanted her out of the way. It was all but forbidden for a warrior to kill a woman not wed to the spear. But since neither Elaine nor Berelain were maidens of the spear, it was apparently quite all right, in Aviendha's view, for Elaine to challenge the first of Mayenne to fight with knives, or failing that, with fists and feet. Knives were best, as she saw it. Berelain looked the sort of woman who could be beaten several times without giving up. Best simply to challenge and kill her. Or Egwene could do it for her, as friend and near sister. Even with that, it was a pleasure to have someone to talk and laugh with. Elaine was occupied most of the time, of course, and Nynaeve, seeming to feel the rush of time as keenly as Egwene, gave her free moments over to moonlit walks on the battlements with Lan, and to preparing foods the warder liked with her own hands, not to mention curses that sometimes drove the cooks from the kitchen. Nynaeve did not know very much about cooking. If not for Aviendha, Egwene was not sure what she would have done in the muggy hours between questionings of the dark friends, sweated undoubtedly, and worried that she might have to do something that gave her nightmares thinking of it. By agreement, Elaine was never present at those questionings. One more set of ears listening would make no difference. Instead, whenever Rand had a moment to spare, the daughter heir just happened to be close by, to talk, or simply walk holding his arm, even if it was only from a meeting with some high lords to a room where others waited, or to a lightning inspection of the defenders' quarters. She became quite good at finding secluded corners where the two of them could pause, alone. Of course, he always had Aiel trailing after him, but she soon cared as little for what they thought as for what her mother would. She even entered a sort of conspiracy with the Maidens of the Spear. They seemed to know every hidden nook in the stone, and they let her know whenever Rand was alone. They seemed to think the game great sport. The surprise was that he asked her about the governing of nations, and listened to what she said. That she wished her mother could see. More than once Morghese had laughed, half despairingly, and told her she had to learn to concentrate. Which crafts to protect and how, and which not and why, might be dry decisions, but as important as how to care for the sick. It might be fun to guide a stubborn lord or merchant into doing what he did not want to while thinking it was his own idea. It might be warming to feed the hungry. But if the hungry were to be fed, it was necessary to decide how many clerks and drivers and wagons were needed. Others might arrange it, but then you would never know until it was too late whether they had made a mistake. He listened to her and often took her advice. She thought she could have loved him for those two things alone. Berelain was not setting foot outside her chambers. Rand had begun smiling as soon as he saw her. Nothing could be finer about the world. Unless the days could stop passing. 3 short days, slipping away like water through her fingers. Joya and Amika would be sent north, and the reason for staying in Tyr would vanish. It would be time for her and Egwene and Nynaeve to leave, too. She would go, when that time came. She had never considered not. Knowing that made her proud of behaving like a woman, not a girl. Knowing it made her want to cry.
And Rand? He met with high lords in his chambers and issued orders. He startled them by appearing at secret gatherings of 3 or 4 that Tom had ferreted out, just to reiterate some point from his last commands. They smiled and bowed and sweated and wondered how much he knew. A use had to be found for their energy before one of them decided that if Rand could not be manipulated, he must be killed. Whatever it took to divert them, he would not start a war. If he had to confront Samael, so be it, but he would not start a war. Forming a plan of action occupied most of his time, not given over to hounding the High Lords. Bits and pieces came from the books he had the librarians bring to his rooms by armloads, and from his talks with Elaine. Her advice was certainly useful with the High Lords. He could see them hastily reassessing him when he displayed knowledge of things they themselves only half knew. She stopped him when he wanted to give her the credit. "A wise ruler takes advice," she told him, smiling, "but should never be seen to take it. Let them think you know more than you do. It will not harm them, and it will help you." She seemed pleased he had suggested it, though. He was not entirely sure that he was not still putting off some decision, at least because of her. 3 days of planning, of trying to puzzle out what was still missing. Something was. He could not react to the Forsaken. He had to make them react to him. 3 days, and on the 4th she would go. Back to Tarvalon, he hoped. But once he moved, he suspected even their brief moments together would end. 3 days of stolen kisses when he could forget he was anything but a man with his arms around a woman. He knew it for a foolish reason, if true. He was relieved she did not seem to want more than his company, but in those moments alone he could forget decisions, forget the fate awaiting the Dragon Reborn. More than once he considered asking her to stay, but it would not be fair to raise her expectations when he had no idea what he wanted from her beyond her presence. If she had any expectations, of course. Much better just to think of them as a man and a young woman walking out together of a feast day evening. That became easier. Sometimes he forgot she was the daughter heir, and he a shepherd. But he wished she were not going. 3 days. He had to decide. He had to move. In a direction no one expected. The sun slid slowly toward the horizon on the evening of the 3rd day. The half-drawn draperies of Rand's bedchamber lessened the reddish-yellow glare. Collindor glittered on its ornate stand like the purest crystal. Rand stared at Mylon and Sunamon, then tossed the thick bundle of large vellum sheets at them. A treaty all neatly scribed, lacking only signatures and seals. It hit Mylon in the chest, and he caught it by reflex. He bowed as if honored, but his tight smile revealed clenched teeth. Sunamon shifted from foot to foot, dry-washing his hands. "All is as you said, my Lord Dragon," he said anxiously. "Grain for ships." "And 2,000 Tyran levies," Rand cut him off. "To see to proper distribution of grain and protect Tyran interests." His voice was like ice, but his stomach seemed to be boiling. He nearly shook with the desire to pound at these fools with his fists. 2,000 men, under the command of Torian. "The High Lord Torian has an interest in affairs with Mayenne, my Lord Dragon," Mylon said smoothly. "He has an interest in forcing his attentions on a woman who won't look at him," Rand shouted. "Grain for ships, I said. No soldiers, and certainly no bloody Torian. Have you even spoken to Berlain?" They blinked at him, as if they did not understand the words. It was too much. He snatched at Saidin. The vellum in Mylon's arms erupted into flame. With a yell, Mylon hurled the fiery bundle into the bare fireplace and hurriedly brushed its sparks and scorch marks on his red silk coat. Sunamon stared at the burning sheets, which were crackling and turning black, with his mouth hanging open. "You will go to Berlain," he told them, surprised at how calm his voice was. "By tomorrow midday you will have offered her the treaty I want, or by sunset tomorrow I'll hang both of you. If I have to hang High Lords every day 2 by 2, I will. I will send every last one of you to the gallows if you won't obey me. Now get out of my sight." The quiet tone seemed to affect them more than his shouting had. Even Mylon looked uneasy as they backed away, bowing at every other step, murmuring protestations of undying loyalty and everlasting obedience. They sickened him. "Get out!" he roared. And they abandoned dignity, almost fighting with one another to pull the doors open. They ran. One of the Aiel guards put his head in for a moment to see that Rand was all right, before drawing the door shut. Rand trembled openly. They disgusted him almost as much as he disgusted himself, threatening to hang men because they did not do as he told them. Worse, meaning it. He could remember when he did not have a temper, or at least when he rarely had, and had managed to keep it on a short rein. He crossed the room to where Callandor sparkled with the light streaming in between the draperies. The blade looked like the finest glass, absolutely clear. It felt like steel to his fingers, sharp as a razor. He had come close to reaching for it to deal with Mylon and Sunamon. Whether to use it as a sword or for its real purpose, he did not know. Either possibility horrified him. I am not mad yet, only angry. Light, so angry. Tomorrow. The Dark Friends would be put on a ship tomorrow. Elaine would be leaving. And Egwene and Nynaeve, of course. Back to Tar Valon, he prayed. Black Aja or no Black Aja, the White Tower had to be as safe a place as there was now. Tomorrow. No more excuses to put off what he had to do. Not after tomorrow. He turned his hands over, looking at the heron branded into each palm. He had examined them so often that he could have sketched every line perfectly from memory. The prophecies foretold them. Twice and twice shall he be marked, twice to live and twice to die. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. Once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. But if the herons named him true, what need for dragons? For that matter, what was a dragon? The only dragon he had ever heard of was Lews Therin Telamon. Lews Therin Kinslayer had been the dragon. The dragon was the Kinslayer. Except now there was himself. But he could not be marked with himself. Perhaps the figure on the banner was a dragon. Not even Aes Sedai seemed to know what that creature was. You have changed from when I last saw you. Stronger. Harder. He spun, gaping at the young woman standing by the door, fair of skin and dark of hair and eye. Tall, dressed all in white and silver, she arched an eyebrow at the half-melted lumps of gold and silver over the fireplace. He had left them there to remind him of what could happen when he acted without thinking, when he lost control. Much good it had done. "Selene," he gasped, hurrying to her. "Where did you come from? How did you get here? I thought you must still be in Cairhien, or—" Looking down at her, he did not want to say he feared she might be dead, or a starving refugee. A woven silver belt glittered around her narrow waist. Silver combs, worked with stars and crescent moons, shone in hair that fell to her shoulders like waterfalls of night. She was still the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Elaine and Egwene were only pretty beside her. For some reason, though, she did not affect him the way she had. Perhaps it was the long months since he had last seen her, in a Cairhien not yet racked by civil war. "I go where I wish to be." She frowned at his face. "You have been marked, but no matter. You were mine, and you are mine. Any other is no more than a caretaker whose time has passed. I will lay claim to what is mine openly now." He stared at her. Marked? Did she mean his hands? And what did she mean he was hers? "Selene," he said gently, "we had pleasant days together, and hard days. I'll never forget your courage or your help. But there was never more between us than companionship. We traveled together, but that was the end of it. You will stay here in the stone, in the best apartments, and when peace returns to Cairhien, I will see that your estates there are returned to you, if I can." "You have been marked," she smiled wryly. "Estates in Cairhien. I may have had estates in those lands once. The land has changed so much that nothing is as it was. Selene is only a name I sometimes use, Luz Theron. The name I made my own is Lanfear." Rand barked a shallow laugh. "A poor joke, Selene. I'd as soon make jest about the Dark One as one of the Forsaken. And my name is Rand." "We call ourselves the Chosen," she said calmly. "Chosen to rule the world forever. We will live forever. You can also." He frowned at her worriedly. She actually thought she was... Her travails in reaching Tyr must have unhinged her. But she did not look mad. She was calm, cool, certain. Without thinking, he found himself reaching for Saidin. He reached for it, and struck a wall he could not see or feel except that it kept him from the source. "You can't be," she smiled. "Light," he breathed. "You are one of them." Slowly he backed away. If he reached Kalendor, at least he would have a weapon. Perhaps it could not work as an Angreal, but it would do for a sword. Could he use a sword against a woman? Against Selene? No, against Lanfear. Against one of the Forsaken. His back came up hard against something, and he looked around to see what it was. There was nothing there. A wall of nothing with his back pressed against it. Kalendor glittered not 3 paces away, on the other side. He thumped a fist against the barrier in frustration. It was as unyielding as rock. "I cannot trust you fully, Luz Theron. Not yet." She came closer, and he considered simply seizing her. He was bigger and stronger by far, and blocked as he was, she could wrap him up with the power like a kitten tangled in a ball of string. "Not with that, certainly," she added, grimacing at Kalendor. "There are only 2 more powerful that a man can use. One, at least, I know still exists. No, Luz Theron, I will not trust you yet with that." "Stop calling me that," he growled. "My name is Rand. Randall Thor." "You are Luz Theron Telamon. Oh, physically, nothing is the same except your height. But I would know who was behind those eyes, even if I'd found you in your cradle." She laughed suddenly. "How much easier everything would be if I had found you then. If I had been free to." Laughter faded into an angry stare. "Do you wish to see my true appearance? You can't remember that either, can you?" He tried to say no, but his tongue would not work. Once he had seen 2 of the Forsaken together, Agenor and Balthamel, the first 2 loosed after 3,000 years, trapped just beneath the seal in the Dark One's prison. The one had been more withered than anything could be and still live. The other hid his face behind a mask, hid every bit of his flesh as though he could not bear to see it or have it seen. The air rippled around Lanfear, and she changed. She was older than he, certainly. But older was not the right word. More mature, riper, even more beautiful if that was possible. A lush blossom in full flower compared to a bud. Even knowing what she was, she made his mouth go dry, his throat tighten. Her dark eyes examined his face, full of confidence, yet with a hint of questioning, as if wondering what he saw. Whatever she perceived seemed to satisfy her. She smiled again. "I was buried deeply in a dreamless sleep where time did not flow. The turnings of the wheel passed me by. Now you see me as I am, and I have you in my hands." She drew a fingernail along his jaw, hard enough to make him flinch. "The time for games and subterfuge is past, Luz Theron. Long past." His stomach lurched. "Do you mean to kill me, then? The light burn you, I—" "Kill you?" she spat incredulously. "Kill you? I mean to have you forever. You were mine long before that pale-haired milksop stole you. Before she ever saw you. You loved me. And you loved power." For a moment he felt dazed. The words sounded true. He knew they were true. But where'd they come from? Celine, Lanfear, seemed as startled as he, but she recovered quickly. "You've learned much. You have done much I'd not have believed you could unaided. But you are still fumbling your way through a maze in the dark, and your ignorance may kill you. Some of the others fear you too much to wait. Samael, Ravin, Mogideon. Others, perhaps, but those of a certainty. They will come after you. They will not try to turn your heart. They will come at you by stealth, destroy you while you sleep, because of their fear. But there are those who could teach you, show you what you once knew. None would dare oppose you then." "Teach me? You want me to let one of the Forsaken teach me?" One of the Forsaken. A male Forsaken. A man who had been Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends, who knew the ways of channeling, knew how to avoid the pitfalls, knew... As much had been offered him before. "No. Even if it is offered, I'd refuse, and why should it be? I oppose them, and you. I hate everything you've done, everything you stand for." "Fool," he thought, "trapped here, and I spout defiance like some idiot in a story who never suspects he might make his captor angry enough to do something about it." But he could not force himself to take the words back. Stubbornly, he plowed ahead and made it worse. "I'll destroy you if I can. You and the Dark One, and every last Forsaken." A dangerous gleam flashed in her eyes and was gone. "Do you know why some of us fear you? Do you have any idea? Because they are afraid the great Lord of the Dark will give you a place above them." Rand surprised himself by managing a laugh. "Great Lord of the Dark? Can't you say his true name either? Surely you don't fear to attract his attention, as decent people do, or do you?" "It would be blasphemy," she said simply. "They are right to be afraid. Samael and the rest. The great Lord does want you. He wants to exalt you above all other men. He told me." "That's ridiculous. The Dark One is still bound in Sheo Ghul, or I would be fighting Tarmangaden right now. And if he knows I exist, he'd want me dead. I mean to fight him." "Oh, he knows. The great Lord knows more than you would suspect. It is possible to talk with him. Go to Sheo Ghul, into the Pit of Doom, and you can hear him. You can bathe in his presence." A different light shone on her face now. Ecstasy. She breathed through parted lips, and for a moment seemed to stare at something distant and wondrous. "Words cannot even begin to describe it. You must experience it to know. You must." She was seeing his face again, with eyes large and dark and insistent. "Kneel to the great Lord, and he will set you above all others. He will leave you free to reign as you will, so long as you bend knee to him only once, to acknowledge him. No more than that. He told me this. Asmodean will teach you to wield the power without it killing you. Teach you what you can do with it. Let me help you. We can destroy the others. The great Lord will not care. We can destroy all of them, even Asmodean, once he has taught you all you need to know. You and I can rule the world together under the great Lord forever." Her voice dropped to a whisper, equal parts eagerness and fear. "Two great Sa'angreal were made just before the end. One that you can use, one that I can. Far greater than the sword. Their power is beyond imagining. With those, we could even challenge the great Lord himself. Even the Creator." "You are mad," he said raggedly. "The Father of Lies says he will leave me free. I was born to fight him. That is why I am here, to fulfill the prophecies. I'll fight him and all of you, until the last battle, until my last breath." "You do not have to. Prophecy is no more than the sign of what people hope for. Fulfilling the prophecies will only bind you to a path leading to Tarmangaden and your death. Mogideon, or even Samael, can destroy your body. The great Lord of the Dark can destroy your soul. An end utter and complete, You will never be born again, no matter how long the wheel of time turns. No!" For what seemed a long time, she studied him. He could almost see the scales weighing alternatives. "I could take you with me," she said finally. "I could have you turn to the great Lord, whatever you want or believe. There are ways." She paused, perhaps to see if her words had had any effect. Sweat rolled down his back, but he kept his face straight. He would have to do something, whether he had a chance or not. A second attempt to reach Saidin battered vainly against that invisible barrier. He let his eyes wander as if he were thinking. Callandar was behind him, as far out of reach as the other side of the Arth Ocean. His belt knife lay on the table by the bed, together with a half-made fox he had been carving. The shapeless lumps of metal mocking him from above the fireplace. A drably clad man slipping in at the doors with a knife in his hand. The books lying everywhere. He turned back to Lanfear, tensing. "You were always stubborn," she muttered. "I won't take you this time. I want you to come to me of your own will, and I will have it." "What is the matter? You're frowning." A man slipping in at the doors with a knife. His eyes had slid past the fellow almost without seeing. Instinctively, he pushed Lanfear out of the way and reached for the true source. The shield blocking him vanished as he touched it, and his sword was in his hands like a red-gold flame. The man rushed at him, knife held low and point up for a killing stroke. Even then it was difficult to keep his eyes on the fellow, but Rand pivoted smoothly, and the wind blows over the wall, took off the hand holding the knife, and finished by driving through his assailant's heart. For an instant he stared into dull eyes, lifeless while that heart still pumped, then pulled his blade free. A gray man. Rand took what felt like his first breath in hours. The corpse at his feet was messy, bleeding onto the scroll-worked carpet, but there was no difficulty in fixing an eye on him now. It was always that way with the Shadow's assassins. When they were noticed, it was usually too late. "This makes no sense. You could have killed me easily. Why distract me for a gray man to sneak up on me?" Lanfear was watching him warily. "I make no use of the soulless. I told you there are differences among the chosen. It seems I was a day late in my judgment, but there is still time for you to come with me, to learn, to live. That sword," she all but sneered. "You do not do the 10th part of what you can. Come with me and learn. Or do you mean to try to kill me now? I loosed you to defend yourself." Her voice, her stance, said she expected an attack, or at the very least was ready to counter it. But that was not what stopped him, any more than her loosing the bonds in the first place. She was one of the Forsaken. She had served evil so long, she made a black sister look like a newborn babe. Yet he saw a woman. He called himself 9 kinds of fool, but he could not do it. Maybe if she tried to kill him. Maybe. But all she did was stand there, watching, waiting. No doubt ready to do things with the power he did not even know were possible if he attempted to hold her. He had managed to block Elaine and Egwene, but that had been one of those things he did without thinking, the way of it buried somewhere in his head. He could only remember that he had done it, not how. At least he had a firm grip on Saidin. She would not surprise him that way again. The stomach-wrenching taint was nothing. Saidin was life, perhaps in more ways than one. A sudden thought boiled up in his head like a hot spring. The Aiel. Even a gray man should have found it impossible to sneak through doors watched by half a dozen Aiel. "What did you do to them?" His voice grated as he backed toward the doors, keeping his eyes on her. If she used the power, maybe he would have some warning. "What did you do to the Aiel outside?" "Nothing," she replied coolly. "Do not go out there. This may be only a testing to see how vulnerable you are, but even a testing may kill you if you are a fool." He flung open the left-hand door onto a scene of madness. Chapter 10. The Stone Stands. Dead Aielmen lay at Rand's feet, tangled with the bodies of 3 very ordinary men in very ordinary coats and breeches. Ordinary-looking men, except that 6 Aiel, the entire guard, had been slain. Some obviously before they knew what was happening, and each of those ordinary men had at least 2 Aiel spears through him. That was not the half of it, though. As soon as he pulled the door open, a roar of battle had washed over him. Shouting, howling, steel clashing on steel among the redstone columns. The defenders in the anteroom were fighting for their lives beneath the gilded lamps, against bulky, black-mailed shapes head and shoulders taller than they, shapes like huge men, but with heads and faces distorted by horns or feathers, by muzzle or beak where mouth and nose should be. Trollocs. They strode on paws or hooves, as often as on booted feet, cutting men down with oddly spiked axes and hooked spears and scythe-like swords that curved the wrong way. And with them, a Myrddraal, like a sleek-moving man with maggot-white skin in black armor, like death made bloodless flesh. Somewhere in the stone an alarm gong sounded, then stopped with lethal suddenness. Another took it up, and another, in brazen tolls. The defenders fought, and they still outnumbered the Trollocs, but there were more men down than Trollocs. Even as Rand's eyes found them, the Myrddraal tore off half the tyrant captain's face with one bare hand, while the other drove a dead black blade through a defender's throat, slipping defenders' spear thrusts like a snake. The defenders faced what they had thought were only travelers' tales to frighten children. Their nerve was frayed to snapping. One man who had lost his rimmed helmet threw down his spear and tried to flee, only to have his head split like a melon by a Trolloc's massive axe. Yet another man looked at the Myrddraal and fled screaming. The Myrddraal darted sinuously to intercept. In a moment, the humans would all be running. "Fade!" Rand shouted. "Try me, Fade!" The Myrddraal stopped as if it had never moved, its pale, eyeless face turning to him. Fear rippled through Rand at that stare, sliding over the bubble of cold calm that encased him when he held Saidin. In the Borderlands, they say, the look of the eyeless is fear. Once he had believed Fades rode shadows like horses and disappeared when they turned sideways. Those old beliefs were not so very far wrong. The Myrddraal flowed toward him, and Rand leaped the dead men in front of the doorway to meet it, his boots skidding on bloody black marble as he landed. "Rally to the stone!" he shouted as he leaped. "The stone stands!" Those were the battle cries he had heard on the night the stone had not stood. He thought he heard a vexed shout of "Fool!" from the room he had left, but he had no time for Lanfear, or what she might do. That skid very nearly cost him his life. His red-gold blade barely turned the Myrddraal's black one as he fought for balance. "Rally to the stone! The stone stands!" He had to keep the defenders together or face the Myrddraal and 20 Trollocs alone. "The stone stands! The stone stands!" He heard someone echo him, then another. "The stone stands!" The Fade moved as fluidly as a serpent, the snake-like illusion heightened by the overlapping plates of black armor down its chest. Yet not even a black lance ever struck so quickly. For a time it was all Rand could do to keep its blade from his own unarmored flesh. That black metal could make wounds that festered, almost as hard to heal as the one that ached in his side now. Each time dark steel forged in Thakandar, below the slopes of Shale Ghul, met red gold power-wrought blade, light flashed like sheet lightning in the room, a sharp bluish white that hurt the eyes. "You will die this time," the Myrddraal rasped at him in a voice like the crumbling of dead leaves. "I will give your flesh to the Trollocs and take your women for my own." Rand fought as coldly as he ever had, and as desperately. The Fade knew the use of a sword. Then an instant came when he could strike a blow squarely at the sword itself, not merely divert it. With a hiss as of ice falling on molten metal, the red-gold blade sheared through the black. His next blow took that eyeless head from its shoulders. The shock of hacking through bone shivered up his arms. Inky blood fountained from the stump of its neck. The thing did not fall, though. Thrashing blindly with its broken sword, the headless figure stumbled about, striking randomly at the air. As the Fade's head fell to roll across the floor, The remaining Trollocs fell too, shrieking, kicking, tearing at their heads with coarse-haired hands. It was a weakness of Myrddraal and Trollocs. Even Myrddraal did not trust Trollocs, so they often linked with them in some way Rand did not understand. It apparently ensured the Trollocs' loyalty, but those linked to Myrddraal did not survive its death long. The defenders still standing, fewer than 24, did not wait. In 2s and 3s they stabbed each Trolloc repeatedly with their spears until it stopped moving. Some of them had the Myrddraal down, but it flailed wildly no matter how much they stabbed. As the Trollocs fell silent, a few surviving human wounded could be heard moaning, weeping. There were still more men littering the floor than shadow spawn. The black marble was slick with blood, almost invisible against the dark stone. "Leave it," Rand told the defenders trying to finish the Myrddraal. "It's dead already. Fades just don't want to admit they're dead." Lan had told him that, what seemed a long time ago. He had had proof of it before this. "See to the injured." Peering at the headless, thrashing shape, its torso a tatter of gaping wounds, they shivered and moved back, muttering about lurks. That was what they called Fades in Tyr, in tales meant for children. Some began to hunt among the downed humans for any still alive, pulling aside those who could not stand, helping those who could to their feet. All too many were left where they lay. Hasty bandages ripped from a man's own bloody shirt were the only comfort that could be offered now. They did not look so pretty as they had, these tyrants. Their no longer gleaming breast and back plates bore dents and scuffs. Blood-soaked slashes marred once fine black and gold coats and breeches. Some had no helmets, and more than one leaned on his spear as if it were the only thing holding him on his feet. Perhaps it was. They breathed heavily, wild expressions on their faces, that blend of stark terror and blind numbness that afflicts men in battle. They stared at Rand uncertainly, fleeting, fearful stares, as if he might have called these creatures out of the blight himself. "Wipe those spear points," he told them. "A Fade's blood will etch steel like acid if it's left on long enough." Most moved slowly to obey, hesitantly using what was available, the coat sleeves of their own dead. The sounds of more fighting drifted through the corridors, distant shouts, the muted clash of metal. They had obeyed him twice. It was time to see if they would do more. Turning his back on them, he started across the anteroom, toward the sounds of battle. "Follow me," he ordered. He raised his fire-wrought blade to remind them of who he was, hoping the reminder did not bring a spear in his back. It had to be risked. "The stone stands! For the stone!" For a moment, his own hollow footsteps were the only sound in the columned chamber. Then boots began to follow. "For the stone!" a man shouted, and another, "For the stone and the Lord Dragon!" Others took it up. "For the stone and the Lord Dragon!" Quickening to a trot, Rand led his bloodied army of 23 deeper into the stone. Where was Lanfear, and what part had she played in this? He had little time for wondering. Dead men spotted the halls of the stone in pools of their own blood, one here, and farther on 2 or 3 more, defenders, servants, Aiel. Women, too, linen-gowned noble and wool-clad servant alike struck down as they fled. Trollocs did not care whom they killed. They took pleasure in it. Myrddraal were worse. Half-men gloried in pain and death. A little deeper in, the stone of Tyr boiled. Knots of Trollocs rampaged through the halls, sometimes with a Myrddraal leading, sometimes alone, battling Aiel or defenders, cutting down the unarmed, hunting for more to kill. Rand led his small force at any shadow spawn they found, his sword slicing coarse flesh and black mail with equal ease. Only the Aiel faced a Fade without flinching. The Aiel and Rand. He passed up Trollocs to reach Fades. Sometimes the Myrddraal took a dozen or 2 Trollocs with it in dying, sometimes none. Some of his defenders fell and did not rise, but Aiel joined them, nearly doubling their number. Groups of men broke off in furious battles that drifted away in shouts and clatter like a forge gone mad. Other men fell in behind Rand, broke away, were replaced, till none of those who had started with him remained. Sometimes he fought alone or ran down a hallway, empty save for himself and the dead, following the sounds of distant combat. Once, with 2 defenders, in a colonnade looking down into a long chamber with many doorways, he saw Moraine and Lan, surrounded by Trollocs. The Aes Sedai stood, head high like some storied queen of battles, and bestial shapes burst into flame around her, but only to be replaced by more, dashing in through this door or that, 6 or 8 at a time. Lan's sword accounted for those who escaped Moraine's fire. The warder had blood on both sides of his face, yet he flowed through the forms as coolly as if practicing before a mirror. Then a wolf-snouted Trolloc thrust a Tyran spear toward Moraine's back. Lan whirled as though he had eyes in the back of his head, taking off the Trolloc's leg at the knee. The Trolloc fell, howling, yet still managed to thrust spear point at Lan, just as another clubbed the warder awkwardly with the flat of its axe, buckling his knees. Rand could do nothing, for at that moment 5 Trollocs fell upon him and his 2 companions, all snouts and boar's tusks and ram's horns, pushing the humans out of the colonnade by the sheer weight of their rush. 5 Trollocs should have been able to kill 3 men without much difficulty, except that one of the men was Rand, with a sword that treated their mail like cloth. One of the defenders died, and the other vanished, chasing after a wounded Trolloc, the lone survivor of the 5. When Rand hurried back to the colonnade, there was a smell of burned meat from the chamber below, and great burned bodies on its floor, but no sign of Moraine or Lan. That was the way of the contest for the stone, or the contest for Rand's life. Battles sprang up and drifted away from where they began, or died when one side fell. Not only did men fight Trollocs and Myrddraal, men fought men. There were dark friends siding the shadow spawn, roughly dressed fellows who looked like former soldiers and tavern brawlers. They seemed as fearful of the Trollocs as the Tyrans did, but they killed as indiscriminately where they could. Twice Rand actually saw Trollocs battling Trollocs. He could only assume the Myrddraal had lost control of them and their bloodlust had taken over. If they wanted to slay each other, he left them to it. Then, alone once more and seeking, he trotted round a corner and right into 3 Trollocs, each twice as wide as he and nearly half again as tall. One of them, with an eagle's hooked beak thrusting out of an otherwise human face, was hacking an arm from the corpse of a Tyran noblewoman, while the other 2 watched eagerly, licking their snouts. Trollocs ate anything so long as it was meat. It was an even chance whether he was more surprised or they were, but he was the first to recover. The one with the eagle's beak went down, mail and belly alike opened across. The sword form called Lizard in the Thornbush should have done for the other 2, but that first fallen Trolloc, thrashing still, half-kicked his foot out from under him, and he staggered, his blade only scoring a slice along his target's mail, right into the path of the second Trolloc as it fell. Wolf's muzzle snapping at nothing. It crushed him to the stone tiles beneath its bulk, trapping sword arm and sword alike. The one still standing raised its spiked axe, coming as close to a smile as a boar's snout and tusks would allow. Rand struggled to move, to breathe. A scythe-curved sword split the boar's snout to the neck. Wrenching its blade free, a 4th Trolloc bared goat teeth at him in a snarl, ears twitching beside its horns. Then it darted away, sharp hooves clicking on the floor tiles. Rand heaved himself out from under the dead weight of the Trolloc, half-stunned. A Trolloc saved me. A Trolloc? Trolloc blood was all over him, thick and dark. Far down the hallway, in the opposite direction from where the goat-horned Trolloc had fled, blue-white flashed as 2 Myrddraal moved into view, fighting each other in an almost boneless blur of continuous motion. One forced the other into a crossing corridor, and the flashing light faded from sight. I'm mad. That's what it is. I am mad, and this is all some crazed dream. You risk everything, rushing about wildly with that sword. Rand turned to face Lanfear. She had put on the appearance of a girl again, no older than he, perhaps younger. She lifted her white skirts to step over the Tyran lady's torn body. For all the emotion on her face, it might as well have been a log. You build a hut of twigs, she went on, when you could have marble palaces for the snap of your fingers. You could have had their lives and such souls as Trollocs possess with little effort, and instead they nearly killed you. You must learn. Join with me. Was this your doing? He demanded. That Trolloc saving me. Those Myrddraal. Was it? She considered him a moment before giving a slight, regretful shake of her head. If I take credit, you will expect it again, and that could be deadly. None of the others is really certain where I stand, and I like it that way. You can expect no open aid from me." "Expect your aid," he growled. "You want me to turn to the shadow? You can't make me forget what you are with soft words." He channeled, and she slammed against a wall hanging, hard enough to make her grunt. He held her there, spread-eagled over a woven hunting scene, feet off the ground and snowy gown spread out and flattened. How had he blocked Egwene and Elaine? He had to remember. Suddenly he flew across the hallway to crash into the wall opposite Lanfear, pressed there like an insect by something that barely allowed him to breathe. Lanfear appeared to have no trouble breathing. "Whatever you can do, Lews Therin, I can do, and better." Pinned against the wall as she was, she seemed unperturbed. The din of fighting surged up somewhere nearby, then faded as the battle moved away. "You half use the smallest fraction of what you are capable of, and walk away from what would allow you to crush all who come against you. Where is Callandor, Lews Therin? Still up in your bedchamber like some useless ornament? Do you think yours is the only hand that can wield it, now that you have drawn it free? If Samael is here, he will take it and use it against you. Even Moghedien would take it to deny you its use. She could gain much by trading it to any male chosen." He struggled against whatever held him. Nothing moved but his head, flung from side to side. Callandor in the hands of a male Forsaken. The thought drove him half mad with fear and frustration. He channeled, tried to pry at what held him, but there might as well have been nothing to pry. And then abruptly it was gone. He lurched away from the wall, still fighting, before he realized he was free. And from nothing he had done. He looked at Lanfear. She still hung there, as complacently as if taking the air on a stream side. She was trying to lull him, to gull him into softening toward her. He hesitated over the floes holding her. If he tied them off and left her, she might tear half the stone down trying to get free. If a passing Trolloc did not kill her, thinking she was one of the stone's folk. That should not have troubled him, not the death of a Forsaken, but the thought of leaving a woman or anyone helpless for Trollocs repelled him. A glance at her unruffled composure rid him of that thought. No one, nothing in the stone would harm her as long as she could channel. If he could find Moraine to block her... Once more Lanfear took the decision from him. The impact of severed floes jolted him, and she dropped lightly to the floor. He stared as she stepped away from the wall, calmly brushing her skirts. "You can't do that," he gasped foolishly, and she smiled. "I do not have to see a floe to unravel it, if I know what it is and where. You see, you have much to learn. I like you like this. You were always too stiff-necked and sure of yourself for comfort. It was always better when you were a bit uncertain of your footing. Are you forgetting Callandor, then?" Still he hesitated. One of the Forsaken stood there, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. Turning, he ran for Callandor. Her laughter seemed to follow him. This time he did not turn aside to fight Trollocs or Myrddraal, did not slow his wild climb through the stone unless they got in his way. Then his sword carved of fire sliced a way through for him. He saw Perrin and Fail, he with axe in hand, she guarding his back with her knives. The Trollocs seemed as reluctant to face Perrin's yellow-eyed stare as his axe blade. Rand left them behind without a second look. If one of the Forsaken took Callandor, none of them would live to see the sunrise. Breathless, he scrambled through the columned anteroom, leaping the dead still lying there, defenders and Trollocs alike, in his haste to reach Callandor. He flung open both doors. The sword that is not a sword sat on its gilded and gem-set stand, shining with the light of the setting sun, waiting for him. Now that he had it in sight, safe, he was almost loath to touch it. Once he had used Callandor as it was truly meant to be used. Only once. He knew what awaited him when he took it up again, used it to draw on the true swords far beyond what any human could hold unaided. Letting go the red gold blade seemed more than he could do. When it vanished, he almost called it back. Feet dragging, he skirted the corpse of the gray man and put his hand slowly on Callandor's hilt. It was cold, like crystal long in the dark, but it did not feel so smooth that it would slip in the hand. Something made him look up. A Fade stood in the doorway, hesitating, its pale-faced, eyeless gaze on Callandor. Rand pulled at Saidin, through Callandor. The sword that is not a sword blazed in his hands, as if he held noonday. The power filled him, hammering down like solid thunder. The taint rushed through him in a flood of blackness. Molten rock pulsed along his veins. The cold inside him could have frozen the sun. He had to use it or burst like a rotted melon. The Myrddraal turned to flee, and suddenly black clothes and armor crumpled to the floor, leaving oily motes floating in the air. He was not even aware he had channeled until it was done. He could not have said what he had done if his life had depended on it. But nothing could threaten his life while he held Callandor. The power throbbed in him like the heartbeat of the world. With Callandor in his hands, he could do anything. The power hammered at him, a hammer to crack mountains. A channeled thread whisked the Myrddraal's drifting remains out into the anteroom, and its clothes and armor too. A trickled flow incinerated both. He strode out to hunt those who had come hunting him. Some of them had come as far as the anteroom. Another Fade and a huddle of cowering Trollocs stood before the columns at the far side, staring at ash that sifted out of the air, the last fragments of the Myrddraal and all its garb. At the sight of Rand with Callandor flaring in his hands, the Trollocs howled like beasts. The Fade stood paralyzed with shock. Rand gave them no chance to run. Maintaining his deliberate pace toward them, he channeled, and flames roared from the bare black marble beneath the shadow spawn, so hot that he flung up a hand against it. By the time he reached them, the flames were gone. Nothing remained but dull circles in the marble. Back down into the stone he went, and every Trolloc, every Myrddraal he saw, died wreathed in fire. He burned them fighting Aiel or Tyrans, and killing servants trying to defend themselves with spears or swords snatched from the dead. He burned them as they ran, whether stalking more victims or fleeing him. He began to move faster, trotting, then running, past the wounded, often lying untended, past the dead. It was not enough. He could not move fast enough. While he killed Trollocs in handfuls, others still slew, if only to escape. Suddenly he stopped, surrounded by the dead in a wide hallway. He had to do something more. The power slid along his bones, pure essence of fire. Something more. The power froze his marrow. Something to kill them all of them at once. The taint of Saidin rolled over him, a mountain of rotting filth threatening to bury his soul. Raising Callandor, he drew on the source. Drew on it till it seemed he must scream screams of frozen flame. He had to kill them all. Just beneath the ceiling, right above his head, air slowly began to revolve, spinning faster, milling in streaks of red and black and silver. It roiled and collapsed inward, boiling harder, whining as it whirled and grew smaller still. Sweat rolled down Rand's face as he stared up at it. He had no idea what it was, only that racing flows he could not begin to count connected him to the mass. It had mass, a weight growing greater while the thing fell inward on itself. Callandor flared brighter and brighter, too brilliant to look at. He closed his eyes, and the light seemed to burn through his eyelids. The power raced through him, a raging torrent that threatened to carry all that was him into the spinning. He had to let go. He had to. He forced his eyes open, and it was like looking at all the thunderstorms in the world compressed to the size of a Trolloc's head. He had to. Now! The thought floated like crackling laughter on the rim of his awareness. He severed the flows rushing out of him, leaving the thing still whirling, whining like a drill on bone. Now! And the lightnings came, flashing out along the ceiling left and right like silver streams. A Myrddraal stepped out of a side corridor, and before it could take a second step, half a dozen flaring streaks stabbed down, blasting it apart. The other streams flowed on, fanning down every branching of the corridor, replaced by more and more erupting every second. Rand had not a clue to what he had made or how it worked. He could only stand there, quivering with the power that filled him with the need to use it. Even if it destroyed him. He could feel Trollocs and Myrddraal dying, feel the lightnings strike and kill. He could kill them everywhere in the world. He knew it. With Callandor he could do anything. And he knew trying would kill him just as surely. The lightnings faded and died with the last shadow spawn. The spinning mass imploded with a loud clap of inrushing air. But Callandor still shone like the sun. He shook with the power. Moraine was there, a dozen paces away, staring at him. Her dress was neat, every fold of blue silk in place, but wisps of her hair were disarrayed. She looked tired and shocked. "How? What you have done, I would not have believed possible." Lan appeared, half trotting up the hall, sword in hand, face bloodied, coat torn. Without taking her eyes from Rand, Moraine flung out a hand, halting the warder short of her. Well short of Rand. As if he were too dangerous for even Lan to approach. "Are you well, Rand?" Rand pulled his gaze away from her, and it fell on the body of a dark-haired girl, little more than a child. She lay sprawled on her back, eyes wide and fixed on the ceiling, blood blackening the bosom of her dress. Sadly, he bent to brush strands of hair from her face. "Light, she's only a child. I was too late. Why didn't I do it sooner? A child." "I will see that someone takes care of her, Rand," Moraine said gently. "You cannot help her now." His hand shook so hard on Callandor that he could barely hold on. "With this, I can do anything." His voice was harsh in his own ears. "Anything!" "Rand," Moraine said gently. He would not listen. The power was in him. Callandor blazed, and he was the power. He channeled, directing flows into the child's body, searching, trying, fumbling. She lurched to her feet, arms and legs unnaturally rigid and jerky. "Rand, you cannot do this. Not this." "Breathe. She has to breathe." The girl's chest rose and fell. "Heart has to beat." Blood already thick and dark oozed from the wound in her chest. "Live. Live, burn you. I didn't mean to be too late." Her eyes stared at him, filmed, lifeless. Tears trickled unheeded down his cheeks. "She has to live. Heal her, Moraine. I don't know how. Heal her." "Death cannot be healed, Rand. You are not the creator." Staring into those dead eyes, Rand slowly withdrew the flows. The body fell stiffly. The body. He threw back his head and howled, as wild as any Trolloc. Braided fire sizzled into the walls and ceiling as he lashed out in frustration and pain. Sagging, he released Saidin, pushed it away. It was like pushing away a boulder, like pushing away life. Strength drained out of him with the power. The taint remained, though, a stain weighing him down with darkness. He had to ground Callandor on the floor tiles and lean on it to stay on his feet. The others. It was hard to speak, his throat hurt. Elaine, Perrin, the rest. Was I too late for them, too? "You were not too late," Moraine said calmly. But she had come no closer, and Lan looked ready to dart between her and Rand. "You must not." "Are they still alive?" Rand shouted. "They are," she assured him. He nodded in weary relief. He tried not to look at the girl's body. 3 days waiting so he could enjoy a few stolen kisses. If he had moved 3 days ago. But he had learned things in those 3 days. Things he might be able to use if he could put them together. If. Not too late for his friends, at least. Not too late for them. "How did the Trollocs get in? I don't think they climbed the walls like Aiel, not with the sun still up. Is it still up?" He shook his head to dispel some of the fog. "No matter. The Trollocs. How?" Lan was the one who answered. 8 large grain barges tied up at the Stone's docks late this afternoon. Apparently no one thought to question why laden grain barges would be coming downriver. His voice was heavy with contempt. or why they dock at the Stone, or why the crews left the hatches shut until nearly sunfall. Also, a train of wagons arrived about 2 hours ago now, 30 of them, supposedly bringing some lord or other's things from the country for his return to the Stone. When the canvas was thrown back, they were packed with half-men and trollocs too. If they came in any other way, I don't know of it yet." Rand nodded, and the effort buckled his knees. Suddenly Lan was there, pulling Rand's arm over his shoulder to hold him up. Moraine took his face in her hands. A chill rippled through him, not the blasting cold of full healing, but a chill that pushed weariness out as it passed. Most of the weariness. A seed remained as if he had worked a day hoeing tobacco. He moved away from the support he no longer needed. Lan watched him warily to see if he could really stand alone, or perhaps because the warder was not certain how dangerous he was, how sane. "I left some a purpose," Moraine told him. "You need to sleep tonight." Sleep. There was too much to do to sleep. But he gave another nod. He did not want her shadowing him. Yet what he said was, "Lanfear was here. This was not her doing. She said so, and I believe her. You don't seem surprised, Moraine." Would Lanfear's offer surprise her? Would anything? "Lanfear was here, and I talked with her. She didn't try to kill me, and I didn't try to kill her. And you are not surprised. I doubt you could kill her. Yet." Her glance at Collindor was the merest flicker of dark eyes. "Not unaided. And I doubt she will try to kill you. Yet. We know very little of any of the Forsaken, and least of all Lanfear. But we do know she loved Luz Theron Telamon. To say you are safe from her is certainly too strong. There is a good deal she can do to harm you short of murder. But I do not think she will try to kill, as long as she thinks she might win Luz Theron back again." Lanfear wanted him. The daughter of the night, used by mothers who only half believed in her to frighten children. She certainly frightened him. It was nearly enough to make him laugh. He had always felt guilty for looking at any woman besides Egwene, and Egwene did not want him. But the daughter heir of Andor wanted to kiss him at least, and one of the Forsaken claimed to love him. Nearly enough for laughter, but not quite. Lanfear seemed jealous of Elaine. That pale-haired milksop, she had called her. Madness. All madness. "Tomorrow." He started away from them. "Tomorrow?" Moraine said. "Tomorrow I will tell you what I am going to do." Some of it he would. The thought of Moraine's face if he told her everything made him want to laugh. If he knew everything himself yet. Lanfear had given him almost the last piece without knowing it. One more step tonight. The hand holding Collindor by his side trembled. With that he could do anything. I am not mad yet. Not mad enough for that. Tomorrow. A good night to us all, the light willing. Tomorrow he would begin to unleash another kind of lightning. Another lightning that might save him. Or kill him. He was not mad yet.
Chapter 11. What Lies Hidden. Clad in her shift, Egwene drew a deep breath and left the stone ring lying beside an open book on her bedside table. All flecked and striped in brown and red and blue, it was slightly too large for a finger ring, and shaped wrong, flattened and twisted so that a fingertip run along the edge would circle both inside and out before coming back to where it had started. There was only one edge, impossible though that seemed. She was not leaving the ring there because she might fail without it, because she wanted to fail. She had to try without the ring sooner or later, or she could never do more than dabble her toes where she dreamed of swimming. It might as well be now. That was the reason. It was. The thick leather-bound book was A Journey to Tarabon, written by Urian Romovny from Kandor, 53 years ago, according to the date the author gave in the first line, but little of any consequence would have changed in Tanchico in that short a time. Besides, it was the only volume she had found with useful drawings. Most of the books only had portraits of kings or fanciful renderings of battles by men who had not seen them. Darkness filled both windows, but the lamps gave more than adequate light. One tall beeswax candle burned in a gilded candlestick on the bedside table. She had gone to fetch that herself. This was no night to be sending a maid for a candle. Most of the servants were tending the wounded or weeping over loved ones, or being tended themselves. There had been too many for healing any but those who would have died without it. Elaine and Nynaeve waited with high-backed chairs pulled to either side of the wide bed with its tall swallow-carved posts. They tried to hide their anxiety with differing degrees of success. Elaine managed a passably stately calm, and only spoiled it by frowning and chewing her underlip when she thought Egwene was not looking. Nynaeve was all brisk confidence, the sort that made you feel comforted when she tucked you into a sick-bed. But Egwene recognized the set of her eyes. They said Nynaeve was afraid. Aviendha sat cross-legged beside the door, her browns and greys standing out sharply against the deep blue of the carpet. This time the Aiel woman had her long-bladed knife at one side of her belt, a bristling quiver at the other, and 4 short spears across her knees. Her round hide buckler lay close at hand, atop a horn bow in a worked leather case with straps that could hold it on her back. After tonight, Egwene could not fault her for going armed. She still wanted to hold a lightning bolt ready to fling herself. Light! What was that Rand did? Burn him, he frightened me almost as badly as the Fades did. Maybe worse. It isn't fair he can do something like that and I can't even see the flows. She climbed onto the bed and took the leather-bound book on her knees, frowning at an engraved map of Tanchico. Little of any use was marked, really. A dozen fortresses surrounding the harbor, guarding the city on its 3 hilly peninsulas, the Varana to the east, the Maceta in the center, and the Calpena nearest the sea. Useless. Several large squares, some open areas that seemed to be parks, and a number of monuments to rulers long since dust. All useless. A few palaces and things that seemed strange. The Great Circle, for instance, on the Calpena. On the map it was just a ring, but Master Romavni described it as a huge gathering place that could hold thousands to watch horse races or displays of fireworks by the illuminators. There was also a King's Circle on the Maceta and larger than the Great Circle, and a Panarch's Circle on the Varana, just a little smaller. The chapter house of the Guild of Illuminators was marked as well. They were all useless. The text certainly had nothing of use. "Are you certain you want to try this without the ring?" Nynaeve asked quietly. "Certain," Egwene replied as calmly as she could. Her stomach was leaping as badly as it had when she saw that first Trolloc tonight, holding that poor woman by the hair and slitting her throat like a rabbit's. The woman had screamed like a rabbit, too. Killing the Trolloc had done her no good. The woman was as dead as the Trolloc. Only her shrill scream would not go away. "If it doesn't work, I can always try again with the ring." She leaned over to mark the candle with a thumbnail. "Wake me when it burns down to there. Light, but I wish we had a clock." Elaine laughed at her, a light-hearted trill, and it very nearly sounded unforced. "A clock in a bedchamber? My mother has a dozen clocks, but I never heard of a clock in a bedchamber." "Well, my father has 1 clock," Egwene grumbled. "The only one in the whole village, and I wish I had it here. Do you think it will burn that far in an hour? I don't want to sleep longer than that. You must wake me as soon as the flame reaches that mark. As soon as." "We will," Elaine said soothingly. "I promise it." "The stone ring," Aviendha said suddenly. "Since you are not using it, Egwene, could not someone, one of us, use it to go with you?" "No," Egwene muttered. "Light, I wish they could all come with me. Thank you for the thought, though." "Can only you use it, Egwene?" the Aiel woman asked. "Any of us might," Nynaeve replied. "Even you, Aviendha. A woman needn't be able to channel, only sleep with it touching her skin. A man might be able to, for all we know. but we do not know Tel Iran Riad as well as Egwene, or the rules of it." Aviendha nodded. "I see. A woman can make mistakes where she does not know the ways, and her mistakes can kill others as well as herself." "Exactly," Nynaeve said. "The world of dreams is a dangerous place. That much we do know." "But Egwene will be careful," Elaine added, speaking to Aviendha, but obviously meaning it for Egwene's ears. "She promised. She will look around carefully, and no more." Egwene concentrated on the map. Careful. If she had not guarded her twisted stone ring so jealously, she thought of it as hers. The hall of the tower might not agree, but they did not know she had it. If she had been willing to let Elaine or Nynaeve use it more than once or twice, they might know enough to come with her now. Yet it was not regret that made her avoid looking at the other women. She did not want them to see the fear in her eyes. Tel Iran Riad, the unseen world, the world of dreams. Not the dreams of ordinary people, though sometimes they touched Tel Iran Riad briefly, in dreams that seemed as true as life, because they were. In the unseen world, what happened was real in a strange way. Nothing that happened there affected what was. A door opened in the world of dreams would still be shut in the real world. A tree cut down there still stood here. Yet a woman could be killed there, or stilled. Strange barely began to describe it. In the unseen world, the whole world lay open, and maybe other worlds too. Any place was attainable. Or at least its reflection in the world of dreams was. The weave of the pattern could be read there, past, present, and future, by one who knew how. By a dreamer. There had not been a dreamer in the White Tower since Corianin Nadil, nearly 500 years earlier. 473 years to be exact, Egwene thought. Or is it 474 now? When did Corianin die? If Egwene had had a chance to finish novice training in the tower, to study there as an accepted, perhaps she would know. There was so much she might have known then. A list lay in Egwene's pouch of the ter'angreal, most small enough to slip into a pocket, that had been stolen by the Black Aja when they fled the tower. They all three had a copy. 13 of those stolen ter'angreal had "no known use" written alongside, and "last studied by Corianin Nadil." But if Corianin Zadai had truly not discovered their uses, Egwene was sure of one of them. They gave entrance to Tel Iran Riad, not as easily as the stone ring, perhaps, and perhaps not without channeling, but they did it. 2 they had recovered from Joya and Amiko, an iron disc 3 inches across, scribed on both sides with a tight spiral, and a plaque no longer than her hand, apparently clear amber, yet hard enough to scratch steel, with a sleeping woman somehow carved into the middle of it. Amiko had spoken freely of them, and so had Joya, after a session alone in her cell with Moiraine that had left the dark friend pale-faced and almost civil. Channel a flow of spirit into either ter'angreal, and it would take you into sleep and then into Tel Iran Riad. Elaine had tried both of them briefly, and they worked, though all she saw was the inside of the stone and Morghase's royal palace in Caemlyn. Egwene had not wanted her to try, however fleeting the visit, but not from jealousy. She had not been able to argue very effectively, though, for she had been afraid Elaine and Nynaeve would hear what was in her voice. 2 recovered meant 11 still with the Black Aja. That was the point Egwene had tried to make. 11 ter'angreal that could take a woman to Tel Iran Riad, all in the hands of Black Sisters. When Elaine made her short journeys into the unseen world, she could have found the Black Aja waiting for her, or walked into them before she knew they were there. The thought made Egwene's stomach writhe. They could be waiting for her now. Not likely, not on purpose. How would they know she was coming? But they could be there when she stepped through. One she could face, unless she was caught by surprise, and she did not mean to allow that. But if they did surprise her, 2 or 3 of them together, Liandrin and Rihanna, Chesmal Emry and Gianna Kaida and all the rest at once? Frowning at the map, she made her hands loosen their white-knuckled grip. Tonight had given everything urgency. If shadow spawn could attack the stone, if one of the Forsaken could suddenly appear in their midst, she could not give in to fear. They had to know what to do. They had to have something besides Amiko's vague tale. Something. If only she could learn where Mazrim Time was in his caged journey to Tar Valon, or if she could somehow slip into the Amerlin's dreams and speak to her. Perhaps those things were possible for a dreamer. If they were, she did not know how. Tanchico was what she had to work with. "I must go alone, Avienda. I must." She thought her voice was calm and steady, but Elaine patted her shoulder. Egwene did not know why she was scrutinizing the map. She already had it fixed in her head, everything in relation to everything else. Whatever existed in this world existed in the world of dreams, and sometimes more besides, of course. She had her destination chosen. She thumbed through the book to the only engraving showing the inside of a building named on the map, the Panarch's Palace. It would do no good to find herself in a chamber if she had no idea where it was in the city. None of it might do any good in any case. She put that out of her mind. She had to believe there was some chance. The engraving showed a large room with a high ceiling. A rope strung along waist-high posts would keep anyone from going too close to the things displayed on stands and in open-fronted cabinets along the walls. Most of those displays were indistinct, but not what stood at the far end of the room. The artist had taken pains to show the massive skeleton standing there as if the rest of the creature had that moment disappeared. It had 4 thick-boned legs, but otherwise resembled no animal Egwene had ever seen. For one thing, it had to stand at least 2 spans high, well over twice her height. The rounded skull, set low on the shoulders like a bull's, looked big enough for a child to climb inside, and in the picture it seemed to have 4 eye sockets. The skeleton marked the room off from any other. There was no mistaking it for anything but itself. Whatever it was. If Urian Ramavni had known, he had not named it in these pages. "What is a Panarch, anyway?" she asked, laying the book aside. She had studied the picture a dozen times. "All of these writers seem to think you know already." "The Panarch of Tanchico is the equal of the king in authority," Elaine recited. "She is responsible for collecting taxes, customs, and duties, he for spending them properly. She controls the civil watch and the courts, except for the high court, which is the king's. The army is his, of course, except for the Panarch's legion. She—" "I didn't really want to know," Egwene sighed. It had only been something to say, another few moments to delay what she was going to do. The candle was burning down. She was wasting precious minutes. She knew how to step out of the dream when she wanted, how to wake herself, but time passed differently in the world of dreams, and it was easy to lose track. "As soon as it reaches the mark," she said, and Elaine and Nynaeve murmured reassurances. Settling back on her feather pillows, at first she only stared at the ceiling, painted with blue sky and clouds and swooping swallows. She did not see them. Her dreams had been bad enough lately, most of them. Rand was in them, of course. Rand as tall as a mountain, walking through cities, crushing buildings beneath his feet, with screaming people like ants fleeing from him. Rand in chains, and it was he who was screaming. Rand building a wall with him on one side and her on the other, her and Elaine and others she could not make out. "It has to be done," he was saying as he piled up stones. "I'll not let you stop me now." These were not the only nightmares. She had dreamed of Aiel fighting each other, killing each other, even throwing away their weapons and running as if they had gone mad. Matt wrestling with a Shanchan woman who tied an invisible leash to him. A wolf, she was sure it was Perrin though, fighting a man whose face kept changing. Galad wrapping himself in white as though putting on his own shroud, and Gawain with his eyes full of pain and hatred. Her mother weeping. They were the sharp dreams, the ones she knew meant something. They were hideous, and she did not know what any of them meant. How could she presume to think she could find any meanings or clues in Tel Rhyod? But there was no other choice. No other choice but ignorance, and she could not choose that. Despite her anxiety, going to sleep was no problem. She was exhausted. It was just a matter of closing her eyes and taking deep, regular breaths. She fixed in her thoughts the room in the Panarch's palace and the huge skeleton. Deep, regular breaths. She could remember how using the stone ring felt, the step into Tel Run Riyadh. Deep, regular breaths. Egwene stepped back with a gasp, one hand to her throat. This close, the skeleton seemed even larger than she had thought, the bones bleached dull and dry. She stood right in front of it, inside the rope. A white rope, as thick as her wrist and apparently silk. She had no doubt this was Tel Run Riyadh. The detail was as fine as reality, even for things half seen from the corner of her eye. That she could even be aware of the differences between this and an ordinary dream told her where she was. Besides, it felt right. She opened herself to Saidar. A nick on the finger in the world of dreams would still be there on waking. There would be no waking from a killing stroke with the power, or even from a sword or a club. She did not intend to be vulnerable for an instant. Instead of her shift, she wore something very much like Avienda's Aiel garb, but in red brocaded silk. Even her soft boots, laced to the knee, were supple red leather, suitable for gloves, with gold stitching and laces. She laughed softly to herself. Clothes in Tel Run Riyadh were what you wanted them to be. Apparently part of her mind wanted to be ready to move quickly, while another part wanted to be ready for a ball. It would not do. The red faded to grays and browns. The coat and breeches and boots became exact copies of the maiden's. No better, really. Not in a city. Abruptly, she was in a copy of the dresses Fail always wore, dark, with narrow divided skirts, long sleeves, and a high, snug bodice. Foolish to worry about it. No one is going to see me except in their dreams, and few ordinary dreams reach here. It would make no difference if I were naked. For a moment she was naked, her face colored with embarrassment. There was no one there to see her, bare as in her bath, before she hastily brought the dark dress back, but she should have remembered how stray thoughts could affect things here, especially when you had embraced the power. Elaine and Nynaeve thought she was so knowledgeable. She knew a few of the rules of the unseen world, and knew there were 100, 1,000 more of which she was ignorant. Somehow she had to learn them, if she was to be the tower's first dreamer since Corianin. She took a closer look at the huge skull. She had grown up in a country village, and she knew what animal bones looked like. Not 4 eye sockets, after all. 2 seemed to be for tusks of some kind instead, on either side of where its nose had been. Some sort of monstrous boar, perhaps, though it looked like no pig skull she had ever seen. It had a feel of age, though. Great age. With the power in her, she could sense things like that here. The usual enhancements of senses was with her, of course. She could feel tiny cracks in the gilded plaster bosses covering the ceiling 50 feet up, and the smooth polish of the white stone floor. Infinitesimal cracks, invisible to the eye, spread across the floor stones as well. The chamber was huge, perhaps 200 paces long and nearly half as wide, with rows of thin white columns, and that white rope running all the way around, except where there were doorways with double-pointed arches. More ropes encircled polished wooden stands and cabinets holding other exhibits out in the floor. Up under the ceiling, an elaborate pattern of tiny carvings pierced the walls, letting in plenty of light. Apparently she had dreamed herself into a Tanchico where it was day. A grand display of artifacts of ages long past, of the age of legends and ages before, open to all, even the common folk, 3 days in the month and on feast days, Urian Romavny had written. He had spoken in glowing terms of the priceless display of Quain Diar figures, 6 of them, in a glass-sided case in the center of the hall, always watched by 4 of the Panarch's personal guards when people were allowed in, and had gone on for 2 pages about the bones of fabulous beasts, never seen alive by the eyes of man. Egwene could see some of those. On one side of the room was the skeleton of something that looked a little like a bear, if a bear had 2 front teeth as long as her forearm, and opposite it on the other side were the bones of some slender 4-footed beast with a neck so long the skull was half as high as the ceiling. There were more, spaced down the chamber's walls, just as fantastic. All of them felt old enough to make the Stone of Tears seem new-built. Ducking under the rope barrier, she walked down the chamber slowly, staring. A weathered stone figurine of a woman, seemingly unclothed but wrapped in hair that fell to her ankles, was outwardly no different from the others sharing its case, each not much bigger than her hand. But it gave an impression of soft warmth that she recognized. It was an Angreal, she was sure. She wondered why the tower had not managed to get it away from the Panarch. A finely jointed collar and 2 bracelets of dull black metal on a stand by themselves made her shiver. She felt darkness and pain associated with them. Old, old pain and sharp. A silvery thing in another cabinet, like a 3-pointed star inside a circle, was made of no substance she knew. It was softer than metal, scratched and gouged, yet even older than any of the ancient bones. From 10 paces she could sense pride and vanity. One thing actually seemed familiar, though she could not say why. Tucked into a corner of one of the cabinets, as if whoever put it there had been uncertain that it was worthy of display, lay the upper half of a broken figure carved from some shiny white stone. A woman holding a crystal sphere in one upraised hand, her face calm and dignified and full of wise authority. Whole, she would have been perhaps a foot tall. But why did she appear so familiar? She almost seemed to call to Egwene to pick her up. Not until Egwene's fingers closed on the broken statuette did she realize she had climbed over the rope. Foolish, when I don't know what it is, she thought. But it was already too late. As her hand grasped it, the power surged within her, into the half-figure, then back into her, into the figure and back, in and back. The crystal sphere flickered in fitful, lurid flashes, and needles stabbed her brain with each flash. With a sob of agony, she loosed her hold and clasped both hands to her head. The crystal sphere shattered as the figure hit the floor and broke into pieces, and the needles vanished, leaving only dull memories of the pain and a queasiness that wobbled her knees. She squeezed her eyes shut so she could not see the room heaving. The figure had to be a ter'angreal, but why had it hurt her like that when she only touched it? Perhaps because it was broken. Perhaps, broken, it could not do what it was meant for. She did not even want to think of what it might have been made for. Testing ter'angreal was dangerous. At least it must be broken beyond danger now. Here, at least. Why did it seem to call me? Nausea faded and she opened her eyes. The figure was back on the shelf, as whole as it had been when she first saw it. Strange things happened in Tel Eironriad, but that was stranger than she wanted to see. And this was not what she had come for. First she had to find her way out of the Panarch's palace. Climbing back over the rope, she hurried out of the chamber, trying not to run. The place was empty of life, of course. Human life, at least. Colorful fish swam in large fountains that splashed merrily in the courtyards, surrounded by delicately columned walks and balconies screened by stonework, like intricately carved lace. Lily pads floated on the waters, and white flowers as big as dinner plates. In the world of dreams, a place was as it was in the so-called real world, except for people. Elaborate golden lamps stood in the hallways, wicks uncharred, but she could smell the perfumed oil in them. Her feet raised no hint of dust from the bright carpets that surely could never have been beaten, not here. Once she did see another person walking ahead of her, a man in gilded, ornately worked plate and mail armor, a pointed golden helmet crested with white egret plumes under his arm. "Aeldra," he called, smiling. "Aeldra, come look at me. I am named the Lord Captain of the Panarch's Legion. Aeldra." He walked on another pace, still calling, and suddenly was not there. Not a dreamer. Not even someone using a ter'angreal like her stone ring or a Miko's iron disc. Only a man whose dream had touched a place he was not aware of, with dangers he did not know. People who died unexpectedly in their sleep had often dreamed their way into Tel Riyadh, and in truth had died there. He was well out of it, back into an ordinary dream. The candle was burning down beside that bed back in Tyre. Her time in Tel Riyadh was burning away. Hastening her steps, she came to tall carved doors leading outside, to wide white stairs and a huge empty square. Tanchico spread out in every direction across steep hills, white buildings upon white buildings shining in the sun, hundreds of thin towers and almost as many pointed domes, some gilded. The Panarch's Circle, a tall round wall of white stone, stood in plain sight not half a mile away and a little lower than the palace. The Panarch's palace rose atop one of the loftiest hills. At the top of the deep stairs she was high enough to see water glinting to the west, inlets separating her from more hilly fingers where the rest of the city lay. Tanchico was larger than Tyre, perhaps larger than Camelin. So much to search, and she did not even know for what. For something that signified the presence of the Black Adja, or something that indicated some sort of danger to Rand, if either existed here. Had she been a real dreamer, trained in the use of her talent, she would surely have known what to look for, how to interpret what she saw. But no one remained who could teach her. Aiel wise ones supposedly knew how to decipher dreams. Avienda had been so reluctant to talk about the wise ones that Egwene had not asked any of the other Aiel. Perhaps a wise one could teach her, if she could find one. She took a step toward the square, and suddenly she was somewhere else. Great stone spires rose around her in a heat that sucked the moisture out of her breath. The sun seemed to bake right through her dress, and the breeze blowing in her face seemed to come from a stove. Stunted trees dotted a landscape almost bare of other growth, except for a few patches of tough grass and some prickly plants she did not recognize. She recognized the lion, however, even if she had never seen one in the flesh. It lay in a crevice in the rocks not 20 paces away, black tufted tail switching idly, looking not at her but at something another 100 strides on. The large boar covered in coarse hair was rooting and snuffling at the base of a thorny bush, never noticing the Aiel woman creeping up on it with a spear ready to thrust. Garbed like the Aiel in the stone, she had her shufa around her head, but her face uncovered. "The waist!" Egwene thought incredulously. "I've jumped into the Aiel waist! When will I learn to watch what I think here?" The Aiel woman froze. Her eyes were on Egwene now, not the boar. If it was a boar, it did not seem to be shaped exactly right. Egwene was sure the woman was not a wise one, not dressed like a maiden, from what Egwene had been told. A maiden of the spear who wanted to become a wise one had to give up the spear. This had to be just an Aiel woman who had dreamed herself into Tel Riyadh, like that fellow in the palace. He would have seen her too, if he had ever turned around. Egwene closed her eyes and concentrated on her one clear image of Tanchico, that huge skeleton in the great hall. When she opened them again, she was staring at the massive bones. They had been wired together, she noticed this time, quite cleverly, so that the wires hardly showed at all. The half-figurine with its crystal spheres was still on its shelf. She did not go near it, any more than the black collar and bracelets that felt of so much pain and suffering. The Angreal, the stone woman, was a temptation. What are you going to do with it? Light, you're here to look, to search. Nothing more than that. Get on with it, woman. This time she quickly found her way back to the square. Time passed differently here. Elaine and Nynaeve could be waking her up any moment, and she still had not even begun. There might be no more minutes to waste. She had to be careful of what she thought from here on. No more thinking about the wise ones. Even the admonition made everything lurch around her. Keep your mind on what you are doing, she told herself firmly. She set out through the empty city, walking fast, sometimes trotting. Winding, stone-paved streets slanted up and down, curving every which way, all empty, except for green-backed pigeons and pale gray gulls that rose in thunderclaps of wings when she came close. Why birds and not people? Flies buzzed by, and she could see roaches and beetles scurrying along in the shadows. A pack of lean dogs, all different colors, loped across the street far ahead of her. Why dogs? She pulled herself back to why she was there. What would be a sign of the Black Adja, or of this danger to Rand, if it existed? Most of the white buildings were plastered, the plaster chipped and cracked, often showing weathered wood or pale brown brick beneath. Only the towers and the larger structures, palaces she supposed, were stone, if still white. Even the stone had tiny fissures, though, most of it. Cracks too minute for the eye to catch, but she could feel them with the power in her, spiderwebbing domes and towers. Perhaps that meant something. Perhaps it meant Tanchico was a city not looked after by its inhabitants. As likely that as anything else. She jumped as a shrieking man suddenly plummeted out of the sky in front of her. She only had time to register baggy white trousers and thick mustaches covered by a transparent veil before he vanished, only a pace above the pavement. Had he struck here in Tel Ayran Riyadh, he would have been found dead in his bed. He probably has as much to do with anything as the roaches, she told herself. Perhaps something inside the buildings. It was a small chance, a wild hope, but she was desperate enough to try anything, almost anything. Time. How much time did she have left? She began running from doorway to doorway, putting her head into shops and inns and houses. Tables and benches stood in common rooms awaiting customers, as neatly arranged as the dully gleaming pewter mugs and plates on their shelves. The shops were as tidy as if the shopkeeper had just opened for the morning, yet while a tailor's tables held bolts of cloth and a cutler's knives and scissors, the ceiling hooks hung empty in a butcher's shop, and the shelves stood bare. A finger run along anywhere picked up no dust at all. Everything was clean enough to suit her mother. In the narrower streets there were homes, small, simple, white-plastered buildings with flat roofs and no windows onto the street, ready for families to walk in and sit on benches before cold fireplaces, or around narrow tables with carved legs, where a goodwife's best bowl or platter was given pride of place. Clothes hung on pegs, pots hung from ceilings, hand tools lay on benches, waiting. On a hunch she retraced her steps once, just to see, back a dozen doors, and peered a second time into what was some woman's home in the real world. It was almost the way it had been. Almost. The red-striped bowl that had been on the table was now a narrow blue vase. One of the benches, on it a broken harness and the tools for mending it, that had been near the fireplace, now sat by the door, holding a darning basket and a child's embroidered dress. Why did it change, she wondered. But for that matter, why should it stay the same? Light. I don't know anything. There was a stable across the street, the white plaster showing large patches of brick. She trotted to it and pulled open one of the big doors. Straw covered the dirt floor, just as in every stable she'd ever seen, but the stalls stood empty. No horses. Why? Something rustled in the straw, and she realized the stalls were not empty after all. Rats. Dozens of them, staring at her boldly, noses testing the air for her scent. None of the rats ran or even shied away. They behaved as if they had more right there than she. In spite of herself, she stepped back. Pigeons and gulls and dogs, flies and rats. Maybe a wise one would know why. As suddenly as that, she was back in the waist. With a scream, she fell flat on her back as the hairy boar-like creature darted straight for her, looking as large as a small pony. Not a pig, she saw as it leaped nimbly over her. The snout was too sharp and full of keen teeth, and it had 4 toes on each foot. The thought was calm, but she shuddered as the beast scampered away through the rocks. It was big enough to have trampled her, breaking bones and worse. Those teeth could have ripped and torn as well as any wolf's. She would have awakened with the wounds, if she had waked at all. The gritty rock under her back was a blistering stovetop. She scrambled to her feet, angry with herself. If she could not keep her mind on what she was doing, she would accomplish nothing. Tanchico was where she was supposed to be. She had to concentrate on that. Nothing else. She stopped brushing at her skirts when she saw the Aiel woman watching her with sharp blue eyes from 10 paces off. The woman was Avienda's age, no older than herself, but the wisps of hair that stuck out from under her shufa were so pale as to be almost white. The spear in her hands was ready to be cast, and at that distance she was not likely to miss. The Aiel were said to be more than rough with those who entered the waste without permission. Egwene knew she could wrap woman and spear in air, hold them safely, but would the flows keep long enough when she began to fade? Or would they just anger the woman enough to make her cast her spear the moment she was able, perhaps before Egwene was truly gone? Much good it would do to take herself back to Tanchico with an Aiel spear through her. If she tied the flows, that would leave the woman trapped in Tel Riyadh until they were unraveled, helpless if that lion or the boar-like creature returned. No, she simply needed the woman to lower her spear, just long enough to feel safe closing her eyes, to take herself back to Tanchico, back to what she was supposed to be doing. She had no more time for these flights of fancy. She was not entirely sure someone who had only dreamed themselves into Tel Riyadh could harm her the way other things there could, but she was not going to risk finding out with an Aiel spear point. The Aiel woman should vanish in a few moments, something to put her off balance until then. Changing her clothes was easy. As soon as the thought came, Egwene was wearing the same browns and grays as the woman. "I mean you no harm," she said, outwardly calm. The woman did not lower her weapon. Instead, she frowned and said, "You have no right to wear Kadin sore, girl." And Egwene found herself standing there in her skin, the sun burning her from overhead, the ground searing her bare feet. For a moment she gaped in disbelief, dancing from foot to foot. She had not thought it possible to change things about someone else. So many possibilities, so many rules that she did not know. Hurriedly she thought herself back into stout shoes and the dark dress with its divided skirts, and at the same time made the Aiel woman's garments vanish. She had to draw on Saidar to do it. The woman must have been concentrating on keeping Egwene naked. She had a flow ready to seize the spear if the other woman made to throw it. It was the Aiel woman's turn to look shocked. She let the spear fall to her side, too, and Egwene seized the moment to shut her eyes and take herself back to Tanchico, back to the skeleton of that huge boar. Or whatever it was. She barely gave it a second glance this time. She was growing tired of things that looked like boars and were not. How did she do that? No, it's wondering about how and why that keeps pulling me off the path. This time I'll stick to it. She did hesitate, though. Just as she had closed her eyes, it had seemed she saw another woman beyond the Aiel woman watching them both. A golden-haired woman holding a silver bow. "You are letting wild fancies take you now. You've been listening to too many of Tom Maryland's stories. Birgitta was long dead. She could not come again until the horn of Valir called her back from the grave. Dead women, even heroes of legend, surely could not dream themselves into Tel Riyadh. It was only a moment's pause, though. Shutting off futile speculation, she ran back to the square. How much time did she have left? The whole city to search, and time slipping away, and she as ignorant as when she started. If only she had some idea of what to look for, or where. Running did not seem to tire her here in the world of dreams, but run as hard as she might, she would never cover the entire city before Elaine and Nynaeve woke her. She did not want to have to come back. A woman appeared suddenly among the flock of pigeons that had gathered in the square. Her gown was pale green, thin and draped closely enough to have satisfied Barrelane. Her dark hair was in dozens of narrow braids, and her face was covered to the eyes by a transparent veil, like the one the falling man had worn. The pigeons soared up, and so did the woman gliding over the nearest rooftops with them before abruptly winking out of existence. Egwene smiled. She dreamed of flying like a bird all the time, and this was a dream after all. She leaped into the air and kept going up, toward the roofs. She wobbled as she thought how ridiculous this was. Flying? People did not fly. Then steadied again as she forced herself to be confident. She was doing it, and that was all there was to it. This was a dream, and she was flying. The wind rushed in her face, and she wanted to laugh giddily. She skimmed across the Panarch Circle, where rows of stone benches slanted down from the high wall to a broad field of packed dirt in the center. Imagine so many people gathered, and to watch a fireworks display by the Guild of Illuminators themselves. Back home, fireworks were a rare treat. She could remember the handful of times in her life Emmons Field had had them, with the grown-ups as excited as the children. She sailed over rooftops like a falcon, over palaces and mansions, humble dwellings and shops, warehouses and stables. She slid by domes topped with golden spires and bronze weather vanes, by towers ringed with lacy stone balconies. Carts and wagons dotted wagon yards waiting. Ships crowded the great harbor and the fingers of water between the city's peninsulas. They lined the docks. Everything seemed in a poor state of repair from the carts to the ships, but nothing she saw pointed to the Black Adja, as far as she knew. She considered trying to envision Leandrin. She knew that doll's face all too well, with its multitude of blonde braids, its self-satisfied brown eyes, and its smirking rosebud mouth. Picture her in the hopes she might be drawn to where the Black Sister was. But if it worked, she might find Leandrin in Tel Ayran Riyadh, too, and maybe others of them. She was not ready for that. It suddenly occurred to her that if any of the Black Adja were in Tanchico, in the Tanchico of Tel Ayran Riyadh, she was flaunting herself for them. Any eye looking at the sky would notice a woman flying, one who did not vanish after a few moments. Her smooth flight staggered, and she swooped down below roof level, floating along the streets more slowly than before, but still faster than a horse could run. She might be rushing toward them, but she could not make herself stop and wait for them. Fool, she called herself furiously. Fool! They could know I'm here now. They could be laying a trap already. She considered stepping out of the dream, back to her bed in Tyr, but she had found nothing, if there was anything to find. A tall woman was suddenly standing in the street ahead of her, slim in a bulky brown skirt and loose white blouse, with a brown shawl around her shoulders and a folded scarf around her forehead to hold white hair that spilled to her waist. Despite her plain clothes, she wore a great many necklaces and bracelets of gold or ivory or both. Fists planted on her hips, she stared straight at Egwene, frowning. Another fool woman who's dreamed herself where she has no right to be and doesn't believe what she's seeing, Egwene thought. She had the description of every woman who had gone with Leandrin, and this woman certainly matched none of them. But the woman did not vanish again. She stood there as Egwene approached swiftly. Why doesn't she go? Why? Oh, Light, she's really... She snatched for the flows to weave lightning, to tangle the woman in air, fumbling in startled haste. "Put your feet on the ground, girl," the woman barked. "I had enough trouble finding you again without you flying off like some bird when I do." Abruptly, Egwene stopped flying. Her feet thumped hard on the pavement, and she staggered. It was the Aiel woman's voice, but this was an older woman. Not as old as Egwene had thought at first. In fact, she looked much younger than her white hair suggested, but with the voice and those sharp blue eyes she was sure it was the same woman. "You're different," she said. "You can be what you wish to be here." The woman sounded embarrassed, but only a little. "At times I like to remember. That is not important. You are from the White Tower? It has been long since they had a dream walker. Very long. I am Amis, of the 9 Valleys sept of the Tardad Aiel." "You are a wise one? You are! And you know dreams. You know Tel Ayran Riyadh. You can... My name is Egwene Alvear. She took a deep breath. Amis did not look a woman to lie to. "I am Aes Sedai, of the Green Adja." Amis's expression did not change, really. A slight crinkling of her eyes, perhaps in skepticism. Egwene hardly looked old enough to be full Aes Sedai. What she said, though, was, "I meant to leave you standing in your skin until you asked for some proper clothes. Putting on cut-in sore that way as though you were... You surprised me, pulling free as you did, turning my own spear on me. But you are still untaught, are you not, however strong? Else you would not have popped into the middle of my hunt that way, where you obviously did not wish to be. And this flying about? Did you come to Tel Iran Riyadh? Tel Iran Riyadh? To stare at this city, wherever it is?" "It's Tanchico," Egwene said faintly. She didn't know. But then how had Amis followed her, or found her? It was obvious she knew more of the world of dreams than Egwene did by far. "You can help me. I'm trying to find women of the Black Aja, dark friends. I think they are here, and I have to find them if they are." "It truly exists, then." Amis almost whispered it. "An Aja of shadow runners in the White Tower." She shook her head. "You are like a girl just wedded to the spear who thinks now she can wrestle men and leap mountains. For her it means a few bruises and a valuable lesson in humility. For you, here, it could mean death." Amis eyed the white buildings around them and grimaced. "Tanchico? In Tarabon? This city is dying, eating itself. There is a darkness here, an evil, worse than men can make, or women." She looked at Egwene pointedly. "You cannot see it or feel it, can you? And you want to hunt shadow runners in Tel Iran Riyadh?" "Evil," Egwene said quickly. "That could be them. Are you sure? If I told you what they look like, could you be certain it was them? I can describe them. I can describe one to her last braid." "A child," Amis muttered, "demanding a silver bracelet from her father this minute when she knows nothing of trading or the making of bracelets. You have much to learn, far more than I can begin to teach you now. Come to the Threefold Land. I will have the word spread through the clans that an Aes Sedai called Egwene Alvir is to be brought to me at Cold Rock's Hold. Give your name and show your great serpent ring, and you will have safe running. I am not there now, but I will return from Roidin before you can arrive. Please, you must help me. I need to know if they are here. I have to know." "But I cannot tell you. I do not know them, or this place, this Tanchico. You must come to me. What you do is dangerous, far more dangerous than you know. You must... Where are you going? Stay!" Something seemed to snatch at Egwene, pulling her into darkness. Amis's voice followed her, hollow and dwindling. "You must come to me and learn. You must..." Chapter 12. Tanchico or the Tower. Elaine drew a ragged, relieved breath as Egwene finally stirred and opened her eyes. At the foot of the bed, Avienda's features lost their tinge of frustration and anxiety, and she flashed a quick smile that Egwene returned. The candle had burned past the mark minutes ago. It seemed an hour. "You would not wake up," Elaine said unsteadily. "I shook you and shook you, but you would not wake." She gave a small laugh. "Oh, Egwene, you even frightened Avienda." Egwene put a hand on her arm and squeezed reassuringly. "I am back now." She sounded tired, and she had sweated her shift through. "I suppose I had reason to stay a little longer than we planned. I will be more careful next time, I promise." Nynaeve returned the pitcher of water to the washstand vigorously, sloshing some out. She had been on the point of throwing it in Egwene's sleeping face. Her features were composed, but the pitcher rattled the washbowl, and she let the spilled water drip to the carpet. "Was it something you found? Or was it... Egwene, if the world of dreams can hold on to you in some way, maybe it is too dangerous until you learn more. Maybe the more often you go, the harder it is to come back. Maybe... I don't know. But I do know we cannot risk letting you become lost." She crossed her arms under her breasts, ready for an argument. "I know," Egwene said, very close to meekly. Elaine's eyebrows shot up. Egwene was never meek with Nynaeve. Anything but. Egwene struggled off the bed, refusing Elaine's help, and made her way to the washstand to bathe her face and arms in the relatively cool water. Elaine found a dry shift in the wardrobe, while Egwene pulled off her sodden one. "I met a wise one, a woman named Amice." Egwene's voice was muffled until her head popped out of the top of the new shift. "She said I should come to her to learn about Tel Iron Riod, at some place in the waste called Cold Rock's Hold." Elaine had caught a flicker of Avienda's eye at the mention of the wise one's name. "Do you know her, Amice?" The Aiel woman's nod could only be described as reluctant. "A wise one, a dream walker. Amice was far Darais Mai until she gave up the spear to go to Roideen." "A maiden!" Egwene exclaimed. "So that's why she—" "No matter. She said she is at Roideen now. Do you know where this Cold Rock's Hold is, Avienda?" "Of course. Cold Rocks is Ruark's hold. Ruark is Amice's husband. I visit there sometimes. I used to. My sister-mother Lian is sister-wife to Amice." Elaine exchanged confused glances with Egwene and Nynaeve. Once Elaine had thought she knew a good bit about Aiel, all learned from her teachers in Camelin, but she had discovered since meeting Avienda how little she did know. Customs and relationships all were a maze. First sisters meant having the same mother, except that it was possible for friends to become first sisters by making a pledge before wise ones. Second sisters meant your mothers were sisters. If your fathers were brothers, you were father sisters, and not considered as closely related as second sisters. After that it truly grew bewildering. "What does sister-wife mean?" she asked hesitantly. "That you have the same husband." Avienda frowned at the way Egwene gasped, and Nynaeve's eyes opened as wide as they would go. Elaine had been half expecting the answer, but she still found herself fussing with skirts that were perfectly straight. "This is not your custom?" the Aiel woman asked. "No," Egwene said faintly. "No, it is not." "But you and Elaine care for one another as first sisters. What would you have done had one of you been unwilling to step aside for Randall Thor? Fight over him? Let a man damage the ties between you? Would it not have been better if you both had married him, then?" Elaine looked at Egwene. The thought of... could she have done such a thing? Even with Egwene? She knew her cheeks were red. Egwene merely looked startled. "But I wanted to step aside," Egwene said. Elaine knew the remark was as much for her as for Avienda, but the thought would not go away. Had Min had a viewing? What would she do if Min had? "If it's Berelain, I will strangle her, and him too. If it has to be someone, why couldn't it be Egwene? Light, what am I thinking?" She knew she was becoming flustered, and to cover it she made her voice light. "You sound as if the man has no choice in the matter." "He can say no," Avienda said, as if it were obvious. "But if he wishes to marry one, he must marry both when they ask. Please take no offense, but I was shocked when I learned that in your lands a man can ask a woman to marry him. A man should make his interest known, then wait for the woman to speak. Of course, some women lead a man to see where his interest lies, but the right of the question is hers. I do not really know very much of these things. I have wanted to be far Daras Mai since I was a child. All I want in life is the spear and my spear sisters," she finished quite fiercely. "No one is going to try to make you marry," Egwene said soothingly. Avienda gave her a startled look. Nynaeve cleared her throat loudly. Elaine wondered if she had been thinking about Lan. There were certainly hard spots of color in her cheeks. "I suppose, Egwene," Nynaeve said in a slightly too energetic voice, "that you did not find what you were looking for, or you would have said something by now." "I found nothing," Egwene replied regretfully. "But Amice said... Avienda, what sort of woman is Amice?" The Aiel woman had taken up a study of the carpet. "Amice is hard as the mountains and pitiless as the sun," she said without looking up. She is a dream walker. She can teach you. Once she lays her hands on you, she will drag you by the hair toward what she wants. Ruark is the only one who can stand up to her. Even the other wise ones step carefully when Amos speaks, but she can teach you." Egwene shook her head. "I meant, would being in a strange place unsettle her, make her nervous? Being in a city? Would she see things that weren't there?" Avienda's laugh was a short, sharp sound. "Nervous? Waking to find a lion in her bed would not make Amos nervous. She was a maiden, Egwene, and she has grown no softer, you can be sure of it." "What did this woman see?" Nynaeve asked. "It wasn't something she saw exactly," Egwene said slowly. "I think not seeing. She said Tanchico had an evil in it, worse than men could make, she said. That could be the Black Aja. Don't argue with me, Nynaeve," she added in a firmer voice. "Dreams have to be interpreted. It very well could be." Nynaeve had begun frowning as soon as Egwene mentioned evil in Tanchico, and her frown turned to a heated glare when Egwene told her not to argue. Sometimes Elaine wanted to shake both women. She stepped in quickly before the older woman could erupt. "It very well could be, Egwene. You did find something, more than Nynaeve or I thought you could. Didn't she, Nynaeve? Don't you think so?" "It could be," Nynaeve said grudgingly. "It could be." Egwene did not sound happy about it. She took a deep breath. "Nynaeve is right. I have to learn what I'm doing. If I knew what I should, I would not have had to be told about the evil. If I knew what I should, I could have found the very room Liandrin is staying in, wherever she is. Amos can teach me. That is why I have to go to her." "Go to her?" Nynaeve sounded appalled. "Into the waste?" "Avienda can take me right to this Cold Rock's hold." Egwene's look, half defiant, half anxious, darted between Elaine and Nynaeve. "If I was certain they were in Tanchico, I wouldn't let you go alone, if you decide to. But with Amos to help me, maybe I can find out where they are. Maybe I can— That is just it. I do not even know what I'll be able to do, only that I am certain it will be far more than I can now. It isn't as if I will be abandoning you. You can take the ring with you. You know the stone well enough to come back here in Tel'aran Riyadh. I can come to you in Tanchico. Whatever I learn from Amos, I can teach you. Please say you understand. I can learn so much from Amos, and then I can use it to help you. It will be as if all three of us had been trained by her. A dream walker, a woman who knows. Liandrin and the rest of them will be like children. They won't know a quarter of what we do." She chewed her lip, one pensive bite. "You don't believe I am running out on you, do you? If you do, I won't go." "Of course you must go," Elaine told her. "I will miss you, but no one promised us we could stay together until this was done. But the two of you, going alone, I should go with you. If they really are in Tanchico, I should be with you." "Nonsense," Nynaeve said briskly. "Training is what you need. That will do us far more good in the long run than your company to Tanchico. It isn't even as if we know any of them are in Tanchico. If they are, Elaine and I will do very well together, but we could arrive and find that this evil is no more than the war after all. The Light knows war should be evil enough for anyone. We may be back in the tower before you are. You must be careful in the waste," she added in a practical tone. "It is a dangerous place. Avienda, you will look after her?" Before the Aiel woman could open her mouth, there was a knock at the door, followed immediately by Moiraine. The Aes Sedai took them in with one sweeping look that weighed, measured, and considered them and what they had been doing, all without the twitch of an eyelid to suggest her conclusion. "Joya and Amiko are dead," she announced. "Was that the reason for the attack, then?" Nynaeve said. "All that to kill them? Or perhaps to kill them if they could not be freed? I'm sure Joya was so confident because she expected rescue. She must have been lying after all. I never trusted her repentance." "Not the main purpose, perhaps," Moiraine replied. "The captain very wisely kept his men to their posts in the dungeons during the attack. They never saw a single Trolloc or Myrddraal. but they found the pair dead after, each with her throat rather messily cut, after her tongue had been nailed to her cell door. She might as well have been speaking of having a dress mended. Elaine's stomach heaved leadenly at the detached description. I would not have wanted that for them, not like that. The light illumined their souls. They sold their souls to the shadow long ago, Egwene said roughly. She had both hands pressed to her stomach, though. How was it done, Grey Men? I doubt even Grey Men could have managed that, Moiraine said dryly. The shadow has resources beyond what we know, it seems. Yes. Egwene smoothed her dress and her voice. If there was no attempt at rescue, it must mean they were both telling the truth. They were killed because they talked. Or to stop them from it, Nynaeve added grimly. We can hope they do not know that those two told us anything. Perhaps Joya did repent, but I'll not believe it. Elaine swallowed, thinking of being in a cell, having your face pressed to the door so your tongue could be pulled out, and she shivered but made herself say, they might have been killed simply to punish them for being captured. She left out her thought that the killing might have been to make them believe whatever Joya and Amiko had said. They had enough doubts about what to do as it was. 3 possibilities, and only one says the Black Aja knows they revealed a word. Since all 3 are equal, the chances are that they do not know. Egwene and Nynaeve looked shocked. To punish them? Nynaeve said incredulously. They were both tougher than she in many ways. She admired them for it. But they had not grown up watching the maneuverings at court in Camelin, hearing tales of the cruel way Cairhienin and Tyrans played the games of houses. I think the Black Aja might be less than gentle with failure of any kind, she told them. I can imagine Liandrin ordering it. Joya surely could have done it easily. Moiraine eyed her briefly, a reassessing look. Liandrin, Egwene said, her tone absolutely flat. Yes, I can imagine Liandrin or Joya giving that command. You did not have much longer to question them in any case, Moiraine said. They would have been ship-bound by midday tomorrow. A hint of anger touched her voice. Elaine realized Moiraine must see the Black Sisters' deaths as an escape from justice. I hope you reach some decision soon, Tanchico or the Tower. Elaine met Nynaeve's eyes and gave a slight nod. Nynaeve nodded back more assertively before turning to the Aes Sedai. Elaine and I will be going to Tanchico as soon as we can find a ship. A fast ship, I hope. Egwene and Avienda will be going to Cold Rock's Hold in the Aiel Waste. She gave no reasons, and Moiraine's eyebrows rose. Jolien can take her, Avienda said into the momentary silence. She avoided looking at Egwene. Or Sefella, or Bane and Chiad. I have a thought to go with Elaine and Nynaeve. If there is war in this Tanchico, they have need of a sister to watch their backs. If that is what you want, Avienda, Egwene said slowly. She looked surprised and hurt, but no more surprised than Elaine. She had thought the two of them were becoming friends. I am glad you want to help us, Avienda, but you should be the one to take Egwene to Cold Rock's Hold. She is going neither to Tanchico nor Cold Rock's Hold, Moiraine said, taking a letter from her pouch and unfolding the pages. This was placed in my hand an hour gone. The young Aiel man who brought it told me it was given to him a month ago before any of us reached Tyr, yet it is addressed to me by name at the Stone of Tyr. She glanced at the last sheet. Avienda, do you know Amis of the 9 Valleys Sept of the Tardad Aiel, Bear of the Hydo Sept of the Sharad Aiel, Melaine of the Jirad Sept of the Goshen Aiel, and Siana of the Black Cliff Sept of the Nakai Aiel? They signed it. They are all wise ones, Aes Sedai. All dream-walkers. Avienda's stance had shifted to wariness, though she did not seem aware of it. She looked ready to fight or flee. Dream-walkers, Moiraine mused. Perhaps that explains it. I have heard of dream walkers. She turned to the second page of the letter. Here is what they say about you, what they said perhaps before you had even decided to come to Tyr. There is among the maidens of the spear in the stone of Tyr a willful girl called Avienda of the 9 valleys sept of the Tardad Aiel. She must now come to us. There can be no more waiting or excuses. We will await her on the slopes of Chaendair, above Ruidin. There is more about you, but mainly telling me that I must see you come to them without delay. They issue commands like the Amerlin, these wise ones of yours. She made a vexed sound, which brought Elaine to wonder if the wise ones had tried issuing commands to the Aes Sedai, too. Not very likely, and unlikely to be successful if tried. Still, something about that letter irritated the Aes Sedai. "I am far darais mai," Avienda said angrily. "I do not go running like a child when someone calls my name. I will go to Tanchico if I wish." Elaine pursed her lips thoughtfully. This was something new from the Aiel woman. Not the anger. She had seen Avienda angry before, if not quite to this degree, but the undertone. She could call it nothing but sulkiness. That seemed as unlikely as Lan being sulky, but there it was. Egwene heard it too. She patted Avienda's arm. "It's all right. If you want to go to Tanchico, I'll be pleased that you are protecting Elaine and Nynaeve." Avienda gave her a truly miserable look. Moiraine shook her head only slightly, but still deliberate. "I showed this to Ruark." Avienda opened her mouth, her face irate, but the Aes Sedai raised her voice and went on smoothly. "As the letter asks me to. Only the part concerning you, of course. He seems quite determined that you will do as the letter asks, as it orders. I think it wisest to do as Ruark and the wise ones wish, Avienda. Do you not agree?" Avienda stared around the room wildly, as at a trap. "I am far darais mai," she muttered, and strode for the door without another word. Egwene took a step, half raising a hand to stop her, then let it fall as the door banged shut. "What did they want with her?" she demanded of Moiraine. "You always know more than you let on. What are you holding back this time?" "Whatever the wise one's reason," Moiraine said coolly, "it is surely a matter between Avienda and them. If she wished you to know, she would have told you." "You cannot stop trying to maneuver people," Nynaeve said bitterly. "You're maneuvering Avienda into something now, aren't you?" "Not I. The wise ones. And Ruark." Moiraine folded the letter, returning it to her belt pouch with a touch of acerbity in her manner. She can always say no to him. A clan chief is not the same as a king, as I understand Aiel ways. "Can she?" Elaine asked. Ruark reminded her of Gareth Breen. The captain-general of her mother's royal guards had seldom put his foot down, but when he did, not even Morghese could bring him around, short of a royal command. There would be no command from the throne this time, not that Morghese had ever issued one to Gareth Bryn when he had decided he was right, now that Elaine thought of it, and without one she expected that Avienda was going to the slopes of Chaendair, above Ruidin. "At least she can journey with you, Egwene. Amis can hardly meet you at Cold Rock's Hold if she plans to wait for Avienda at Ruidin. You can go to Amis together." "But I do not want her to," Egwene said sadly. "Not if she doesn't want to." "Whatever anyone wants," Nynaeve said. "We have work to do. You will need many things for a trip into the Waste, Egwene. Lan will tell me what. And Elaine and I must make preparations to sail for Tanchico. I suppose we can find a ship tomorrow, but that means deciding what to pack tonight." "There is a ship of the Atha An Mier at the docks in the Mole," Moiraine told them. "A raker. There are no ships faster. You did want a fast ship." Nynaeve gave a grudging nod. "Moiraine," Elaine said, "what is Rand going to do now, after this attack? Will he start the war you want?" "I do not want a war," the Aes Sedai replied. "I want what will see him alive to fight Tarmon Gaiden. He says he will tell us all what he means to do tomorrow." The smallest frown creased her smooth forehead. "Tomorrow we will all know more than we do tonight." Her departure was abrupt. Tomorrow, Elaine thought. What will he do when I tell him? What will he say? He has to understand. Determinedly, she joined the other two to discuss their preparations.
Chapter 13. Rumors. The tavern's business rocked along like any in the Mola, a wagon load of geese and crockery careering downhill through the night. The babble of voices fought with the musicians' offerings on 3 assorted drums, 2 hammered dulcimers, and a bulbous semsir that produced whining trills. The serving maids, in dark ankle-length dresses with necks up to the chin and short white aprons, hustled between crowded tables, holding clusters of pottery mugs overhead so they could squeeze through. Barefoot, leather-vested dockmen mixed with fellows in coats tight to the waist and bare-chested men with broad, colorful sashes to hold up their baggy breeches. So close to the docks, vestments of outlanders were everywhere among the crowd. High collars from the north and long collars from the west. Silver chains on coats and bells on vests. Knee-high boots and thigh-high boots. Necklaces or earrings on men. Lace on coats or shirts. One man with wide shoulders and a big belly had a forked yellow beard, and another had smeared something on his mustaches to make them glisten in the lamplight and curl up on either side of his narrow face. Dice rolled and tumbled in 3 corners of the room, and on a number of tabletops, silver changing hands briskly to shouts and laughter. Matt sat alone with his back to the wall where he could see all the doors, though mostly he peered into a still untouched mug of dark wine. He did not go near the dice games, and he never glanced at the serving girl's ankles. With the tavern so crowded, men occasionally thought to share his table, but a good look at his face made them sheer away and crowd onto a bench elsewhere. Dipping a finger in his wine, he sketched aimlessly on the tabletop. These fools had no idea what had happened in the stone tonight. He had heard a few tyrants mention some kind of trouble, quick words that trailed off into nervous laughter. They did not know and did not want to. He almost wished he did not know himself. No, he wished he had a better idea of what had happened. The images kept flashing in his head, flashing through the holes in his memory, making no real sense. The din of fighting somewhere in the distance echoed down the corridor, dulled by the wall hangings. He retrieved his knife from the gray man's corpse with a shaking hand. A gray man, and hunting him. It had to have been after him. Gray men did not wander about killing at random. They had targets as surely as an arrow. He turned to run, and there was a murderel striding toward him, like a black snake on legs, its pasty-faced, eyeless stare sending shivers into his bones. At 30 paces he hurled the knife straight at where an eye should have been. At that distance he could hit a knothole no larger than an eye 4 times in 5. The Fade's black sword blurred as it knocked the dagger away, almost casually. It did not even break stride. "Time to die, horn sounder." Its voice was a red adder's dry hiss, warning of death. Matt backed away. He had a knife in either hand now, though he did not remember drawing them. Not that knives would be much good against a sword, but running meant that black blade in his back as sure as 5 6s beat 4 3s. He wished he had a good quarterstaff, or a bow. He would like to see this thing try to deflect a shaft from a 2 Rivers longbow. He wished he were somewhere else. He was going to die here. Suddenly a dozen Trollocs roared out of a side hallway, piling onto the Fade in a frenzy of chopping axes and stabbing swords. Matt stared in amazed disbelief. The halfmen fought like a black-armored whirlwind. More than half the Trollocs were dead or dying before the Fade lay in a twitching heap. One arm flexed and thrashed like a dying snake 3 paces away from the body, still with that black sword in its fist. A ram-horned Trolloc peered toward Matt, snout lifted to sniff the air. It snarled at him, then whined and began licking a long gash that had laid open mail and hairy forearm. The others finished cutting the throats of their wounded, and one barked a few harsh guttural words. Without another glance at Matt, they turned and trotted away, hooves and boots making hollow sounds on the stone floor. Away from him. Matt shivered. Trollocs to the rescue. What had Matt gotten him into now? He saw what he had drawn with the wine, an open door, and scrubbed it out angrily. He had to get away from here. He had to. And he could also feel that urge in the back of his head that it was time to go back to the stone. He pushed it away angrily, but it kept buzzing at him. He caught a snatch of talk from the table to his right, where the lean-faced fellow with the curling mustaches was holding forth in a heavy Lugarder accent. "Now this dragon of yours is a great man, no doubt. I'll not be denying it. But he's not a patch on Logain. Why, Logain had all of Gillidan at war, and half of Amadisia and Altara as well. He made the earth swallow whole towns that resisted him, he did. Buildings, people and all, entire. And the one up in Saldaea, Masim, why, they say he made the sun stand still till he defeated the Lord Bashir's army. 'Tis a fact, they do say." Matt shook his head. The stone fallen and Collindor in Rand's hand, and this idiot still thought he was another false dragon. He had sketched that doorway again. Rubbing a hand through it, he grabbed the mug of wine, then stopped with it halfway to his mouth. Through the commotion, his ear had picked out a familiar name spoken at a nearby table. Scraping back his bench, he made his way to that table, mug in hand. The people around it were the sort of odd mixture made in taverns in the Mola. 2 barefoot sailors wearing oiled coats over bare chests, one with a thick gold chain close around his neck. A once fat man with sagging jowls in a dark Kyrianan coat with slashes of red and gold and green across his chest, which might have indicated that he was a noble, though one sleeve was torn at the shoulder. A good many Kyrianan refugees had come down far in the world. A gray-haired woman, all in subdued dark blue, with a hard face and a sharp eye and heavy gold rings on her fingers. And the speaker, the fork-bearded fellow with a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg in his ear. The 3 silver chains looped across the straining chest of his dark, reddish coat named him a Kandori master merchant. They had a guild for merchants in Kandor. The talk ceased, and all eyes swung to Matt when he stopped at their table. "I heard you mention the 2 rivers." Forkbeard ran a quick eye over him, the unbrushed hair, the tight expression on his face, and the wine in his fist, the gleaming black boots, the green coat with its gold scrollwork, open to the waist to reveal a snowy linen shirt. But both coat and shirt heavily wrinkled. In short, the very image of a young noble sporting himself among the commoners. "I did, my lord," he said heartily. "I was saying there'll be no tabac out of there this year, I'll wager. I have 20 casks of the finest 2 Rivers leaf, though, than which there is none finer. Fetch an excellent price later in the year, if my lord wishes a cask for his own stock." He tugged one point of his yellow beard and laid a finger alongside his nose. "I am certain I could manage to." "You'll wager that, will you?" Matt said softly, cutting him short. "Why would there be no tabac out of the 2 rivers?" "Why, the white cloaks, my lord, the children of the light." "What about the white cloaks?" The master merchant peered around the table for help. There was a dangerous note in that quiet tone. The sailors looked as if they would leave if they dared. The Kyrianan was glaring at Matt, sitting up too straight and smoothing his worn coat as he swayed. The empty mug in front of him was obviously not his first. The gray-haired woman had her mug to her mouth, her sharp eyes watching Matt over the rim in a calculating way. Managing a seated bow, the merchant put on an ingratiating tone. "The rumor is, my lord, that the white cloaks have gone into the 2 rivers. Hunting the dragon reborn, it's said, though of course that cannot be, since the Lord Dragon is here in Tyr." He eyed Matt to see how that had been taken. Matt's face did not change. "These rumors can run very wild, my lord. Perhaps it's only wind in a bucket. The same rumor claims the White Cloaks are after some dark friend with yellow eyes, too. Did you ever hear of a man with yellow eyes, my lord? No more have I. Wind in a bucket. Matt set his mug on the table and leaned closer to the man. Who else are they hunting, according to this rumor? The Dragon Reborn? A man with yellow eyes? Who else? Beads of sweat formed on the merchant's face. No one, my lord. No one that I heard. Only rumor, my lord. Straws in the wind, no more. A puff of smoke soon vanished. If I might have the honor of presenting my lord a cask of Two Rivers Tabac, a gesture of appreciation. The honor of, to express my... Matt tossed an Andoran gold crown onto the table. Buy a drink on me till that runs out. As he turned away, he heard mutters from the table. I thought he'd cut my throat. You know these lordlings when they're full of wine. That from the fork-bearded merchant. An odd young man, the woman said. Dangerous. Do not try your ploys on that kind, patron. I do not think he is a lord at all, another man said petulantly. The Kyrianan, Matt supposed. His lip curled. A lord? He would not be a lord if it was offered to him. White Cloaks in the Two Rivers. Light. Light, help us. Plowing his way to the door, he pulled a pair of wooden clogs from the pile against the wall. He had no idea whether they were the ones he had worn in. They all looked alike, and did not care. They fit his boots. It had started raining outside, a light fall that made the darkness that much deeper. Turning up his collar, he splashed along the muddy streets of the Mola in an awkward trot, past blaring taverns and well-lit inns and dark-windowed houses. When mud gave way to paving stones at the wall marking the inner city, he kicked the clogs off and left them lying as he ran on. The defenders guarding the nearest gate into the stone let him pass without a word. They knew who he was. He ran all the way to Perrin's room and flung open the door, barely noticing the splintered split in the wood. Perrin's saddlebags lay on the bed, and Perrin was stuffing shirts and stockings into them. There was only one candle lit, but he did not seem to notice the gloom. "You've heard, then," Matt said. Perrin went on with what he was doing. "About home?" "Yes. I went down to sniff out a rumor for Fail. After tonight, more than ever, I have to get her." The growl, deep in his throat, made Matt's hackles rise. It sounded like an angry wolf. "No matter. I heard. Maybe this will do as well." As well as what? Matt wondered. "You believe it?" For a moment, Perrin looked up. His eyes gathered the light of the candle, shining a burnished golden yellow. "There doesn't seem to be much doubt to me. It's all too close to the truth." Matt shifted uncomfortably. "Does Rand know?" Perrin only nodded and went back to his packing. "Well, what does he say?" Perrin paused, staring at the folded cloak in his hands. He started muttering to himself. "He said he'd do it. He said he would. I should have believed him. Like that. It made no sense. Then he grabbed me by the collar and said he had to do what they don't expect. He wanted me to understand, but I'm not certain he does himself. He didn't seem to care whether I leave or stay. No, I take that back. I think he was relieved I'm leaving." "Boil it down, and he's not going to do anything," Matt said. "Light. With Collindor he could blast 1,000 White Cloaks. You saw what he did to those bloody Trollocs." "You're going, are you? Back to the Two Rivers? Alone?" "Unless you are coming too." Perrin stuffed the cloak into the saddlebags. "Are you?" Instead of answering, Matt paced back and forth, his face in half-light and shadow by turns. His mother and father were in Emmonsfield, and his sisters. White Cloaks had no reason to hurt them. If he went home, he had the feeling he would never leave again, that his mother would marry him off before he could sit down. But if he did not go, if the White Cloaks harmed them... All it took was rumor for White Cloaks, so he had heard. But why should there be any rumor about them? Even the Coplands, liars and troublemakers to a man, liked his father. Everyone liked Abel Cawthon. "You don't have to," Perrin said quietly. "Nothing I heard mentioned you. Only Rand and me." "Burn me, I will go—" He could not say it. Thinking of going was easy enough, but saying he would? His throat tightened up to strangle the words. "Is it easy for you, Perrin? Going, I mean. Don't you feel anything? Trying to hold you back? Telling you reasons you shouldn't go?" 100 of them, Matt. But I know it comes down to Rand and to Viren. You won't admit that, will you? 100 reasons to stay, but the one reason to go outweighs them. The White Cloaks are in the Two Rivers, and they'll hurt people trying to find me. I can stop it if I go." "Why should the White Cloaks want you enough to hurt anybody? Light, if they go asking for somebody with yellow eyes, nobody in Emmons Field will know who they're talking about. And how can you stop anything? One more pair of hands won't do much good." "Ah! The White Cloaks have bitten a mouthful of leather if they think they can push Two Rivers folk around." "They know my name," Perrin said softly. His gaze swung to where his axe hung on the wall, the belt tied around the haft and the wall hook. Or maybe it was his hammer he was staring at, standing propped against the wall beneath the axe. Matt could not be sure. "They can find my family. As for why, they have their reasons, Matt, just as I have mine. Who can say who has the better?" "Burn me, Perrin, burn me! I want to See? I can't even say it now. Like my head knows I'll do it if I say it. I can't even get it out in my mind." "Different paths. We've been sent down different paths before." "Different paths be bloodied," Matt grunted. "I've had all I want of Rand and Aes Sedai shoving me down their bloody paths. I want to go where I want for a change, do what I want." He turned for the door, but Perrin's voice halted him. "I hope your path is a happy one, Matt. The lights send you pretty girls and fools who want to gamble." "Oh, burn me, Perrin. The lights send you what you want, too." "I expect it will." He did not sound happy at the prospect. "Will you tell my Da I'm all right? And my mother? She always did worry. And look after my sisters. They used to spy on me and tell Mother everything, but I wouldn't want anything to happen to them." "I promise, Matt." Closing the door behind him, Matt wandered down the hallways aimlessly. His sisters. Eldrin and Bodowin had always been ready to run shouting, "Mama, Matt's in trouble again. Matt's doing what he shouldn't, Mama." Especially Bode. They would be 16 and 17 now. Probably thinking of marriage before too much longer, already with some dull farmer picked out, whether the fellow knew it or not. Had he really been gone so long? It did not seem so, sometimes. Sometimes he felt as if he had left Emmons Field just a week or two past. Other times it seemed years gone, only dimly remembered at all. He could remember Eldrin and Bode smirking when he had been switched, but their faces were no longer sharp. His own sisters' faces. These bloody holes in his memory, like holes in his life. He saw Berylane coming toward him and grinned in spite of himself. For all her airs, she was a fine figure of a woman. That clinging white silk was thin enough for a handkerchief, not to mention being scooped low enough at the top to expose a considerable amount of excellent pale bosom. He swept her his best bow, elegant and formal. "A good evening to you, my lady." She started to sweep by without a glance, and he straightened angrily. "Are you deaf as well as blind, woman? I'm not a carpet to walk over, and I distinctly heard myself speak. If I pinch your bottom, you can slap my face, but until I do, I expect a civil word for a civil word." The first stopped dead, eyeing him in that way women had. She could have sewn him a shirt and told his weight, not to mention when he had his last bath, from that look. Then she turned away, murmuring something to herself. All he caught was, "Too much like me." He stared after her in amazement. Not a word to him. That face, that walk, and her nose so far in the air, it was a wonder her feet touched the ground. That was what he got, speaking to the likes of Berelaine and Elaine. Nobles who thought you were dirt unless you had a palace and bloodlines back to Arthur Hawkwing. Well, he knew a plump cook's helper, just plump enough, who did not think he was dirt. Dara had a way of nibbling his ears that... His thoughts stopped dead in their tracks. He had been considering seeing whether Dara was awake and up for a cuddle. He had even considered flirting with Berelaine. Berelaine! And the last words he had said to Perrin, "Look after my sisters." As if he had already decided, already knew what to do. Only he had not. He would not so easily, just sliding into it. There was a way, perhaps. Digging a gold coin from his pocket, he flipped it into the air and snatched it onto the back of his other hand. A Tarvalin mark he saw for the first time, and he was staring at the flame of Tarvalin, stylized like a teardrop. "Burn all Aes Sedai," he announced loudly, "and burn Randall Thor for getting me into this." A black and gold liveried servant stopped in mid-stride, staring at him worriedly. The man's silver tray was piled high with rolled bandages and jars of ointment. As soon as he realized Matt had seen him, he gave a jump. Matt tossed the gold mark onto the man's tray. "From the biggest fool in the world. Mind you spend it well, on women and wine." "Thank you, my lord," the man stammered, as if stunned. Matt left him standing there. The biggest fool in the world. Aren't I just? Chapter 14. Customs of Mayenne. Perrin shook his head as the door closed behind Matt. Matt would as soon hit himself on the head with a hammer as go back to the Two Rivers. Not unless he must. Perrin wished there was some way he could avoid going home, too. But there was no way. It was a fact as hard as iron and less forgiving. The difference between Matt and himself was that he was willing to accept that, even when he did not want to. Easing his shirt off made him grunt, careful as he could be. A large bruise, already faded to browns and yellows, stained his entire left shoulder. A Trolloc had slipped past his axe, and only Fail's quick work with a knife had kept it from being more than it was. The shoulder made washing painful, but at least there was no worry about cold water in Tyr. He was packed and ready, only a change of clothes for the morning remaining out of his saddlebags. As soon as the sun rose, he would go find Loyal. No point in bothering the Ogier tonight. He was probably already abed, where Perrin meant to be shortly. Fail was the only problem he had not figured out how to deal with. Even staying in Tyr would be better for her than going with him. The door opened, surprising him. Perfume wafted into him as soon as the door cracked. It made him think of climbing flowers on a hot summer night. A tantalizing scent, not heavy, not to anyone but him, but nothing Fail would wear. Still, he was even more surprised when Berelaine stepped into his room. Holding the edge of the door, she blinked, making him realize how dim the light must be for her. "You are going somewhere?" she said hesitantly. With the light of the hallway's lamps behind her, it was difficult not to stare. "Yes, my lady." He bowed, not smoothly, but as well as he could. Fail could give all the sharp sniffs she wanted, but he saw no reason not to be polite. "In the morning." "So am I." She closed the door and crossed her arms beneath her breasts. He looked away, watching her from the corner of his eye, so she would not think he was goggling. She went on without noticing his reaction. The single candle flame was reflected in her dark eyes. "After tonight. Tomorrow I will leave by carriage for Godan, and from there take ship for Mayenne. I should have gone days ago, but I thought there must be some way to work matters out. Only there wasn't, of course. I should have seen that sooner. Tonight convinced me. The way he... all that lightning flowing down the halls. I will leave tomorrow. My lady, Perrin said in confusion, why are you telling me? The way she tossed her head reminded him of a mare he had sometimes shoed in Emmons Field. That mare would try to take a bite out of you. So you can tell the Lord Dragon, of course. That made no more sense to him. You can tell him yourself, he said, with more than a little exasperation. I've no time for carrying messages before I go. I do not think he would wish to see me. Any man would want to see her, and she was beautiful to look at. She knew both things. He thought she had started to say something else. Could she have been that frightened by what had happened that night in Rand's bedchamber? Or the attack and the way Rand had ended it? Perhaps, but this was not a woman to frighten easily, not from the cool way she was eyeing him. Give your message to a servant. I doubt I'll see Rand again. Not before I leave. Any servant will take a note to him. It would come better from you, a friend of the Lord. Give it to a servant, or one of the Aiel. You will not do as I ask? She asked incredulously. No. Haven't you been listening to me? She tossed her head again, but there was a difference this time, though he could not have said what. Studying him thoughtfully, she murmured half to herself, such striking eyes. What? Suddenly he realized he was standing there naked to the waist. Her intense scrutiny abruptly seemed like the study of a horse before purchase. Next thing, she would be feeling his ankles and inspecting his teeth. He snatched the shirt meant for mourning from the bed and pulled it over his head. Give your message to a servant. I want to go to bed now. I mean to be up early, before sunrise. Where are you going tomorrow? Home, the 2 Rivers. It is late. If you are leaving tomorrow too, I suppose you want to get some sleep. I know I'm tired. He yawned as widely as he could. She still made no move toward the door. You are a blacksmith? I have need of a blacksmith in Mayenne, making ornamental ironwork. A short stay before returning to the 2 Rivers? You would find Mayenne entertaining. I am going home, he told her firmly, and you are going back to your own rooms. Her small shrug made him look away again hastily. Perhaps another day. I always get what I want in the end, and I think I want... She paused, eyeing him up and down. Ornamental ironwork for the windows of my bedchamber. She smiled so innocently that he felt alarm gongs sounding his head. The door opened again, and Fail came in. Perrin, I went into the city looking for you, and I heard a rumor... She stopped, stock still, her eyes hard on Berlane. The first ignored her. Stepping close to Perrin, she ran a hand up his arm, across his shoulder. For an instant he thought she meant to try pulling his head down for a kiss. She certainly lifted her face up as if for one. But she only trailed her hand along the side of his neck in a quick caress and stepped back. It was over and done before he could move to stop her. Remember, she said softly, as if they were alone, I always get what I want. And she swept past Fail and out of the room. He waited for an explosion from Fail, but she glanced at his stuffed saddlebags on the bed and said, I see you've heard the rumor already. It is only a rumor, Perrin. Yellow eyes make it more than that. She should have been erupting like a bundle of dry twigs tossed on a fire. Why was she so cool? Very well. Moraine is the next problem, then. Will she try to stop you? Not if she doesn't know. If she tries, I will go anyway. I have family and friends, Fail. I won't leave them to white cloaks. But I hope to keep it from her until I'm well out of the city." Even her eyes were calm, like dark pools in the forest. It made his hackles rise. "But it had to take weeks for that rumor to reach Tyr, and it will take weeks more to ride to the two rivers. The white cloaks could be gone by then. Well, I have been wanting you to leave here. I should not complain. I just want you to know what to expect." "It won't take weeks by the ways," he told her. 2 days, maybe 3. 2 days. He supposed there was no means to make it faster. "You are as mad as Randall Thor," she said disbelievingly. Dropping on the foot of his bed, she folded her legs crosswise and addressed him in a voice suitable for lecturing children. "Go into the ways, and you come out hopelessly mad, if you come out at all, which is most likely you will not. The ways are tainted, Perrin. They have been dark for, what, 300 years? 400? Ask Loyal. He could tell you. It was Ogiers built the ways, or grew them, or whatever it was. Not even they use the ways. Why, even if you managed to make it through them unscathed, the light alone knows where you would come out." "I have traveled them, Fail. And a frightening trip it had been, too. Loyal can guide me. He can read the guideposts. That's how he went before. He will do it for me again when he knows how important it is." Loyal was eager to be away from Tier 2. He seemed to be afraid that his mother knew where he was. Perrin was sure he would help. "Well," she said, rubbing her hands together briskly. "Well, I wanted adventure, and this is certainly it. Leaving the Stone of Tyr and the Dragon Reborn, traveling the ways to find white cloaks. I wonder whether we can persuade Tom Maryland to come along. If we cannot have a bard, a gleeman will do. He could compose the story, and you and I the heart of it. No Dragon Reborn or Aes Sedai about to swallow up the tale. When do we leave? In the morning?" He took a deep breath to steady his voice. "I will be going alone, Fail. Just Loyal and me." "We will need a pack horse," she said, as if he had not spoken. "2, I think. The ways are dark. We will need lanterns and plenty of oil. Your Two Rivers people, farmers, will they fight white cloaks?" "Fail," I said. "I heard what you said," she snapped. Shadows gave her a dangerous look, with her tilted eyes and high cheekbones. "I heard, and it makes no sense. What if these farmers won't fight, or don't know how? Who is going to teach them? You? Alone?" "I will do what has to be done," he said patiently. "Without you." She bounced to her feet so fast he thought she was coming for his throat. "Do you think Berelaine will go with you? Will she guard your back? Or perhaps you prefer her to sit on your lap and squeal? Tuck your shirt in, you hairy oaf. Does it have to be so dark in here? Berelaine likes dim light, does she? Much good she will do you against the children of the light." Perrin opened his mouth to protest, and changed what he had been going to say. "She looks a pleasant armful, Berelaine. What man wouldn't want her on his lap?" The hurt on her face banded his chest with iron, but he made himself go on. "When I am done at home, I may go to Mayenne. She asked me to come, and I might." Fail said not a word. She stared at him with a face like stone, then whirled and ran out, slamming the door behind her with a crash. In spite of himself, he started to follow, then stopped with his hands gripping the doorframe till his fingers hurt. Staring at the splintered gash his axe had made in the door, he found himself telling it what he could not tell her. "I killed white cloaks. They would have killed me if I hadn't, but they still call it murder. I'm going home to die, Fail. That's the only way I can stop them hurting my people. Let them hang me. I cannot let you see that. I can't. You might even try to stop it, and then they'd—" His head dropped against the door. She would not be sorry to see the last of him now. That was what was important. She would go find her adventure somewhere else, safe from white cloaks and Taviran and bubbles of evil. That was all that was important. He wished he did not want to howl with grief.
Fail strode through the halls at a near run, oblivious of who she passed or who had to scramble out of her way. Perrin, Berylane, Perrin, Berylane. He wants a milk-faced vixen who runs about half-naked, does he? He doesn't know what he wants. Hairy lummox, wooden-headed buffoon, blacksmith, and that sneaking sow, Berylane, that prancing she-goat. She did not realize where she was going until she saw Berylane ahead of her, gliding along in that dress that left nothing to the imagination, swaying along as if that walk of hers was not deliberately calculated to make male eyes pop. Before Fail knew what she was doing, she had darted ahead of Berylane and turned to face her where two corridors met. "Perrin Barra belongs to me," she snapped. "You keep your hands and your smiles away from him." She flushed to her hairline when she heard what she had said. She had promised herself she would never do this, never fight over a man like a farm girl rolling in the dirt at harvest. Berylane arched a cool eyebrow. "Belongs to you? Strange. I saw no collar on him. You serving girls, or are you a farmer's daughter? You have the most peculiar ideas." "Serving girl? Serving girl? I am—" Fail bit her tongue to stop the furious words. The first of Mayenne, indeed. There were estates in Saldeia larger than Mayenne. She would not last a week in the courts of Saldeia. Could she recite poetry while hawking? Could she ride in the hunt all day, then play the cittern at night while discussing how to counter Trolloc raids? She thought she knew men, did she? Did she know the language of fans? Could she tell a man to come or go or stay and 100 things more, all with the twist of a wrist and the placement of a lace fan? Light shine on me. What am I thinking? I swore I would never even hold a fan again. But there were other Saldean customs. She was surprised to see the knife in her hand. She had been taught not to draw a knife unless she meant to use it. Farm girls in Saldeia have a way of dealing with women who poach others' men. If you do not swear to forget, Perrin Barra, I will shave your head as bald as an egg. Perhaps the boys who tend the chickens will pant after you then. She was not sure exactly how Berylane gripped her wrist, but suddenly she was flying through the air. The floor crashing into her back drove all the air from her lungs. Berylane stood smiling, tapping the blade of Fail's knife on her palm. A custom of Mayenne. The tyrants do like to use assassins, and the guards cannot always be close at hand. I despise being attacked, farm girl, so this is what I will do. I will take the blacksmith away from you and keep him as a pet, for as long as he amuses me. Ogier's oath on it, farm girl. He is quite ravishing, really. Those shoulders, those arms, not to mention those eyes of his. And if he is a bit uncultured, I can have that remedied. My courtiers can teach him how to dress and rid him of that awful beard. Wherever he goes, I will find him and make him mine. You can have him when I am finished, if he still wants you, of course." Finally managing to draw a breath, Fail struggled to her feet, pulling a second knife. "I will drag you to him after I cut off those clothes you are almost wearing, and make you tell him you are nothing but a sow." Light help me. I am behaving like a farm girl and talking like one. The worst part was that she meant it. Berylane set herself warily. She meant to use her hands, obviously, not the knife. She held it like a fan. Fail advanced on the balls of her feet. Suddenly Ruark was there between them, towering over them, snatching the knives away before either woman was really aware of him. "Have you not seen enough blood already tonight?" he said coldly. "Of all those I thought I might find breaking the peace, the two of you would be the last named." Fail gaped at him. With no warning, she pivoted, driving her fist toward Ruark's short ribs. The toughest man would feel it there. He seemed to move without looking at her, caught her hand, forced her arm straight to her side, twisted. Abruptly she was standing very straight and hoping he did not push her arm right up out of her shoulder. As if nothing had happened, he addressed Berylane. "You will go to your room, and you will not come out until the sun is above the horizon. I will see that no breakfast is brought to you. A little hunger will remind you that there is a time and place for fighting." Berelaine drew herself up indignantly. "I am the first of Mayenne. I will not be ordered about like you will go to your rooms." "Now," Ruark told her flatly. Fail wondered if she could kick him. She must have tensed, because as soon as she thought of it, he increased the pressure on her wrist and she was up on her tiptoes. "If you do not," he went on to Berelaine, "we will repeat our first talk together, you and I. Right here." Berelaine's face went white and red by turns. "Very well," she said stiffly. "If you insist, I will perhaps—" "I did not propose a discussion. If I can still see you when I have counted 3. 1. With a gasp, Berelaine hiked her skirts and ran. She even managed to sway doing that. Fail stared after her in amazement. It was almost worth having her arm nearly disjointed. Ruark was watching Berelaine go, too, a small, appreciative smile on his lips. "Do you mean to hold me all night?" she demanded. He released her and tucked her knives into his belt. "Those are mine." "Forfeit," he said. "Berelaine's punishment for fighting was to have you see her sent to bed like a willful child. Yours is to lose these knives you prize. I know you have others. If you argue, I might take those, too. I will not have the peace broken." She glared at him, but she suspected he meant just what he said. Those knives had been made for her by a man who knew what he was doing. The balance was just right. "What first talk did you have with her? Why did she run like that?" "That is between her and me. You will not go near her again, Fail. I do not believe she started this. That one's weapons are not knives. If either of you makes trouble again, I will put both of you to carrying offal. Some of the tyrants thought they could keep on fighting their duels after I had declared peace on this place, but the smell of the refuse carts soon taught them their mistake. Be sure you do not have to learn it the same way." She waited until he had gone before nursing her shoulder. He reminded her of her father. Not that her father had ever twisted her arm, but he had small patience with those who made trouble, whatever their position, and no one ever caught him by surprise. She wondered if she could bait Berelaine into something, just to see the first of Mayenne sweating among the refuse carts. But Ruark had said both of them. Her father meant what he said, too. Berelaine. Something Berelaine had said was tickling the back of her mind. Ogier's oath. That was it. An Ogier never broke an oath. To say Ogier Oathbreaker was like saying brave coward or wise fool. She could not help laughing aloud. "You will take him from me, you silly peahen. By the time you see him again, if you ever do, he'll be mine once more." Chuckling to herself and occasionally rubbing her shoulder, she walked on with a light heart.
Chapter 15. Into the Doorway. Holding the glass-mantled lamp high, Matt peered down the narrow corridor, deep in the belly of the stone. "Not unless my life depended on it. That's what I promised. Well, burn me if it doesn't." Before doubt could seize him again, he hurried on, past doors, dry-rotted and hanging aslant, past others, only shreds of wood clinging to rusted hinges. The floor had been swept recently, but the air still smelled of old dust and mold. Something skittered in the darkness, and he had a knife out before he realized it was just a rat, running from him, no doubt running toward some escape hole it knew. "Show me the way out," he whispered after it, "and I'll come with you." Why am I whispering? There's nobody down here to hear me. It seemed a place for quiet, though. He could feel the whole weight of the stone over his head pressing down. The last door, she had said. That one hung askew, too. He kicked it open, and it fell apart. The room was littered with dim shapes, with crates and barrels and things stacked high against the walls and out into the floor. Dust, too. The great hold. It looks like the basement of an abandoned farmhouse, only worse. He was surprised that Egwene and Nynaeve had not dusted and tidied while they were down here. Women were always dusting and straightening, even things that did not need it. Footprints crisscrossed the floor, some of them from boots, but no doubt they had had men to shift the heavier items about for them. Nynaeve liked finding ways to make a man work. Likely she had deliberately hunted out some fellows enjoying themselves. What he sought stood out among the jumble. A tall, red-stone doorframe, looming oddly in the shadows cast by his lamp. When he came closer, it still looked odd, twisted somehow. His eye did not want to follow it around. The corners did not join right. The tall, hollow rectangle seemed likely to fall over at a breath, but when he gave it an experimental push, it stood steady. He pushed a bit harder, not sure he did not want to heave the thing over, and that side of it scraped through the dust. Goosebumps ran down his arm. There might as well have been a wire fastened to the top, suspending it from the ceiling. He held the lamp up to see. There was no wire. At least it won't topple while I'm inside. Light, I am going inside, aren't I? A clutter of figurines and small things wrapped in rotting cloth occupied the top of a tall, upended barrel near him. He pushed the jumble to one side so he could set the lamp there and studied the doorway. The Tir Angrial. If Egwene knew what she was talking about. She probably did. No doubt she had learned all sorts of strange things in the tower, however much she denied. She would deny things, wouldn't she now? Learning to be Aes Sedai. She didn't deny this, though, now did she? If he squinted, it just looked like a stone doorframe, dully polished, and the duller for dust. Just a plain doorframe. Well, not entirely plain. 3 sinuous lines carved deep in the stone ran down each upright from top to bottom. He had seen fancier on farmhouses. He would probably step through and find himself still in this dusty room. Won't know till I try, will I? Luck. Taking a deep breath and coughing from the dust, he put his foot through. He seemed to be stepping through a sheet of brilliant white light, infinitely bright, infinitely thick. For a moment that lasted forever, he was blind. A roaring filled his ears, all the sounds of the world gathered together at once. For just the length of one measureless step. Stumbling another pace, he stared around in amazement. The Tir Angrial was still there, but this was certainly not where he had started. The twisting stone doorframe stood in the center of a round hall, with a ceiling so high it was lost in the shadows, surrounded by strange, spiraled yellow columns snaking up into the gloom, like huge vines, twining round poles that had been taken away. A soft light came from glowing spheres atop coiled stands of some white metal. Not silver. The shine was too dull for that. And no hint of what made the glow. It did not look like flame. The spheres simply shone. The floor tiles spiraled out in white and yellow stripes from the Tir Angrial. There was a heavy scent in the air, sharp and dry and not particularly pleasant. He almost turned around and went back on the spot. A long time. He jumped, a knife coming into his hand, and peered among the columns for the source of the breathy voice that pronounced those words so harshly. A long time, yet the seekers come again for answers. The questioners come once more. A shape moved, back among the columns. A man, Matt thought. Good, you have brought no lamps, no torches, as the agreement was, and is, and ever will be. You have no iron, no instruments of music. The figure stepped out, tall, barefoot, arms and legs and body wound about in layers of yellow cloth, and Matt was suddenly not sure if it was a man, or human. It looked human at first glance, though perhaps too graceful, but it seemed far too thin for its height, with a narrow, elongated face. Its skin, and even its straight black hair, caught the pale light in a way that reminded him of a snake's scales. And those eyes, the pupils just black vertical slits. No, not human.
Iron, instruments of music. You have none?
Matt wondered what it thought the knife was. It certainly did not seem concerned over it. Well, the blade was good steel, not iron.
No iron, and no instruments of... Why?
He cut off sharply. 3 questions, Egwene had said. He was not about to waste one on iron or instruments of music. Why should he care if I have a dozen musicians in my pocket and a smithy on my back?
I have come here for true answers. If you are not the one to give them, take me to who can.
The man, it was male at least, Matt decided, smiled slightly. He did not show any teeth.
According to the agreement, come.
He beckoned with one long-fingered hand.
Follow.
Matt made the knife disappear up his sleeve.
Lead, and I will follow.
Just you keep ahead of me and in plain sight. This place makes my skin crawl. There was not a straight line to be seen anywhere except for the floor itself as he trailed the strange man. Even the ceiling was always arched, and the walls bowed out. The halls were continuously curved, the doorways rounded, the windows perfect circles. Tile work made spirals and sinuous lines, and what seemed to be bronze metalwork set in the ceiling at intervals was all complicated scrolls. There were no pictures of anything, no wall hangings or paintings, only patterns and always curves. He saw no one except his silent guide. He could have believed the place empty except for the 2 of them. From somewhere he had a dim memory of walking halls that had not known a human foot in hundreds of years, and this felt the same. Yet sometimes he caught a flicker of motion out of the corner of his eye. Only, however quickly he turned, there was never anyone there. He pretended to rub his forearms, checking the knives up his coat sleeves for reassurance. What he saw through those round windows was even worse. Tall, wispy trees with only a drooping umbrella of branches at the top, and others like huge fans of lacy leaves, a tangle of growth equal to the heart of any briar-choked thicket, all under a dim, overcast light, though there did not seem to be a cloud in the sky. There were always windows, always along just one side of the curving corridor, but sometimes the side changed, and what surely should have been looking into courtyard or rooms instead gave out into that forest. He never caught as much as a glimpse of any other part of this palace, or whatever it was, through those windows, or any other building, except... Through one circular window he saw 3 tall silvery spires curving in toward each other, so their points all aimed at the same spot. They were not visible from the next window, 3 paces away, but a few minutes later, after he and his guide had rounded enough curves that he had to be looking in another direction, he saw them again. He tried telling himself these were 3 different spires, but between them and him was one of those fan-shaped trees with a dangling broken branch, a tree that had been in the same spot the first time. After his 3rd sight of the spires and the strange tree with the broken branch, this time 10 paces farther on, but on the other side of the hallway, he tried to stop looking at what lay outside it all. The walk seemed interminable.
When...
Matt ground his teeth. 3 questions. It was hard to learn anything without asking questions.
I hope you are taking me to those who can answer my questions. Burn my bones, I do. For my sake and yours, the light know it true.
Here, the peculiar yellow-wrapped fellow said, gesturing with one of those thin hands to a rounded doorway twice as large as any Matt had seen before. His strange eyes studied Matt intently. His mouth gaped open, and he inhaled long and slow. Matt frowned at him, and the stranger gave a writhing hitch of his shoulders.
Here your answers may be found. Enter. Enter and ask.
Matt drew a deep breath of his own, then grimaced and scrubbed at his nose. That sharp, heavy smell was a rank nuisance. He took a hesitant step toward the tall doorway and looked around for his guide again.
The fellow was gone. Light. I don't know why anything in this place surprises me now. Well, I will be burned if I'll turn back now.
Trying not to think of whether he could find the Tirangrial again on his own, he went in. It was another round room with spiraling floor tiles in red and white under a domed ceiling. It had no columns or furnishings of any kind, except for 3 thick, coiled pedestals around the heart of the floor's spirals. Matt could see no way to reach the top of them except by climbing the twists. Yet a man like his guide sat cross-legged atop each, only wrapped in layers of red. Not all men, he decided at a second look. 2 of those long faces with the odd eyes had a definite feminine cast. They stared at him, intense penetrating stares, and breathed deeply, almost panting. He wondered if he had made them nervous in some way. Not much bloody chance of that. But they're certainly getting under my coat.
"It has been long," the woman on the right said. "Very long," the woman on the left added. The man nodded. "Yet they come again."
All 3 had the breathy voice of the guide, almost indistinguishable from it, in fact, and the harsh way of pronouncing words. They spoke in unison, and the words might as well have come from one mouth.
"Enter and ask, according to the agreement of old."
If Matt had thought his skin crawled before, now he was sure it was writhing. He made himself go closer. Carefully, careful to say nothing that even sounded like a question, he laid the situation before them. The white cloaks, certainly in his home village, surely hunting friends of his, maybe hunting him. One of his friends going to face the white cloaks, another not. His family, not likely in danger, but with the bloody children of the bloody light around. A Taviran pulling at him so he could hardly move. He saw no reason to give names or mention that Rand was the Dragon Reborn. His first question, and the other 2 for that matter, he had worked out before going down to the Great Hold. "Should I go home to help my people?" he asked finally. 3 sets of slitted eyes lifted from him, reluctantly it seemed, and studied the air above his head. Finally, the woman on the left said,
"You must go to Rudian."
As soon as she spoke, their eyes all dropped to him again, and they leaned forward, breathing deeply again. But at that moment a bell tolled, a sonorous, brazen sound that rolled through the room. They swayed upright, staring at one another, then at the air over Matt's head again.
"He is another," the woman on the left whispered. "The strain, the strain, the savor," the man said. "It has been long."
"There is yet time," the other woman told them. She sounded calm, they all did, but there was a sharpness to her voice when she turned back to Matt.
"Ask, ask."
Matt glared up at them furiously. Rudian, light. That was somewhere out in the waste. The light and the Aiel knew where. That was about as much as he knew. In the waste. Anger drove questions about how to get away from Aes Sedai and how to recover the lost parts of his memory right out of his head. "Rudian!" he barked. "The light burned my bones to ash if I want to go to Rudian. And my blood on the ground if I will. Why should I? You are not answering my questions. You are supposed to answer, not hand me riddles."
"If you do not go to Rudian," the woman on the right said, "you will die."
The bell tolled again, louder this time. Matt felt its tremor through his boots. The looks the 3 shared were plainly anxious. He opened his mouth, but they were only concerned with each other.
"The strain," one of the women said hurriedly. "It is too great." "The savor of him," the other woman said on her heels. "It has been so very long."
Before she was done, the man spoke.
"The strain is too great, too great. Ask, ask."
"Burn your soul for a craven heart," Matt growled. "I will that. Why will I die if I do not go to Rudian? I very likely will die if I try. It makes no—" The man cut him off and spoke hurriedly.
"You will have sidestepped the thread of fate. Let your fate to drift on the winds of time, and you will be killed by those who do not want that fate fulfilled. Now go! You must go! Quickly!"
The yellow-clad guide was suddenly there at Matt's side, tugging at his sleeve with those two long hands. Matt shook him off. "No, I will not go! You have led me from the questions I wanted to ask and given me senseless answers. You will not leave it there." "What fate are you talking about?" "I will have one clear answer out of you at least." A third time the bell sounded mournfully, and the entire room trembled.
"Go!" the man shouted. "You have had your answers. You must go before it is too late."
Abruptly, a dozen of the yellow-clad men were around Matt, seeming to appear out of the air, trying to pull him toward the door. He fought with fists, elbows, knees.
"What fate? Burn your hearts! What fate?"
It was the room itself that pealed, the walls and floor quivering, nearly taking Matt and his attackers off their feet.
"What fate?"
The three were on their feet atop the pedestals, and he could not tell which shrieked which answer.
"To marry the daughter of the 9 moons, to die and live again, and live once more a part of what was, to give up half the light of the world to save the world."
Together they howled like steam escaping under pressure.
"Go to Rudion, son of battles! Go to Rudion, trickster! Go, gambler, go!"
Matt's assailants snatched him into the air by his arms and legs and ran, holding him over their heads.
"Unhand me, you white-livered sons of goats!" he shouted, struggling. "Burn your eyes! The shadow take your souls! Loose me! I will have your guts for a saddle girth!"
But writhe and curse as he would, those long fingers gripped like iron. Twice more the bell tolled, or the palace did. Everything shook as in an earthquake. The walls rang with deafening reverberations, each louder than the last. Matt's captors stumbled on, nearly falling, but never stopping their pell-mell race. He did not even see where they were taking him until they suddenly stopped short, heaving him into the air. Then he saw the twisted doorway, the Tirangrial, as he flew toward it. White light blinded him. The roar filled his head till it drove thought away. He fell heavily onto a dusty floor in dim light and rolled up against the barrel holding his lamp in the great hold. The barrel rocked, packets and figurines toppling to the floor in a crash of breaking stone and ivory and porcelain. Bounding to his feet, he threw himself back at the stone doorframe.
"Burn you! You can't throw me!"
He hurtled through and stumbled against the crates and barrels on the other side. Without a pause, he turned and leaped at it again, with the same result. This time he caught himself on the barrel holding his lamp, which nearly fell onto the already shattered things littering the floor under his boots. He grabbed it in time, burning his hand, and fumbled it back to a steadier perch. "Burn me if I want to be down here in the dark," he thought, sucking his fingers. "Light, the way my luck is running, it probably would have started a fire and I would have burned to death." He glared at the Tirangrial. Why was it not working? Maybe the folk on the other side had shut it off somehow. He understood practically nothing of what had happened. That bell and their panic. You would have thought they were afraid the roof would come down on their heads. Come to think of it, it very nearly had. And Rudion, and all the rest of it. The waste was bad enough, but they said he was fated to marry somebody called the daughter of the 9 moons. Marry? And to a nobleman, by the sound of it. He would sooner marry a pig than a noblewoman. And that business about dying and living again. Nice of them to add the last bit. If some black-veiled Aielman killed him on the way to Rudion, he would find out how true it was. It was all nonsense, and he did not believe a word of it. Only the bloody doorway had taken him somewhere, and they had only wanted to answer 3 questions, just the way Egwene had said. "I won't marry any bloody noblewoman," he told the Tirangrial. "I'll marry when I'm too old to have any fun, that's what. Rudion, my bloody—" A boot appeared, backing out of the twisted stone doorway, followed by the rest of Rand, with that fiery sword in his hands. The blade vanished as he stepped clear, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Even in the dim light, Matt could see he was troubled, though. He gave a start when he saw Matt. "Just poking around, Matt? Or did you go through too?" Matt eyed him warily for a moment. At least that sword was gone.
He did not seem to be channeling, though how was anybody to tell? And he did not look particularly like a madman. In fact, he looked very much as Matt remembered. He had to remind himself they were not back home any longer, and Rand was not what he remembered. "Oh, I went through all right. A bunch of bloody liars, if you ask me. What are they? Made me think of snakes." "Not liars, I think." Rand sounded as if he wished they were. "No, not that. They were afraid of me right from the first, and when that tolling started, the sword kept them back. They wouldn't even look at it. Shied away. Hid their eyes." "Did you get your answers?" "Nothing that makes sense," Matt muttered. "What about you?" Suddenly, Moiraine appeared from the Tirangrial, seeming to step gracefully out of thin air, flowing out. She would be a fine one to dance with if she were not Aes Sedai. Her mouth tightened at the sight of them. "You? You were both in there? That is why." She made a vexed hiss. "One of you would have been bad enough, but two ta'veren at once? You might have torn the connection entirely and been trapped there. Wretched boys playing with things you do not know the danger of. Perrin! Is Perrin in there too? Did he share your exploit?" "The last I saw of Perrin," Matt said, "he was getting ready to go to bed." Maybe Perrin would give him the lie by being the next to step out of the thing, but he might as well deflect the Aes Sedai's anger if he could. No need for Perrin to face it, too. Maybe he'll make it clear of her, at least, if he gets away before she knows what he's doing. Bloody woman! I'll wager she was noble-born. That Moiraine was angry, there was no doubt. The blood had drained out of her cheeks, and her eyes were dark augurs boring into Rand. "At least you escaped with your lives. Who told you of this? Which one of them? I will make her wish I had peeled off her hide like a glove." "A book told me," Rand said calmly. He sat down back on the edge of a crate that creaked alarmingly under his weight and crossed his arms. All very cool. Matt wished he could emulate it. "A pair of books, in fact. Treasures of the Stone and Dealings with the Territory of Mayenne. Surprising what you can dig out of books if you read long enough, isn't it? And you?" She shifted that drilling gaze to Matt. "Did you read it in a book, too? You?" "I do read sometimes," he said dryly. He would not have been averse to a little hide-peeling for Egwene and Nynaeve after what they had done to make him tell where he had hidden the Amerlin's letter. Tying him up with the power was bad enough, but the rest... Yet it was more fun to tweak Moraine's nose. "Treasures, dealings, lots of things in books." Luckily, she did not insist that he repeat the titles. He had not paid attention once Rand brought up books. Instead, she swung back to Rand. "And your answers?" "Are mine," Rand replied, then frowned. "It wasn't easy, though. They brought a woman to interpret, but she talked like an old book. I could hardly understand some of the words. I never considered they might speak another language." "The old tongue," Moiraine told him. "They use the old tongue, a rather harsh dialect of it, for their dealings with men. And you, Matt, was your interpreter easily understood?" He had to work moisture back into his mouth. "The old tongue? Is that what it was? They didn't give me one. In fact, I never got to ask any questions. That bell started shaking the walls down, and they hustled me out like I was tracking cow manure on the rugs." She was still staring, her eyes still digging into his head. She knew about the old tongue slipping out of him sometimes. "I almost understood a word here and there, but not to know it. You and Rand got answers. What do they get out of it? The snakes with legs. We aren't going upstairs to find 10 years gone, are we, like Billy in the story?" "Sensations," Moiraine replied with a grimace. "Sensations, emotions, experiences. They rummage through them. You can feel them doing it, making your skin crawl. Perhaps they feed on them in some manner. The Aes Sedai who studied this Tirangrial, when it was in Mayenne, wrote of a strong desire to bathe afterward. I certainly intend to. But their answers are true, Rand said as she started to turn away. You are sure of it? The books implied as much, but can they really give true answers about the future? The answers are true, Moraine said slowly, so long as they are in regard to your own future. That much is certain. She watched Rand and himself, weighing the effect of her words. As to how, though, there is only speculation. That world is folded in strange ways. I cannot be clearer. It may be that allows them to read the thread of a human life, read the various ways it may yet be woven into the pattern. Or perhaps it is a talent of the people. The answers are often obscure, however. If you need help working out what yours mean, I offer my services. Her eyes flickered from one of them to the other, and Matt nearly swore. She did not believe him about no answers, unless it was simply general Aes Sedai suspicion. Rand gave her a slow smile. And you will tell me what you asked, and what they answered? For answer, she returned a level, searching look, then started for the door. A small ball of light, as bright as a lantern, was suddenly floating ahead of her, illuminating her way. Matt knew he should leave it alone now, just let her go and hope she forgot he had ever been down here. But a knot of anger still burned inside him. All those ridiculous things they had said. Well, maybe they were true, if Moraine said so. But he wanted to grab those fellows by the collar, or whatever passed for a collar in those wrappings, and make them explain a few things. "Why can't we go there twice, Moraine?" he called after her. "Why not?" He very nearly asked why they worried about iron and musical instruments too, and bit his tongue. He could not know about those if he had not understood what they were saying. She paused at the door to the hall, and it was impossible to see if she was looking at the Tirangriel or at Rand. If I knew everything, Matrim, I would not need to ask questions. She peered into the room a moment longer. She was staring at Rand, then glided away without another word. For a time, Matt and Rand looked at each other in silence. "Did you find out what you wanted?" Rand asked finally. "Did you?" A bright flame leaped into existence, balanced above Rand's palm. Not the smooth, glowing sphere of the Aes Sedai, but a rough blaze like a torch. As Rand moved to leave, Matt added another question. "Are you really going to just let the White Cloaks do whatever they want back home? You know they're heading for Emond's Field, if they are not there already. Yellow Eyes, the bloody dragon reborn. It's too much otherwise." "Perrin will do what he has to do to save Emond's Field," Rand replied in a pained voice. "And I must do what I have to, or more than Emond's Field will fall, and to worse than White Cloaks." Matt stood watching the light of that flame fade away down the hall until he remembered where he was. Then he snatched up his lamp and hurried out. "Rodion, light. What am I going to do?" Chapter 16. Leave-takings. Lying on sweat-soaked sheets, staring at the ceiling, Perrin realized that the darkness was turning to gray. Soon the sun would be edging above the horizon. Morning. A time for new hopes. A time to be up and doing. New hopes. He almost laughed. How long had he been awake? An hour or more, surely, this time. Scratching his curly beard, he winced. His bruised shoulder had stiffened, and he sat up slowly. Sweat popped out on his face as he worked the arm. He kept at it methodically, though, suppressing groans and now and again biting back a curse, until he could move the arm freely, if not comfortably. Such sleep as he had managed had been broken and fitful. When he was awake, he had seen Fail's face, her dark eyes accusing him, the hurt he had put there making him cringe inside. When he slept, he dreamed of mounting a gallows, and Fail watching, or worse, trying to stop it, trying to fight White Cloaks with their lances and swords. And he was screaming while they fitted the noose around his neck,
screaming because the white cloaks were killing Fail. Sometimes she watched them hang him with a smile of angry satisfaction. Small wonder such dreams wakened him with a jerk. Once he had dreamed of wolves running out of the forest to save both Fail and him, only to be spitted on white cloak lances, shot down by their arrows. It had not been a restful night. Washing and dressing as hurriedly as he could, he left the room as if hoping to leave memories of his dreams behind. Little outward evidence remained of the night's attack. Here a sword-slashed tapestry, there a chest with a corner splintered by an axe, or a lighter patch on the stone-tiled floor where a blood-stained rug had been removed. The Magira had her liveried army of servants out in force, though many wore bandages, sweeping, mopping, clearing away and replacing. She limped about, leaning on a stick, a broad woman with her gray hair pushed up like a round cap by the dressing wound around her head, calling her orders in a firm voice, with the clear intention of removing every sign of the stone's second violation. She saw Perrin and gave him an infinitesimal curtsy. Even the High Lords did not get much more from her, even when she was well. Despite all the cleaning and scrubbing, under the smell of waxes and polishes and cleaning fluids, Perrin could still catch the faint scent of blood, sharply metallic human blood, fetid Trolloc blood, acrid Myrddraal blood, with its stink that burned his nostrils. He would be glad to be away from here. The door to Loyal's room was a span across and more than 2 spans high, with an overlarge door handle in the shape of entwined vines level with Perrin's head. The stone had a number of rarely used Ogier guest rooms. The stone of Tyr predated even the age of great Ogier stoneworks, but it was a point of prestige to use Ogier stonemasons, at least from time to time. Perrin knocked, and at the call of "Come in a voice like a slow avalanche, lifted the handle and complied. The room was on a scale with the door in every dimension, yet Loyal, standing in the middle of the leaf-patterned carpet in his shirt-sleeves, a long pipe in his teeth, reduced it all to seemingly normal size. The Ogier stood taller than a Trolloc in his wide-toed, thigh-high boots, if not so broad as one. His dark green coat, buttoned to the waist, then flaring to his boot-tops like a kilt over baggy trousers, no longer looked odd to Perrin. But one look was enough to tell him this was not an ordinary man in an ordinary room. The Ogier's nose was so broad as to seem a snout, and eyebrows like long mustaches dangled beside eyes the size of teacups. Tufted ears poked up through shaggy black hair that hung nearly to his shoulders. When he grinned around his pipe stem at the sight of Perrin, it split his face in half.
"Good morning, Perrin,"
he rumbled, removing the pipe.
"You slept well? Not easy after such a night as that. Myself, I have been up half the night writing down what happened."
He had a pen in his other hand and ink stains on his sausage-thick fingers. Books lay everywhere, on Ogier-sized chairs, and the huge bed, and the table that stood as high as Perrin's chest. That was no surprise, but what was a little startling was the flowers. Flowers of every sort and every color. Vases of flowers, baskets of them, posies tied with ribbon or even string, great woven banks of flowers standing about like lengths of garden wall. Perrin had certainly never seen the like inside a room. Their scent filled the air. Yet what really caught his eye was the swollen knot on Loyal's head, the size of a man's fist, and the heavy limp in Loyal's walk. If Loyal had been hurt too badly to travel, he felt ashamed at thinking of it that way. The Ogier was a friend, but he had to. "You were injured, Loyal? Moraine could heal you. I am sure she will."
"Oh, I can get around with no trouble, and there were so many who truly needed her help. I would not want to bother her. It certainly is not enough to hamper me in my work."
Loyal glanced at the table where a large cloth-bound book, large for Perrin, but it would fit in one of the Ogier's coat pockets, lay open beside an uncorked ink bottle.
"I hope I wrote it all down correctly. I did not see very much last night until it was done."
"Loyal," Fail said, standing up from behind one of the banks of flowers with a book in her hands, "is a hero." Perrin jumped. The flowers had masked her scent completely. Loyal made shushing noises, his ears twitching with embarrassment, and waved his big hands at her, but she went on, her voice cool but her eyes hot on Perrin's face. He gathered as many children as he could, and some of their mothers, into a large room, and held the door alone against Trollocs and Myrddraal through the entire fight. These flowers are from the women of the stone, tokens to honor his steadfast courage, his faithfulness. She made steadfast and faithfulness crack like whips. Perrin managed not to flinch, but only just. What he had done was right, but he could not expect her to see it. Even if she knew why, she would not see it. It was the right thing, it was. He only wished he felt better about the entire matter. It was hardly fair that he could be right and still feel in the wrong.
It was nothing.
Loyal's ears twitched wildly.
It is just that the children could not defend themselves, that's all. Not a hero. No.
Nonsense. Fail marked her place in the book with a finger and moved closer to the Ogier. She did not come up to his chest. There is not a woman in the stone who would not marry you if you were human, and some would anyway. Loyal, well named, for your nature is loyalty. Any woman could love that. The Ogier's ears went stiff with shock, and Perrin grinned. She had obviously been feeding Loyal honey and butter all morning and hoped the Ogier would agree to take her along, no matter what Perrin wanted. But in trying to prick him, she had just fed Loyal a stone without knowing it. "Have you heard from your mother, Loyal?" he asked.
No.
Loyal managed to sound relieved and worried at the same time.
But I saw Leifar in the city yesterday. He was as surprised to see me as I to see him. We are not a common sight in Tyr. He came from Stedding Shangtai to negotiate repairs on some Ogier stonework in one of the palaces. I have no doubt the first words out of his mouth when he returns to the Stedding will be, "Loyal is in Tyr."
"That is worrying," Perrin said, and Loyal nodded dejectedly.
Leifar says the elders have named me a runaway, and my mother has promised to have me married and settled. She even has someone chosen. Leifar did not know who. At least, he said he did not. He thinks such things are funny. She could be here in a month's time.
Fail's face was a picture of confusion that almost made Perrin grin again. She thought she knew so much more than he did about the world. Well, she did, in truth. But she did not know Loyal. Stedding Shangtai was Loyal's home, in the spine of the world, and since he was barely past 90, he was not old enough to have left on his own. Ogier lived a very long time. By their standards, Loyal was no older than Perrin, maybe younger. But Loyal had gone anyway, to see the world, and his greatest fear was that his mother would find him and drag him back to the Stedding to marry, never to leave again. While Fail was trying to figure out what was going on, Perrin stepped into the silence. "I need to go back to the Two Rivers, Loyal. Your mother won't find you there."
Yes, that is true.
The Ogier gave an uncomfortable shrug.
But my book, Rand's story, and yours and Matt's. I have so many notes already, but...
He moved around behind the table, peering down at the open book, the pages filled with his neat script.
I will be the one to write the true story of the Dragon Reborn, Perrin. The only book by someone who traveled with him, who actually saw it unfold. The Dragon Reborn, by Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Halen, of Stedding Shangtai.
Frowning, he bent over the book, dipping his pen in the ink bottle.
That is not quite right. It was more...
Perrin put a hand on the page where Loyal was going to write. "You'll write no book if your mother finds you. Not about Rand, at least. And I need you, Loyal."
Need, Perrin? I do not understand.
"There are white cloaks in the Two Rivers, hunting me."
Hunting you? But why?
Loyal looked almost as confused as Fail had. Fail, on the other hand, had donned a complacent smugness that was worrisome. Perrin went on anyway. "The reasons don't matter. The fact is that they are. They may hurt people,
my family, looking for me. Knowing white cloaks, they will. I can stop it if I can get there quickly, but it must be quickly. The light only knows what they've done already. I need you to take me there, Loyal, by the ways. You told me once there was a way gate here, and I know there was one at Manetheren. It must still be there in the mountains above Emmons Field. Nothing can destroy a way gate, you said. I need you, Loyal.
Well, of course I will help,
Loyal said.
The ways.
He exhaled noisily, and his ears wilted a bit.
I want to write of adventures, not have them. But I suppose one more time will not hurt. The lights send it so,
he finished fervently. Fail cleared her throat delicately. Are you not forgetting something, Loyal? You promised to take me into the ways whenever I asked, and before you took anyone else.
I did promise you a look at a way gate, Loyal said, and what it is like inside. You can have that when Perrin and I go. You could come with us, I suppose, but the ways are not traveled lightly, Fail. I would not enter them myself if Perrin did not have need.
Fail will not be coming, Perrin said firmly. Just you and me, Loyal. Ignoring him, Fail smiled up at Loyal, as if he were teasing her. You promised more than a look, Loyal. To take me wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted, and before anyone else. You swore to it.
I did, Loyal protested, but only because you refused to believe I would show you. You said you would not believe unless I swore. I will do as I promised, but surely you do not want to step ahead of Perrin's need.
You swore, Fail said calmly, by your mother, and your mother's mother, and your mother's mother's mother.
Yes, I did, Fail, but Perrin...
You swore, Loyal. Do you mean to break your oath? The Ogier looked like misery stacked on misery. His shoulders slumped and his ears drooped, the corners of his wide mouth turned down, and the ends of his long eyebrows draggled onto his cheeks. She tricked you, Loyal. Perrin wondered if they could hear his teeth grinding. She deliberately tricked you. Red stained Fail's cheeks, but she still had the nerve to say, Only because I had to, Loyal. Only because a fool man thinks he can order my life to suit himself. I'd not have done it otherwise. You must believe that. Doesn't it make any difference that she tricked you? Perrin demanded, and Loyal shook his massive head sadly. Ogier keep their word, Fail said, and Loyal is going to take me to the 2 rivers. Or to the waygate at Manetheren, at least. I have a wish to see the 2 rivers. Loyal stood up straight.
But that means I can help Perrin after all. Fail, why did you drag this out? Even Leifar would not think this funny.
There was a touch of anger in his voice. It took a good bit to make an Ogier angry. If he asks, she said determinedly, that was part of it, Loyal. No one but you and me, unless they asked me. He has to ask me. No, Perrin told her, while Loyal was still opening his mouth. No, I won't ask. I will ride to Emmons Field first. I'll walk. So you might as well give up this foolishness. Tricking Loyal. Trying to force yourself in where you aren't wanted. Her calm dropped away in anger. And by the time you reach there, Loyal and I will have done for the White Cloaks. It will all be over. Ask, you anvil-headed blacksmith. Just ask and you can come with us. Perrin took hold of himself. There was no way to argue her around to his way of thinking, but he would not ask. She was right. He would need weeks to reach the 2 rivers on his horse. They could be there in 2 days, perhaps, through the ways. But he would not ask. Not after she tricked Loyal and tried to bully me. Then I'll travel the ways to Manetheren alone. I'll follow you 2. If I stay far enough back not to be part of your party, I won't be breaking Loyal's oath. You can't stop me following.
That is dangerous, Perrin,
Loyal said worriedly.
The ways are dark. If you miss a turning or take the wrong bridge by accident, you could be lost forever. or until Machin Shin catches you. Ask her, Perrin. She said you can come if you do. Ask her."
The Ogier's deep voice trembled, speaking the name of Machin Shin. And a shiver ran down Perrin's back, too. Machin Shin. The Black Wind. Not even Aes Sedai knew whether it was shadow spawn or something that had grown out of the Way's corruption. Machin Shin was why traveling the Ways meant risking death. That was what Aes Sedai said. The Black Wind ate souls. That Perrin knew for truth. But he kept his voice steady and his face straight. "I'll be burned if I let her think I am weakening. I can't, Loyal. Or anyway, I won't." Loyal grimaced.
"Fail, it will be dangerous for him trying to follow us. Please relent and let him—"
She cut him off sharply. "No! If he is too stiff-necked to ask, why should I? Why should I even care if he does get lost?" She turned to Perrin. "You can travel close to us, as close as you need to, so long as it's plain you are following. You will trail after me like a puppy until you ask. Why won't you just ask?"
"Stubborn humans," the Ogier muttered. "Hasty and stubborn, even when haste lands you in a hornet nest."
"I would like to leave today, Loyal," Perrin said, not looking at Fail.
"Best to go quickly,"
Loyal agreed, with a regretful look at the book on the table.
"I can tidy my notes on the journey, I suppose. The Light knows what I will miss being away from Rand."
"Did you hear me, Perrin?" Fail demanded. "I will get my horse and a few supplies, Loyal. We can be on our way by mid-morning." "Burn you, Perrin Bara! Answer me!" Loyal eyed her worriedly.
"Perrin, are you certain you could not—"
"No," Perrin interrupted gently. "She is mule-headed, and she likes playing tricks. I won't dance so she can laugh." He ignored the sound coming from deep in Fail's throat, like a cat staring at a strange dog and ready to attack. "I will let you know as soon as I am ready." He started for the door, and she called after him furiously. "When is my decision, Perrin Bara? Mine and Loyal's. Do you hear me? You had better be ready in 2 hours, or we'll leave you behind. You can meet us at the Dragonwall Gate stable, if you're coming. Do you hear me?" He sensed her moving and shut the door behind him just as something thumped into it heavily. A book, he thought. Loyal would give her fits about that. Better to hit Loyal on the head than harm one of his books. For a moment he leaned against the door, despairing. All he had done, all he had gone through, making her hate him, and she was going to be there to see him die anyway. The best thing he could say was that she might enjoy it now. Stubborn, mule-headed woman. When he turned to go, one of the Aiel was approaching, a tall man with reddish hair and green eyes who could have been Rand's older cousin, or a young uncle. He knew the man and liked him, if only because Gaul had never given even a flicker of notice to his yellow eyes. "May you find shade this morning, Perrin. The Majira told me you had come this way, though I think she itched to put a broom in my hands. As hard as a wise one, that woman. May you find shade this morning, Gaul. Women are all hard-headed, if you ask me." "Perhaps so, if you do not know how to get round them. I hear you are journeying to the 2 rivers. "Light," Perrin growled before the Aiel could say more. "Does the whole stone know?" "If Moraine knew." Gaul shook his head. "Rand al'Thor took me aside and spoke to me, asking me to tell no one. I think he spoke to others, too. But I do not know how many will want to go with you. We have been on this side of the Dragon Wall for a long time, and many ache for the threefold land." "Come with me." Perrin felt stunned. If he had Aiel with him, there were possibilities he had not dared consider before. "Rand asked you to come with me? To the 2 rivers?" Gaul shook his head again. "He only said that you were going, and that there were men who might try to kill you. I mean to accompany you, though, if you will have me." "Will I?" Perrin almost laughed. "I will that. We will be in the ways in a few hours." "The ways?" Gall's expression did not change, but he blinked. "Does that make a difference?" "Death comes for all men, Baron." It was hardly a comforting answer.
"I cannot believe Rand is that cruel," Egwene said, and Nynaeve added, "At least he did not try to stop you." Seated on Nynaeve's bed, they were finishing the division of the gold Moiraine had provided. 4 fat purses apiece to be carried in pockets sewn under Elaine's and Nynaeve's skirts, and another each, not so large as to attract unwanted attention, to carry at the belt. Egwene had taken a lesser amount, there being less use for gold in the waist. Elaine frowned at the 2 neatly tied bundles and the leather script lying beside the door. They held all of her clothes and other things: cased knife and fork, hairbrush and comb, needles, pins, thread, thimble, scissors, a tinder box and a second knife, smaller than the one at her belt, soap and bath powder, and it was ridiculous to go over the list again. Egwene's stone ring was snug in her pouch. She was ready to go. There was nothing to hold her back. No, he did not. Elaine was proud of how calm and collected she sounded. He seemed almost relieved. Relieved! And I had to give him that letter, laying my heart open like a stone-blind fool. At least he won't open it until I am gone. She jumped at the touch of Nynaeve's hand on her shoulder. "Did you want him to ask you to stay? You know what your answer would have been. You do, don't you?" Elaine compressed her lips. "Of course I do." But he did not have to look happy about it. She had not meant to say that. Nynaeve gave her an understanding look. Men are difficult at the best. "I still cannot believe you would be so, Egwene began in an angry mutter. Elaine never learned what she meant to say, for at that moment the door crashed open so hard that it bounced off the wall. Elaine embraced Saidar before she had stopped flinching, then felt a moment of embarrassment when the rebounding door slapped hard against Lan's outstretched hand. A moment more, and she decided to hold on to the source a while longer. The warder filled the doorway with his broad shoulders, his face a thunderhead. If his blue eyes could really have given off the thunderbolts they threatened, they would have blasted Nynaeve. The glow of Saidar surrounded Egwene, too, and did not fade. Lan did not appear to see anyone but Nynaeve. "You let me believe you were returning to Tar Valon," he rasped at her. "You may have believed it," she said calmly, "but I never said it." "Never said it? Never said it? You spoke of leaving today, and always linked your leaving with those dark friends being sent to Tar Valon. Always. What did you mean me to think?" "But I never said—" "Light, woman!" he roared. "Do not bandy words with me." Elaine exchanged worried looks with Egwene. This man had an iron self-control, but he was at a breaking point now. Nynaeve was one who often let her emotions rage, yet she faced him coolly, head high and eyes serene, hand still on her green silk skirts. Lan took hold of himself with an obvious effort. He appeared as stone-faced as ever, as much in control of himself, and Elaine was sure it was all on the surface. "I'd not have known where you were off to if I had not heard that you had ordered a carriage to take you to a ship bound for Tanchico. I do not know why the Amerlin allowed you to leave the tower in the first place, or why Moiraine involved you in questioning Black Sisters, but you 3 are accepted. Accepted, not Aes Sedai. Tanchico now is no place for anyone except a full Aes Sedai with a warder to watch her back. I'll not let you go into that." "So," Nynaeve said lightly, "you question Moiraine's decisions, and those of the Amerlin seat as well. Perhaps I've misunderstood warders all along. I thought you swore to accept and obey, among other things. Lan, I do understand your concern, and I am grateful, more than grateful. But we all have tasks to perform. We are going. You must resign yourself to the fact." "Why? For the love of the light, at least tell me why." Tanchico. If Moiraine has not told you, Nynaeve said gently, perhaps she has her reasons. We must do our tasks, as you must do yours. Lan trembled, actually trembled, and clamped his jaw shut angrily. When he spoke, he was strangely hesitant. You will need someone to help you in Tanchico. Someone to keep a Tarabonner street thief from slipping a knife into your back for your purse. Tanchico was that sort of city before the war began, and everything I've heard says it is worse now. I could protect you, Nynaeve. Elaine's eyebrows shot up. He could not be suggesting... He just could not be. Nynaeve gave no sign that he had said anything out of the ordinary. Your place is with Moiraine. Moiraine. Sweat beaded on the warder's hard face, and he struggled with the words. I must. Nynaeve, I... You will remain with Moiraine, Nynaeve said sharply, until she releases you from your bond. You will do as I say. Pulling a carefully folded paper from her pouch, she thrust it into his hands. He frowned, read, then blinked and read again. Elaine knew what it said. What the bearer does is done at my order and by my authority. Obey and keep silent at my command. Swan Sanche, Watcher of the Seals, Flame of Tar Valon, the Amerlin's seat. The other like it rested in Egwene's pouch, though none of them were sure what good it would do where she was going. But this allows you to do anything you please, Lan protested. You can speak in the Amerlin's name. Why would she give this to an accepted? Ask no questions I cannot answer, Nynaeve said, then added with a hint of a grin, just count yourself lucky I do not tell you to dance for me. Elaine suppressed a smile of her own. Egwene made a choking sound of swallowed laughter. It was what Nynaeve had said when the Amerlin first handed them the letters. With this, I could make a warder dance. Neither of them had had any doubt which warder she had meant. Do you not? You dispose of me very neatly, my bond and my oaths, this letter. Lan had a dangerous gleam in his eye which Nynaeve seemed not to notice as she took back the letter and replaced it in the pouch on her belt. You are very full of yourself, Lan Mandragoran. We do as we must, as you will. Full of myself, Nynaeve Almira. I am full of myself? Lan moved so quickly toward Nynaeve that Elaine very nearly wrapped him in flows of air before she could think. One moment Nynaeve was standing there, with just time to gape at the tall man sweeping toward her. The next, her shoes were dangling a foot off the floor, and she was being quite thoroughly kissed. At first she kicked his shins and hammered him with her fists, and made sounds of frantic, furious protest. But her kick slowed and stopped, and then she was holding on to his shoulders and not protesting at all. Egwene dropped her eyes with embarrassment, but Elaine watched interestedly. Was that how she had looked when Rand... No, I will not think about him. She wondered if there was time to write him another letter, taking back everything she had said in the first, letting him know she was not to be trifled with. But did she want to? After a while, Lan set Nynaeve back on her feet. She swayed a bit as she straightened her dress and patted her hair furiously. You have no right, she began in a breathless voice, then stopped to swallow. I will not be manhandled in that fashion for the whole world to see. I will not. Not the whole world, he replied. But if they can see, they can hear as well. You have made a place in my heart where I thought there was no room for anything else. You have made flowers grow where I cultivated dust and stones. Remember this, on this journey you insist on making. If you die, I will not survive you long. He gave Nynaeve one of his rare smiles. If it did not exactly soften his face, at least it made it less hard. And remember also, I am not always so easily commanded, even with letters from the Ammerlin." He made an elegant bow. For a moment Elaine thought he actually meant to kneel and kiss Nynaeve's great serpent ring. "As you command," he murmured. "So do I obey." It was difficult to tell whether he meant to be mocking or not. As soon as the door closed behind him, Nynaeve sank onto the edge of her bed as if letting her knees give way at last. She stared at the door with a pensive frown. "Poke the meekest dog too often," Elaine quoted, "and he will bite. Not that Lan is very meek." She got a sharp look and a sniff from Nynaeve. "He is insufferable," Egwene said. "Sometimes he is. Nynaeve, why did you do that? He was ready to go with you. I know you want nothing more than to break him free of Moiraine. Do not try to deny it." Nynaeve did not try. Instead, she fussed with her dress and smoothed the coverlet on the bed. "Not like that," she said finally. "I mean him to be mine. All of him. I will not have him remembering a broken oath to Moiraine. I will not have that between us, for him as well as myself." "But will it be any different if you bring him to ask Moiraine to release him from his bond?" Egwene asked. "Lan is the kind of man who would see it as much the same thing. All that leaves is to somehow make her let him go of her own accord. How can you manage that?" "I do not know." Nynaeve firmed her voice. "Yet what must be done can be done. There is always a way. That is for another time. Work to be done, and we sit here fretting over men. Are you sure you have everything you need for the waste, Egwene?" "Aviendha is readying everything," Egwene said. "She still seems unhappy, but she says we can reach Ruidian in little more than a month if we are lucky. You will be in Tanchico by then." "Perhaps sooner," Elaine told her, "if what they say about sea-folk rakers is true. You will be careful, Egwene. Even with Aviendha for a guide, the waste cannot be safe." "I will. You be careful. Both of you. Tanchico is not much safer than the waste now." Abruptly they were all hugging one another, repeating cautions to take care, making sure they all remembered the schedule for meeting in Tel Iran Riyadh's stone. Elaine wiped tears from her cheeks. "As well Lan left," she laughed tremulously. "He would think we were all being foolish." "No, he would not," Nynaeve said, pulling up her skirts to settle a purse of gold into its pocket. "He may be a man, but he is not a complete dolt." There had to be time between here and the carriage to locate paper and pen, Elaine decided. She would find time. Nynaeve had the right of it. Men needed a firm hand. Rand would find he could not get away from her so easily, and he would not find it easy to worm his way back into her good graces.